Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm very glad that you've found your way here again. Before tonight's story begins, I'd like to check in with you for just a moment. How are you feeling today? I hope your health is good, your body is treating you kindly, and you've had at least a little time to rest after everything the day has asked of you. If you've been working long hours, dealing with stress, or simply feeling more tired than usual, I hope tonight gives you a chance to slow down and enjoy some quiet time for yourself. And as always, I'm curious to know where everyone is listening from. What country or city are you in right now? And what time is it there? Maybe you're listening very late at night with the lights already turned off. Perhaps it's early morning where you are, or you're spending part of your afternoon with one of my stories playing quietly in the background. Leave me a comment with your location and the time. I always enjoy seeing how far Chilly Midnight has traveled and imagining these stories reaching people in different homes, cities, countries, and time zones around the world. Wherever you may be tonight, I hope you're safe, healthy, and able to leave your worries behind for the next little while. Thank you for being here and for continuing to spend these moments with me. Now, get comfortable. Let everything around you become a little quieter, and let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. The evidence warehouse beneath Philadelphia Police Headquarters had no windows, but Diane Mercer could always tell when evening reached the city above. The freight elevator began carrying down the smell of wet wool, street rain, and burnt coffee from officers ending their shifts. The pipes clicked more often. Somewhere beyond the concrete ceiling, traffic thickened into a steady pressure that seemed to settle over the shelves. Diane had managed central evidence for 11 years, long enough to recognize the building by sound. The hydraulic sigh of the south cage. The insect buzz of fluorescent tubes over narcotics. The brief metallic cough made by locker row C whenever the ventilation changed. That evening, row C coughed 3 times. Diane stopped beside shelf C19 with a clipboard pressed against her ribs. "Don't start," she said. She often spoke to the warehouse when no one else was present. Not because she believed it listened, but because procedures sounded less absurd when given an audience. The shelf held sealed property from open homicide investigations, tagged shoes, phones in anti-static sleeves, tools wrapped in paper, jewelry darkened by skin oil. Every item had a barcode, a case number, a custody history, and a place. Disorder was not merely untidy here. Disorder could free the guilty or bury the innocent. Diane knew that better than most. She checked the shelf against the nightly inventory. 7 containers. 7 entries. Yet there were 8 bags. The extra one stood upright between a boxed revolver and a brown envelope from a South Street stabbing. It was a standard transparent evidence pouch, heat-sealed across the top, with a white label printed in the department's current format. No dust marked its surface. No fingerprints clouded the plastic. Inside lay a carpenter's hammer. The head was dark steel, blunt on one side and split into a clean claw on the other. A few pale wood fibers clung beneath the neck. There was no blood. Diane read the label. Profity, hammer. Sonko, kitchen floor. Sti, recovered. Offense, homicide. The case number field was blank. The collection date was tomorrow. For several seconds, Diane assumed she had misread it. The warehouse made simple errors feel supernatural. Poor light changed 6s into 8s. Fatigue reordered months. Printers sometimes held old jobs in memory and released them days later. She lifted the bag without breaking the seal. Warmth pressed into her palm. Diane nearly dropped it. The hammer was not simply warmer than the basement air. It felt recently held, as though a worker had used it under summer sun and sealed it before the heat could leave the handle. A crescent of condensation formed inside the pouch where her fingers touched the plastic. She set it on the stainless inspection table and scanned the barcode. The terminal emitted a soft refusal. No record we found. She scanned again. No record. Well, a third attempt produced a different message. Record not yet active. Diane stared at the words until the screen dimmed. The warehouse was supposed to be empty except for her. Her assistant, Luis Ortega, had left before dinner to collect his daughter from school. The overnight evidence officers would not arrive until close to midnight. The elevator required a badge. The cages required 2 keys. The camera system watched every aisle without interruption. She opened the surveillance feed and rewound row C. At first, there was nothing unusual. Shelves, white concrete, the slow pulse of the emergency light. Then the image skipped. Not glitched, skipped. One frame showed 7 containers. The next showed 8. No person entered. No hand appeared. The bag simply occupied space that had been empty. Diane leaned closer. The time display beneath the footage had replaced its numbers with words. Tomorrow at 9:17 in the evening. Her mouth went dry. A sound came from inside the evidence pouch. Not from the hammer. From beneath it. A faint vibration trembled through the plastic, like a phone ringing under a pillow. Diane turned the bag over. Pressed flat against the back was a photograph she had not seen before. It showed an unfinished kitchen. Bare studs, exposed wiring, no cabinets, no floor. A man lay face down where the sink would someday be. On the open wall behind him, written in pencil across raw timber, were 3 words. Diane Mercer, enter it. Diane did not touch the photograph again. She sealed the entire pouch inside a secondary contamination bag, wrote undo origin across the outer label, and carried it to the isolation cabinet at the end of row A. Her hands moved through the procedure automatically. Photograph, scan attempt, incident number, supervisor notification. The familiar sequence steadied her until she reached the line marked Date of Discovery. The form would not accept the current date. Each time she entered it, the field changed to tomorrow. Diane shut down the terminal. By the time Lieutenant Warren Pike arrived, the hammer had cooled. The photograph remained inside the pouch, but the writing on the timber was gone. Pike saw only an unfinished kitchen and a dark shape on the floor. "You stayed late for this?" he asked. There was an unauthorized deposit. There's no access breach. I know. That usually means there wasn't a deposit. Pike was younger than Diane by 15 years and had the polished patience of a man who expected machines to confirm whatever he already believed. He reviewed the surveillance clip twice. On the second viewing, The missing frame had vanished. 7 containers remained 7. He advised her to document a packaging discrepancy and go home. Diane did not tell him the bag had been warm. At her desk, the telephone's message light blinked red. 4 calls had come from Mara Venn, an attorney with the Pennsylvania Innocence Project. Diane knew the name before she played the first recording. "Miss Mercer, I'm calling again regarding Commonwealth versus Isaiah Bell. We have reason to believe Central Evidence received a memory card from the Fulton Market camera system. The transfer sheet identifies your signature." Diane stopped the message. The pipes clicked overhead. A fluorescent tube dimmed, brightened, then settled into a weak tremor. Isaiah Bell had been 16 when police arrested him for the murder of convenience store owner Harold Wynn. The prosecution's case had rested on a partial fingerprint, a witness who later recanted, and 6 minutes missing from a security recording. Isaiah was 21 now. Diane had told herself for 5 years that she remembered the card only because everyone kept asking about it. But memory did not return as explanation. It returned as touch. A black micro SD card resting in the center of her palm. A detective named Colson waiting beside the intake counter. The plastic adapter cracked near one corner. The handwritten property slipped damp from someone's coat. Diane remembered inserting the card into an offline reader. She remembered grainy footage of the market's rear entrance. Harold Wynn stepping outside alive at 9:12 in the evening. 4 minutes after the state claimed Isaiah had already killed him and fled through the front door. She also remembered Colson saying, "That timestamp will destroy the sequence. Not prove innocence. Destroy the sequence." Diane had placed the card inside a temporary envelope. She had written a case number across the seal. Then Deputy Commissioner Rourke had called her upstairs and explained that reopening intake would compromise an active prosecution, expose the department to litigation, and create a chain of custody problem no jury could untangle. "We need certainty," he had said, "not noise." When Diane returned downstairs, the envelope was gone. That was the version she had repeated until it became indistinguishable from memory. The telephone rang. Mara Venn's number appeared on the display. Diane answered before she could decide not to. "Miss Mercer," the attorney said, "I need a direct answer. Did you ever personally possess that card?" Diane looked toward the isolation cabinet. Through its wired glass door, the evidence pouch stood upright on the shelf. "I reviewed the records," she said. "The card never entered my custody." Silence followed. Then Mara spoke more quietly. "Your signature is on the original intake sheet. It was a preliminary receipt. The item was never transferred. Are you certain?" Diane's reflection hovered in the dark terminal screen, pale and flattened beneath fluorescent light. "Yes." The moment she said it, something struck the inside of the isolation cabinet. Once. Hard enough to rattle the wired glass. Diane turned. A second sealed pouch now stood beside the hammer. No one had entered the room. The cabinet door was still locked. Yet the new bag carried a printed case label, and a black memory card lay inside. Across the label, beneath Isaiah Bell's case number, someone had typed, "Property recovered from Diane Mercer's left hand." The words on the second label remained unchanged when Diane blinked. Property recovered from Dane Mercer's left hand. She unlocked the isolation cabinet with her key, then used Pike's spare from the sealed supervisor drawer. Two-key access was meant to prevent exactly this kind of solitary handling. Even alone, Diane followed it. The pouch was warm. Inside, the black memory card lay pressed against something she had mistaken for the bag's shadow. A narrow gold wedding ring, its outer edge filmed with dark red blood. The card had been forced through the ring center like a tag on a key chain. A new line appeared beneath Isaiah Bell's case number. Associated person, Caroline Wren, living. Diane searched the department database. Caroline Wren was 43, lived in a narrow row house in Port Richmond, and worked as a billing coordinator for a dental supply company. No arrests. No protection orders. No missing person reports. No active investigations connected to her address. The only police contact was a noise complaint made by a neighbor 8 months earlier. There was no crime to which the ring could belong. Diane photographed the pouch, but each image showed only the memory card. The ring disappeared on screen, leaving an empty circle of blood around it. She called the overnight evidence desk and told Officer Malik Trent to remain at intake. Then she carried the bag to the examination table without explaining why. Trent arrived chewing peppermint gum, his uniform shirt still creased from the locker. "You said we had contamination? Possible fraudulent deposit." He leaned toward the pouch. "That's blood." "Possibly. You want homicide?" "I want to establish whether the associated person is safe without creating a record that contaminates whatever this is." Trent looked at the label. "Living is a strange thing to print." Diane turned the pouch over before he could read the line about her hand. Calling Caroline directly would create an unauthorized contact linked to non-existent evidence. Instead, Diane asked District Dispatch to request a routine welfare check based on an abandoned emergency call near the woman's block. It was improper, but only slightly. Institutions survived on degrees of impropriety. 2 patrol officers reached the row house shortly after 11 that night. Diane listened through the dispatcher's open line. Rain hissed against a cruiser microphone. One officer knocked. A chain slid, and a woman answered with the irritated caution of someone awakened before she had properly fallen asleep. "Miss Wren? Everything all right in the residence?" "Yes. Why?" "We received a disconnected call from this vicinity." "I didn't call." "Anyone else home?" A pause followed. "My husband." Diane searched again. Caroline Wren's marital status was listed as divorced. The officer asked whether he could speak with the husband. "He's in the basement," Caroline said, "working." A muffled impact came through the line. Not loud. Wood against wood. Diane looked at the hammer pouch in the cabinet. The officer heard it too. "Mom, what kind of work is he doing?" Caroline's answer was lost beneath static. Then a man spoke somewhere behind her. His voice was calm and close enough to the microphone that Diane could hear him breathing. "Tell them we don't keep property that belongs to the city." Trent stopped chewing. Diane looked down at the wedding ring label. A sentence had appeared beneath Caroline's name. "We don't keep property that belongs to the city." "Ask her to step outside." Diane told dispatch. The patrol officer repeated the request. Caroline refused. The chain tightened across the door. Another impact sounded from below, followed by a dragging noise. "Messieurs Wren," the officer said, "is there someone injured in that basement?" Caroline began to cry. Not loudly. Her breath simply broke around the words. "He hasn't done anything yet." Diane felt the plastic pouch soften beneath her palm. The ring was heating. Blood that had looked dry became bright along the gold, gathering into a wet bead that rolled upward against gravity. The memory card slid free and struck the bottom seam. On the label, the blank offense field filled itself in. Offense, murder of Caroline Wren. A second line printed beneath it. Responsible person, Isaiah Bell. From the dispatcher speaker came the splintering of Caroline's front door. At the same moment, every locked cabinet in central evidence clicked open. For 1 second, nothing moved. Then every cabinet door along row A swung outward in sequence, metal striking metal, with a noise like applause traveling into the dark. Officer Trent reached for his radio. "Don't," Diane said. The order came too sharply. He froze with his thumb above the transmit button. Inside the open cabinets, thousands of sealed bags rested exactly where they belonged. Firearms, clothing, keys, bottles, fragments of bone. Nothing had fallen. Nothing appeared disturbed. Only the hammer pouch was missing. Diane found it on the examination table. She had not placed it there. The label had changed again. Beneath Ox & Co., kitchen floor, an address had appeared, the Wren residence, and below that, a narrow block of procedural text. Airy through basement window. Absept positioned behind furnace. Strike prevented if contact occurs before 11:49 p.m. Trent read over her shoulder. "That's in 4 minutes." Diane called the patrol sergeant directly. She did not explain where the information came from. She said only that an armed subject might be concealed in the basement, and that officers should enter through the rear window rather than the stairs. The sergeant began asking questions. Diane hung up. Through dispatch audio, she heard boots running over wet pavement, an officer shouting, glass breaking. Then a scuffle beneath the static. A man screamed that they had no warrant. Another voice ordered him to drop the hammer. The sound that followed was not a blow, but a heavy object striking concrete. At 11:48 that night, police arrested Caroline Wren's former husband behind the basement furnace. He had removed his wedding ring and placed it beside a roll of plastic sheeting. In his coat pocket, officers found zip ties, a handwritten apology, and a key to Caroline's back door. The hammer matched the one inside Diane's evidence pouch, down to a pale crescent missing from the handle. Caroline was alive. No murder had occurred. By midnight, Warren Pike had returned with 2 homicide detectives and an internal affairs captain. Diane expected questions about the impossible bag. Instead, Pike removed it from the table, placed it in a black transport case, and signed a receipt under a case number that had not existed an hour earlier. "You're accepting this as legitimate evidence?" Diane asked. Pike closed the case. "I'm accepting that a woman is alive." "That isn't what I asked." "It should be enough." His tone carried no surprise. Only fatigue. Diane watched him leave with the hammer and understood that he had seen something like it before. The wedding ring remained behind. Its blood had vanished. Near 3 in the morning, a disturbance was reported beneath the Vine Street Expressway. A man named Ernest Vale had awakened inside a cardboard shelter screaming that he had killed his wife. Ernest had no wife. He had lived on the street for 9 years, had never met Caroline Wren, and had spent the evening within sight of 6 other unhoused men. Yet when officers detained him, his fingertips carried prints identical to those lifted from the hammer in the Wren basement. Not similar. Identical. There was blood beneath his nails. Laboratory testing later identified it as Caroline's, though no wound could be found anywhere on her body. Diane read the preliminary report on Pike's unattended terminal. Ernest described the Wren basement in exact detail. The rust on the furnace door, the cracked jar of peaches beneath the stairs, the smell of wet insulation behind the wall. He remembered waiting with the hammer. He remembered Caroline entering. He remembered the resistance of her skull. He wept each time he insisted the murder had happened. When detectives showed him a live video of Caroline speaking to police, Ernest began striking his forehead against the interview room table. "She's not supposed to be standing," he said. Diane scrolled to the final page. The arresting officer had attached a photograph of Ernest's hands. On his left ring finger was a pale band of protected skin where a wedding ring had recently been removed. Behind Diane, plastic crackled. The ring pouch had begun to inflate. Warm air filled it from within until the seams tightened. A new property label fed slowly from the printer, though the machine was switched off. Diane tore the page free. Prophecy, memory of homicide. Sonko, Ernest Vale. Transfer complete. At the bottom, under the space reserved for the authorizing official, was Warren Pike's signature. Beneath it was hers. Diane compared the two signatures until the letters lost their shape. Pike's was genuine. The downward hook of the W, the compressed final E. Hers looked equally authentic, including the slight break in the M caused by an old tendon injury she had never mentioned at work. She folded the printout and put it inside her jacket. By 4 in the morning, 6 more unregistered bags had appeared. None contained weapons. Each held photographs. The first showed a tiled bathroom with blood filling the grout around an empty bathtub. The second showed a nursery whose yellow walls ended halfway across exposed studs. In the third, a woman sat dead at a dining table beneath a chandelier, wrapped in manufacturer's plastic. Every room was incomplete. Pipes protruded from bare walls. Electrical wires hung without fixtures. Windows opened onto scaffolding or black soil. No people appeared entering or leaving. Each photograph carried a property label with an address, an offense, and a collection date several weeks or months ahead. Diane checked the addresses against city records. 2 belonged to vacant lots. One was a condemned warehouse awaiting demolition. The nursery was assigned to a housing development whose permits had not yet been approved. The rooms did not exist. Not yet. She placed the photographs in separate examination trays and recorded where each bag had appeared. Shelf D8. Shelf F31. Cold storage row B. Oversized property, cage 4. The locations seemed random until she marked them on a printed floor plan. A line drawn between them formed an arrow. It pointed past the western wall of central evidence. Diane retrieved the original construction plans from the facilities cabinet. The warehouse ended at that wall. Beyond it lay compacted earth, a foundation column, and the lower service tunnel beneath headquarters. She walked there carrying a flashlight and Isaiah Bell's intake number written on her palm. At first, the wall looked unchanged. Gray concrete conduit, a red fire extinguisher sealed behind glass. Then the fluorescent lights flickered. A narrow aisle appeared between shelves F40 and F41. Diane stopped. Those units had always touched. She had signed their installation order 11 years earlier. Now a passage barely wide enough for one person extended between them, lined with shelves she could not see on any inventory map. Cold air moved out of it, carrying the smell of damp plaster. She entered. The aisle continued farther than the building allowed. Evidence bags filled both sides, but their labels contained no case numbers, only street addresses and descriptions of rooms. Second floor bedroom, walls not yet closed. Stairwell, consquection pending. Kitchen, occupancy expang next spring. Inside the bags were hinges, carpet fibers, lengths of electrical cord, teeth, fragments of glass, and photographs of future bloodstains. Diane passed an evidence pouch containing a child's blue sock. The associated address belonged to the nursery development. A sound came from somewhere ahead. A printer feeding paper. She followed it through a right turn, then another. Each new aisle sloped imperceptibly downward. The air grew warmer. Fluorescent tubes appeared overhead without wiring, glowing behind layers of dust. Diane marked each junction on the back of the construction plan. Every path bent toward the same place. At the center of the impossible floor, she found a circular clearing surrounded by shelves. Hundreds of evidence bags had been arranged with their labels facing inward. Their case number fields were blank, except for one sequence repeated in tiny type along the bottom edge. Isaiah Bell's number. Diane touched the nearest bag. Inside was a photograph of a room made from unfinished concrete. A teenage boy sat behind a steel door without hinges. His knees were drawn to his chest. He looked older than 16, but younger than 21, as if the room had been unable to decide how much time to permit him. On the wall beside him, tally marks climbed beyond the edge of the photograph. Diane turned to the next bag. The same room. The same boy. Different clothes. The next showed him asleep. The next showed him staring directly at the camera. In the final photograph, Isaiah stood with one hand pressed against the inside of the steel door. Written beneath the image in Diane's handwriting were the words, "Do not release. Chimery forge will fail." Something knocked from behind the shelves. 3 slow impacts. Then Isaiah's voice came through the concrete. "Mrs. Mercer," he said, "you finally followed the missing card." Diane did not answer him. The voice had come from behind the shelves, but there was no opening between the steel uprights, only evidence bags pressed tightly together and the sweating concrete wall beyond them. "Isaiah?" A breath passed through the wall. Not a recording. Not a speaker. A human breath, shallow and patient. "Open the retention level," he said. The fluorescent tubes above Diane dimmed one after another, leaving a single light burning over the final photograph. Beneath Isaiah's raised hand, the steel door now showed a strip of yellow evidence tape across its seam. Diane turned toward the circular room. She had seen that tape before. Not the modern red and white seal used by Central Evidence, but the department's older yellow stock, printed with black capitals that faded after years underground. Retired more than 2 decades earlier, it still covered sealed narcotics lockers and forgotten homicide boxes no one wanted to disturb. A narrow strip of it protruded from behind shelf F52. Diane pulled. The tape peeled away with a dry, tearing sound. Behind it was a vertical seam in the concrete. She removed another layer, then another. Each bore a date, a supervisor's initials, and a case number. Some cases she recognized from training bulletins and wrongful conviction settlements. Others had been quietly dismissed after witnesses vanished or laboratory work was discredited. The hidden door opened inward. Beyond it, stairs descended under a sign that read, "Long-term retention. Auctures personnel only." No such level existed on any floor plan. Diane stepped through. The door closed behind her without a latch. The stairs ended in a corridor lined with steel lockers tall enough to hold a standing adult. There were hundreds of them, arranged in rows under low amber lamps. No handles. No hinges. No visible locks. Each door carried a name. Malcolm Ross. Teresa Quill. Jonna Price. Nicole Hart. Diane knew several. Malcolm Ross had died in prison after a ballistics analyst admitted fabricating comparison marks. Teresa Quill had been convicted on blood typing, later declared scientifically invalid. Jonna Price had confessed after 30 hours without counsel, then spent 17 years, insisting the words had been fed to him. At the base of each locker was a narrow intake slot. Warm air came through them. Diane approached Malcolm Ross's door and placed 2 fingers near the opening. Something breathed inside. A slow inhalation. A slower exhalation. She stepped back. The sound repeated from the neighboring locker. Then another. Soon the corridor filled with the rhythm of hundreds of sleeping chests, each breath slightly out of time with the next. "Long-term retention," Diane whispered. A printer mounted on the wall clicked awake. A strip of paper emerged. Contents remain vigable while conviction remains active. Diane followed the corridor deeper. Some lockers were wrapped in so many layers of yellow evidence tape that no steel remained visible. Others had fresh seals bearing dates from the previous week. Several doors shuddered when she passed, as though the people inside could sense movement outside their confinement. At the end of the 3rd row, she found Isaiah Bell. His locker was larger than the others. The door bore 5 separate case labels, each pasted over the last. The earliest listed Harold Wynn's murder. The later labels referenced crimes Diane had never connected to Isaiah: an armed robbery in Germantown, an assault near Fairmount Park, a fatal fire in West Philadelphia. All had occurred while Isaiah was incarcerated. Diane touched the steel. It was warm enough to hurt. Isaiah, she said. His breathing stopped. Did you put the bags on the shelves? No. Then who did? The warehouse. That isn't an answer. It's the only one they left me. A faint scrape came from inside, like fingernails moving across metal. Diane searched the seams. How do I open this? You don't. There must be a release mechanism. There was. What happened to it? You signed it away. The words landed softly, without anger. Diane remembered forms brought to her after Isaiah's conviction. Retention extensions, destruction postponements, administrative holds. Documents she had approved in stacks, because Rourke said appeals required evidence to remain available. She had believed she was preserving his case. The printer began again. This time, it produced a list of names. Hundreds of them. Beside each was a missing item, a compromised test, an altered timestamp, or a broken chain of custody. Diane's initials appeared throughout the pages. Not on every case, but often enough. At the bottom was Isaiah Bell's file. Stat Bechimenery Convict. Fonken, Continuous Blyke Distortage. Custody and Consent, Leanh Mercer. The locker door flexed outward. For one instant, a human hand pressed against the steel from inside, every finger visible in the distortion. Then every breathing person in the corridor inhaled at once. From behind Diane, the hidden door opened. Warren Pike stood at the top of the stairs holding a black transport case. "You should not have come down here," he said. The lockers began whispering Diane's name. The lockers whispered Diane's name until Warren Pike closed the hidden door behind him. Silence returned in pieces. First, the voices nearest her stopped, then those farther down the corridor. The last came from Isaiah's locker, where her name faded into the sound of someone breathing through pain. Pike descended with the black transport case held against his chest. "You knew this level existed," Diane said. "I knew enough to stay out of it." That is not the same thing. It is how the program survives. He set the case on a metal desk built into the end wall. Its surface was buried beneath binders stamped with municipal seals, court numbers, and budget codes, disguised as maintenance expenses. Pike opened the case. Inside was the hammer bag, a portable reader, and a stack of yellowed microfilm cards. The first card bore a title in block capitals. Civic Burden Reduction Program, Off Force 1978. Diane fed it into the reader. A memorandum appeared on the screen. It described a partnership between the police department, the district attorney's office, the courts, and something called the Predictive Custody Unit. The language was dry, almost embarrassed by its own cruelty. Violent acts could not be erased, it said. They could only be divided into components: intent, opportunity, physical trace, memory, motive, and legal consequence. If officers acted on evidence before a predicted crime occurred, the physical event might be prevented. The burden would remain. "So you assign it," Diane said. Pike looked toward the lockers. "The city does." The next file described transfer protocols. Fingerprints could be placed onto a designated subject. Blood could be created beneath fingernails. A complete memory of violence could be implanted with enough sensory detail to withstand interrogation. Motive could be built from fragments of the subject's own fear, resentment, or grief. Legal culpability could then be attached through existing institutional suspicion. The program called such people receivers. Judges called them defendants. The public called them guilty. Why these people? Diane asked. Because a burden holds better when no one is prepared to question where it came from. The records listed selection factors: poverty, addiction, unstable housing, poor representation, prior arrest, cognitive disability, undocumented status, social isolation. Some candidates had no criminal history. They had simply been unlikely to be believed. The warehouse exhaled around them. Diane advanced through decades of reports. Crime rates fell in selected districts. Clearance rates rose. Mayors praised targeted policing. Commissioners received promotions. Each prevented homicide created a conviction elsewhere, often for an older unsolved crime altered to fit the transferred memory. The lockers were not prisons. They were batteries. As long as a conviction remained active, the person inside could receive additional burdens without appearing in public, contradicting a confession, or asking why their fingerprints had changed. Isaiah's file occupied an entire binder. He had been selected before Harold Wynne died. His age, neighborhood, school record, and mother's eviction history made him statistically receptive. The missing 6 minutes of video had not merely shown that he was innocent. They had interfered with his classification. Diane reached the custody page. Her signature appeared beneath a notice stating that exculpatory material had failed to enter permanent storage. Below it, in Rourke's handwriting, were the words, "Custodine demonstrates necessary discretion, except for permanent use." I did not approve that. You reported the card missing. Rourke removed it. You saw the footage. He said the chain was compromised, and you chose not to say otherwise. Pike did not raise his voice. That made it worse. Inside Isaiah's locker, something shifted. Diane remembered the card in her palm. She remembered Rourke leaving it on the intake counter after their meeting. She remembered standing alone with it. The envelope had not disappeared. She had opened a destruction bin. She had dropped the card inside. Not because she believed Isaiah guilty, but because she understood what exposing it might cost. Her position, the department, every case touched by the same detectives. The memory arrived whole. I told myself it would be found in discovery, she whispered. No, Isaiah said through the steel. You told yourself I was already convicted. A printer activated beside the desk. A sheet emerged, listing tomorrow's predicted homicides across Philadelphia. 32 addresses. 32 intended victims. One column was labeled Prevention Step. The next was labeled Recurrit, Reekner. Every entry contained the same name. Isaiah Bell. Then the first address changed. It became Diane's home. Diane stared at her address until the letters blurred. That does not mean someone is going to kill me, she said. Pike's expression tightened. No. It means the warehouse is deciding what your death would be useful for. The printer continued feeding paper. Beneath Diane's address, new fields appeared. Probable entry point, likely weapon, projected witnesses, evidentiary value. The details changed every few seconds, as though the building were testing different versions of her murder. In one, she died in her kitchen. In another, on the stairs outside her apartment. In the last, no body was recovered. Only her blood and a confession signed by Isaiah Bell. Diane tore the sheet from the machine. Why me? Because you are no longer functioning as a custodian. You mean I started asking questions? I mean you stopped consenting. Pike opened a second binder. Inside were personnel evaluations, promotion recommendations, disciplinary records, and photographs of warehouse supervisors, dating back decades. Each file contained a section labeled Discussion Events. Diane found her own name. Her promotion to manager had followed 3 incidents she remembered as administrative failures. A blood sample from a police shooting had been logged under the wrong case number. A witness's coat had vanished before trial. A damaged phone had been destroyed despite a preservation order. She had investigated each loss. She had blamed overwork, obsolete software, careless officers. Her initials appeared beside all 3. Not merely as custodian, as authorizing consent. These were tests, she said. Assessments, Pike replied. The program needed to know whether you valued the integrity of a case more than the stability of the institution. And every time something disappeared, you found a reason not to make the disappearance dangerous. Diane turned pages faster. There were more missing items than she remembered. Fibers misplaced after an officer-involved death. Interview audio overwritten in a child abuse case. A knife returned to the wrong owner. Each incident had been followed by commendation, expanded authority, or a salary increase. Her career had not advanced despite the losses. It had advanced because of them. From inside the lockers came a low stirring, bodies shifting against metal. Pike pointed to a diagram at the back of the binder. It showed central evidence as a branching nervous system, with custodians positioned at junctions. Every suppressed object created what the program called a permissive absence, an empty space in the legal record through which predicted violence could be redirected. The warehouse did not foresee crimes independently. It built them from moral vacancies. A missing blood sample taught it which victim could be disbelieved. A destroyed recording taught it which voice could be removed. A mislabeled weapon taught it how responsibility might be attached to another hand. The future crime scenes in the photographs were not inevitable events. They were drafts. The warehouse arranged possible murders around choices its custodians had already shown they were willing to excuse. Diane remembered the unfinished rooms, exposed studs, hanging wires, walls not yet closed. The crimes were being constructed at the same time as the buildings meant to contain them. And the bags, she asked? Requests for continued consent. The hammer was a request? You gave us the location. We prevented the murder, the burden transferred. To Ernest Vale. Pike said nothing. Diane looked at Isaiah's locker. When I lied to Mara Venn, the warehouse knew I would do it again. It knew what kind of future could be built around you. The memory card pouch had not accused her. It had measured her. A printer farther down the corridor began producing labels. Evidence withheld. Witness discredited. T-Part Alt ED. Confession sifted. Each label bore Diane's signature. Then the amber lights dimmed and the locker doors became reflective. In every steel surface, Diane saw a different version of herself at an intake counter, accepting an object, noticing a discrepancy, and choosing silence. Some versions were younger. One stood in an evidence room not yet built. All made the same small movement. They placed something out of sight. Isaiah spoke from behind his door. "The warehouse doesn't need you to kill anyone, Ms. Mercer." Diane pressed both hands against the warm steel. "What does it need?" The answer came not from Isaiah, but from every locker at once. "For you to decide whose truth can be lost." A final label emerged from the printer. It carried no case number, no offense, and no victim's name. Only a property description. Leanh Mercer Consent, final coction pending. The final evidence bag appeared inside Isaiah Bell's locker. Diane heard the plastic unfold before she saw it, a soft, deliberate crackling behind the steel, followed by Isaiah's sudden gasp. "What happened?" she asked. Something heavy struck the inside of the door. "Back away," Pike said. Diane ignored him. The locker's surface had become translucent around the edges, as though heat were thinning the metal. Through the darkened center, she saw Isaiah crouched against the rear wall, one arm raised to shield his face. At his feet lay a sealed evidence pouch. Inside it was a human heart. The organ was smaller than Diane expected. Dense, red-brown, wrapped in branching vessels that curled against the plastic. It contracted once. The bag tightened around it. Then it relaxed. Diane placed a hand against her chest. Her own heartbeat answered from inside the locker. A label emerged through the intake slot. Property, heart of Leanh Mercer. Condition, active. Coction date, tomorrow. Method, voluntary surrender. A second page followed. It was a confession. Diane read the first paragraph and recognized the language of internal affairs statements. Precise, bloodless, stripped of context. It admitted to destroying Isaiah's memory card, falsifying custody records, facilitating wrongful convictions, and acting alone. The civic burden program was never mentioned. Neither were Pike, Rourke, the courts, the district attorney's office, or the people breathing inside the lockers. The confession transformed a municipal system into one corrupt employee. At the bottom waited a signature line dated tomorrow. "You sign," Pike said, "and this level remains sealed." And Isaiah, his conviction will be reviewed after your death. Isaiah laughed once behind the door. There was no humor in it. "The review has been pending for 5 years," he said. Pike stepped closer to Diane. 32 murders are projected tomorrow. The program can still prevent them. By placing them inside him. By keeping 32 people alive. And what happens to the people chosen to remember those murders? Pike's gaze moved toward the surrounding lockers. The city has always required someone to carry what it refuses to become. Diane looked at the confession again. It offered exactly what she had offered the institution for years. One missing object, one altered record, one manageable explanation. A truth narrowed until it could no longer threaten anyone important. The heart beat inside the bag. With each contraction, Words appeared briefly across the plastic. Sign. Seal. Preserve. Diane tore the confession in half. Every amber light went out. The corridor filled with breathing. Pike opened the transport case and reached for the hammer, but Diane struck the portable reader from the desk. It shattered against the floor. Microfilm cards scattered between the lockers. "You think destroying records changes anything?" he asked. "No," Diane said. "That is what you taught me." She took the department phone from his belt before he could stop her and ran toward the stairs. The hidden door opened for her. Behind Diane, Pike shouted her name. The lockers began hammering from within, hundreds of fists striking steel in broken rhythms. Isaiah's voice rose among them. "Do not let them call it one bad custodian." Diane reached central evidence and locked the hidden aisle behind her with a chain threaded through 2 shelving units. It would not hold Pike for long. At her terminal, she inserted the memory card from the second impossible pouch. The screen recognized it immediately. Folders opened across the desktop. Predictive reports, transfer logs, judicial authorizations, recipient lists, sealed settlements, surveillance recordings, photographs of future rooms, and case histories connected to every person below. The warehouse had not preserved the records for prosecution. It had preserved them in case a custodian finally refused. Diane copied everything to the department's public evidence portal, then to local newsrooms, innocence organizations, defense attorneys, federal investigators, and every address in the city's emergency notification directory. The system demanded authorization. She entered her credentials. Release will compromise active cases. Diane selected Continue. Release Mayandanger Public Safety. She selected Continue. The final warning filled the screen. Chain of custody cannot be restored ons public. Diane thought of Isaiah behind steel. Ernest Vale remembering a woman's skull breaking. Hundreds of people turned into containers because officials had decided their lives were less stable than a conviction. That is the point, she said. She pressed release. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then every printer in central evidence began producing names. Upstairs, alarms sounded throughout police headquarters. Phones rang across the warehouse. The hidden shelves shifted, opening pathways toward the retention level. On Diane's screen, the upload reached completion. The final evidence pouch appeared on the desk beside her. The heart inside was still beating, but the label had changed. Coxon-Clation, every residence in Philadelphia. Far above the warehouse, thousands of rolls of evidence tape began unspooling at once. The first strips of evidence tape reached Diane before the police did. They slid from the ceiling vents in pale yellow ribbons, twisting through the fluorescent light. One wrapped around the public terminal. Another stretched across the freight elevator doors. The adhesive carried the warm chemical smell of new plastic, but the printed letters were from an older department seal. Do not enter. Contents under municipal custody. Above ground, the same words appeared across Philadelphia. Tape crawled around apartment doors, sealed row house windows, crossed hospital entrances, and tightened over the glass fronts of late-night stores. It emerged from mail slots, drains, heating vents, and gaps beneath baseboards. People who tried to tear it down found another layer beneath, bearing their full names and addresses. Central evidence filled with footsteps. Federal agents, city attorneys, uniformed officers, reporters, and technicians descended through headquarters. Pike was pulled from the impossible aisle with blood on his hands and no visible wound. He warned them not to open the retention level. The warning only guaranteed that they would. Cutting tools failed against the locker doors, but when the first reporter spoke Malcolm Ross's name aloud, his locker opened by itself. Warm air rolled into the corridor. Malcolm fell forward alive. He had the body of the man who had died in prison and the eyes of someone who had remained awake for every year since. His first breath outside the locker became a scream containing several voices, several confessions, and the remembered pain of crimes committed across 3 decades. The other doors began opening. People emerged unable to stand, carrying fingerprints that belonged to strangers and memories that contradicted their own lives. Teresa Quill begged officers to search beneath a floor in a house demolished 12 years earlier. Jonah Price recited the final thoughts of 6 murder victims whose cases had never been connected. Isaiah Bell was the last to come out. He had aged unevenly. Gray threaded one side of his hair, while the other side of his face retained the softness of the teenager shown in his arrest photograph. He stepped past Diane without looking at her and placed the impossible memory card on the evidence desk. Then the city began finding its property. A woman in Chestnut Hill discovered a kitchen knife beneath her pillow, sealed in a bag bearing photographs of her husband's body. She had never harmed him, but she had imagined it during an argument and immediately hated herself for the thought. A school teacher in South Philadelphia opened a closet and found children's drawings documenting an abduction she had once feared she might fail to prevent. A retired judge found fingerprints on his dining room wall belonging to defendants whose testimony he had dismissed. Throughout the city, weapons appeared inside locked drawers. Blood gathered in sinks without wounds. Phones contained videos of rooms that did not exist. Confessions printed themselves in familiar handwriting, describing cruelties their authors had considered, excused, ignored, or secretly wished upon others. The warehouse had lost the boundaries that distinguished evidence from possibility. Diane gave her testimony from the intake counter while cameras broadcast across every available channel. She described Isaiah's card, the lockers, the transfer protocols, and every disappearance she had rationalized. She did not call herself deceived. I knew what evidence meant, she said. I also knew what happened when evidence became inconvenient. I believed that responsibility could be contained inside a case file, a prison cell, or a person no one would defend. Behind her, officials carried the freed receivers toward ambulances. We did not reduce violence, Diane continued. We separated action from consequence. We allowed one person to keep the safety and gave another person the guilt. The warehouse only perfected what the city had already agreed to do. At dawn, the evidence tape stopped moving. Every building remained sealed. No one could leave until they opened the bag assigned to them. Some people confessed to crimes they had committed. Others confessed to silence, contempt, fantasies, neglect, and moments when another person's suffering had seemed useful. The city courts collapsed beneath cases involving offenses that had never occurred and evidence that remained physically undeniable. Diane's heart continued beating inside its pouch. It no longer matched the rhythm in her chest. Isaiah stood beside her as daylight filtered weakly down the elevator shaft. "Does opening everything free them?" she asked. "No," he said. "It only makes storage impossible." The heart struck the plastic once. Across Philadelphia, millions of sealed bags answered. And inside every house, someone recognized their own handwriting on a confession they had not yet decided whether to make. Institutions often describe injustice as error, a lost record, a flawed procedure, one dishonest employee. But systems are rarely sustained by one dramatic act. They survive through smaller choices, each person deciding that another person's truth is too inconvenient to protect. Diane believed guilt could be stored in someone less powerful and forgotten. When the warehouse opened, Philadelphia discovered that responsibility does not disappear simply because society changes the label on the bag. What would happen if every thought, silence, and compromise you had placed inside someone else were returned to your door? Story 2. The first thing Reverend Isaac Bell noticed about Capel Bethania was that its bell rope had been tied out of reach. It hung from the shadowed rafters above the porch, the frayed end looped around an iron hook nearly 10 feet from the floor. Beneath it stood a chair coated in coal dust, as though no one had climbed upon it for years. Isaac set down his case and looked across the village. Cumglow lay in a fold of the Welsh hills where daylight seemed reluctant to enter. Slate-roofed cottages descended toward the abandoned mine, their chimneys breathing gray smoke into the rain. Beyond them, spoil heaps rose like burial mounds. The road ended at the chapel yard, where gravestones leaned downhill as if listening beneath the earth. It was Sunday afternoon. No one had come to meet him. The superintendent who had arranged Isaac's temporary appointment had written only that Bethania required a steady hand and no taste for spectacle. Once, congregations had praised Isaac's certainty. Now certainty was the one thing he could no longer perform without feeling a hillside move again in his memory. He unlocked the chapel. Inside, the air smelled of wet wool, old hymn books, and the mineral cold of a cellar. The pews were polished black with generations of hands. A pulpit stood beneath a plain wooden cross, and behind it a narrow window showed the mine ridge under rain. Nothing seemed neglected. Fresh rushes had been placed in the vestibule. The communion cloth was newly washed. On the lectern, a Bible lay open to the story of Lazarus. Yet the silence did not feel like absence. It felt scheduled. Isaac spent the evening in the vestry, reading the chapel register. The most recent service had been entered on Monday, as had the one before it and the one before that. Each line was written in the same narrow hand. Monday, Monday, Monday. He assumed it was an old local habit. Mining villages had their own arrangements with the week. Shift bells mattered more than church calendars. At dusk, an elderly woman appeared carrying a covered dish. "Mrs. Mayor Pritchard," she said. "You'll eat before tomorrow." Tomorrow? She studied him, not unkindly. Her coat was black, buttoned to the throat, and a dark red stain marked the hem. The service. I was told Sundays. We keep Sunday on Monday here. Her tone suggested that the matter required no explanation. Isaac looked at the mud on her coat. It was the color of brick dust, though the chapel yard was black with rain and coal grit. Was there a fall on the upper road? Mrs. Pritchard glanced down, as if surprised to find the stain. No, not this week. She left the dish and walked into the rain without opening her umbrella. The following morning, the congregation arrived shortly before 11 o'clock. They came in family groups, dressed with severe Sunday neatness. Men in dark suits shiny at the elbows, women in hats pinned against weather that had already passed, children with damp hair combed flat. Every coat, skirt, trouser cuff, and polished shoe bore the same red mud. No one spoke of it. They filled the chapel from the front row backward. Isaac counted 63 people, more than the village appeared capable of holding. When he entered the pulpit, they lowered their heads together. He had prepared a sermon on endurance. Halfway through the first sentence, the old lie returned to his mouth. That suffering was never meaningless, that faith could make a shelter where stone and earth could not. He stopped. Rain ticked against the window. 63 faces waited. Isaac abandoned the sermon and read instead from the open Bible. His voice sounded thin, but the congregation seemed relieved. When they sang the closing hymn, their harmony was low and controlled. Then Isaac heard the second singing. It came from beneath the floorboards. The same hymn, the same words. But every line began in one beat late. Isaac lost his place. The congregation above continued without looking down. Their shoes rested neatly on the boards while the slower voices moved beneath them, patient and muffled, as if rising through packed earth. At the final verse, the living voices stopped. The lower congregation sang one note longer. And from directly below the pulpit, a child's voice whispered the name Isaac had not heard since the landslide. Father. The child's whisper did not come again. Isaac remained behind the pulpit. After the congregation had gone, one hand gripping the edge of the lectern until the wood pressed a groove into his palm. He listened to the chapel settling around him. Rainwater moving through the gutters, a loose pane trembling in the wind, the soft contraction of old boards as the room cooled. Nothing beneath the floor. He told himself the voice had belonged to one of the children leaving through the vestibule. Sound behaves strangely in stone buildings. He had preached in chapels where a cough at the back returned from the pulpit as a murmur beside his ear. But no child in Subayam Glow knew the name Gethin had used for him. The village gave Isaac a room above the disused post office. Its windows faced the mine ridge, where rusted winding gear stood against the sky like a gallows stripped of rope. Each morning he walked past cottages whose occupants greeted him politely, but never invited him inside. They called him Reverend Bell, never Isaac, and when he asked why Bethania worshipped on Mondays, they offered variations of the same answer. It has always suited us. The miners worked Sundays once. Monday is quieter. No one sounded evasive. That troubled him more than secrecy would have. The custom did not feel protected by fear, but by habit so old that questioning it seemed indecent. At the grocer's, Isaac found Mrs. Pritchard weighing potatoes into a paper sack. "You heard them," she said without looking up. He kept his voice low. "Heard whom?" "The late ones." The grocer continued stacking tins as though the phrase meant nothing. Isaac asked what was beneath the chapel. "Ground," Mrs. Pritchard replied. "And what ground is usually asked to keep?" Then she smiled, paid for her potatoes, and left. That night, Isaac dreamed of Ellen kneeling beside a pew while dust sifted from the rafters. Gethin was under the communion table, counting each tremor aloud. Isaac stood at the chapel door with both hands raised, telling them not to move. "Faith is not stillness," Ellen said. But that was not what she had said on the day the hillside came down. On that day, rain had been falling for 40 hours. The road below Penrose Chapel had already split, and a farmer had shouted that the upper slope was moving. Isaac remembered the congregation rushing toward the door. He remembered standing before them, insisting panic would kill more surely than earth. He had believed that calm was courage. He had believed authority was the same as responsibility. Ellen had taken Gethin's hand and asked, "Are you certain?" Isaac had answered in the voice he used when doubt threatened other people. "Stay, pray. God will hold this place." The memory always ended there. He did not allow it to continue to the roar of stone, or to the silence afterward, or to the fact that his own body had been found outside. The next Monday, every pew at Bethania was occupied except one. Mrs. Pritchard's place in the front row remained empty. Isaac noticed because her hymn book had already been set out. A red thumbprint marked the cover. During the first hymn, the voices beneath the floor returned. They followed the congregation one beat behind, slower and rougher than before. Isaac listened for the child, but heard only men and women singing through what sounded like mouths full of soil. After the service, a boy ran into the chapel, shouting that Mrs. Pritchard's chimney had fallen. They found her in the narrow lane beside her cottage. Slate covered the place where she had been standing moments earlier. One sharp slab had driven through the basket in her hand and split the paving stone beneath it. Mrs. Pritchard sat against the wall, pale but unhurt. "I forgot the service," she said. No one expressed surprise at her survival. Instead, the villagers looked toward Bethania. From inside the closed chapel came a single, tremendous crash beneath the floor. Isaac ran back and opened the door. A fine red dust hung above the empty front pew. Mrs. Pritchard's hymn book lay open on the seat, and across both pages was the fresh imprint of a hand pressed flat from underneath. The handprint on Mrs. Pritchard's hymn book had 5 fingers, but the proportions were wrong. The palm was too broad, the fingers flattened and thick, as though pressed by someone who had spent a lifetime gripping drills, shovels, and wet rope. Red grit had settled into the paper's grain. When Isaac touched it, the dust clung beneath his fingernail and smelled faintly of iron. The villagers would not enter the chapel. They waited in the yard, while Isaac carried the hymn book to the vestry. Mrs. Pritchard stood among them, wrapped in a borrowed shawl. She would not look at the red mark. "Whose hand is this?" Isaac asked. No one answered. Daffyd Rees, the chapel secretary, removed his spectacles and said, "It is best not to make a mystery of what has already done its work." A chimney fell where she was standing and missed her, and something happened beneath this floor. Daffyd put his spectacles back on. Then something beneath the floor was struck instead. The words were spoken without cruelty. That made Isaac feel colder. By afternoon, the congregation had dispersed. Isaac returned alone to Bethania and locked the door. The register lay in the vestry cupboard beneath a stack of communion cloths. He had examined its recent pages before. But now he noticed that the paper along the binding was unusually thick. Each leaf seemed folded inward and stitched twice. Using a letter opener, he eased apart the most recent page. A narrow, hidden column unfolded from its inner edge. Beside each Monday date, beyond the list of worshippers, another name had been written in faded brown ink. Some entries included occupations: hewer, timberman, engine boy, shot firer. Others gave only a name and the number of a mine level. The visible register recorded attendance. The concealed column recorded someone else. Isaac turned back through the book. The hidden names continued for generations. On weeks, when a living congregant had been marked absent, one of the concealed names bore a small black cross. Sometimes a cause had been added in the margin: crushed hand, burns, falling stone, broken neck. The handwriting changed over the years, but the arrangement did not. He found the entry for that morning: Mayor Pritchard, absent. In the folded column beside her name, Emmer Vaughn, deceased, Glendew Colliery, 1952. Beneath it, written in fresher ink: impact from height, received. Isaac sat down. The memorial in the village square listed 12 men killed at Glendew in 1952. Emmer Vaughn was among them. Isaac carried the register there before dusk. Rain glazed the black stone and ran through the carved letters. Emmer's name was followed by his age: 29. More than 70 years had passed since his death. Mrs. Pritchard found Isaac standing before the monument. "Did you know him?" he asked. "My father did." "Emmer Vaughn died before you were born." "Yes. And today he was injured by your chimney." Her face tightened. "Do not say it like that." "How should I say it?" "As mercy." Isaac looked at her. "Mercy for whom?" Mrs. Pritchard turned toward the chapel. That is always the question people ask too late. That night, Isaac carried the register to his room above the post office. He placed it on the table, locked the door, and pushed a chair beneath the handle. Sleep would not come. Wind moved along the roof tiles. Somewhere in the building, pipes knocked with the slow rhythm of a hymn trying to remember itself. Near midnight, he heard a page turn. Isaac lit the lamp. The register lay open to the entry for Mrs. Pritchard and Emmer Vaughn. Nothing moved. Then a red fingerprint appeared beside Emmer's name. A second print formed beneath it. Then a third. They emerged one by one from the paper, wet and ridged, as though invisible fingers were pressing upward through the page. Isaac stepped back until the chair struck the door. The final print appeared in the blank space below Emmer Vaughn. Beside it, in fresh red mud, a new name began writing itself: Gethin Bell. Isaac did not touch the name. He watched it darken on the page until each letter looked pressed into the paper with a muddy fingertip. Gethin Bell. No date beside it. No occupation. No black cross. Only the name, waiting beneath Emmer Vaughn's. By morning, the writing had dried to a rust-colored stain. Isaac carried the register back to Bethania wrapped in his coat. He told no one what he had seen. Shame made secrecy easy. For years he had spoken of Ellen and Gethin as victims of a disaster, never as people who had obeyed him. Even in his own memory, the landslide arrived like weather, terrible, impersonal, without a human hand upon it. But the register had written his son's name as though a debt had found its account. The next Monday, Owen Perry did not come to chapel. Isaac noticed him standing across the road as the congregation entered. Owen was a broad-shouldered mechanic in his 30s who repaired farm equipment near the mine. He wore his Sunday suit, but no coat, despite the cold. "You are expected inside," Isaac said. "Not today." "Why?" "My wife is expecting our first child." The answer made no sense until Isaac saw the fear beneath it. "You believe missing worship will protect you." "I believe Emmer Vaughn protected Mare." "And who protects the person beneath you?" Owen's jaw tightened. "They are already dead." Inside, the congregation left Owen's place empty. No one asked where he was. During the first hymn, Isaac heard the lower voices begin as always, one beat behind. But one voice was missing. The absence was distinct, like a gap where a tooth had been pulled. Isaac found himself wondering whether the dead could refuse attendance too. Halfway through the sermon, a metallic groan rolled across the valley. Every head turned toward the mine ridge. Then came a shout outside. The congregation rose together and moved toward the door with such calm that Isaac understood they had been waiting for this. At the abandoned entrance to Glendew Colliery, Owen lay beneath the rusted frame of an old haulage gate. One support had collapsed, bringing down a length of iron thick enough to crush a man's chest. Yet the beam had stopped an inch above him. A corroded chain, fixed to nothing Isaac could see, held it suspended. Owen crawled free. The moment his boots cleared the metal, the chain snapped and the beam struck the ground hard enough to shake dust from the walls. His wife ran to him, sobbing. Owen laughed once, breathlessly. Then Bethania answered from across the village. A sound like timber splitting came from beneath the chapel. It was followed by the crash of a pew falling onto stone. The villagers stopped moving. From below the distant floor came one muffled scream. It was not loud. It did not need to be. The sound carried through the earth with the intimacy of a voice heard through a bedroom wall. Owen's face changed. "Who was it?" Isaac asked. No one replied. Back at the chapel, the congregation gathered in the yard while Isaac entered alone. Red dust drifted between the pews. One hymn book had fallen from a shelf, though every window remained closed. He knelt where Owen usually sat and pressed his ear to the floor. At first, he heard only his breathing. Then, far below, someone began to sob. The boards were oak, old but not rotten. Isaac fetched a crowbar from the vestry and forced its end into a seam. The first plank resisted. The second lifted with a dry crack, releasing cold air that smelled of coal, damp wool, and sweet decay. There should have been packed earth beneath the chapel. Instead, Isaac saw darkness. He widened the opening and lowered the lamp. 6 feet below stood another row of pews. They were arranged directly beneath those above, identical in shape but older, their wood split and white with dust. One pew had collapsed inward. Beneath it, a man in a miner's coat lay folded across the broken boards, his chest crushed by an invisible weight. Around him, the rest of the buried congregation remained seated. Every face was tilted upward toward Isaac. and in the empty place beside the dead miner, someone had set down a child's hymn book bearing Gethin's name. The child's hymn book lay open beneath Isaac's lamp. Its pages had swollen with damp, but the name on the flyleaf remained unmistakable. Gethin Bell written in Ellen's careful hand, with the final letter curled beneath itself, because their son had once complained that his name looked too small without a flourish. Isaac reached down through the lifted floorboards. The buried congregation did not move. Their faces remained raised toward him, pale beneath coal dust and red clay. The crushed miner lay across the broken pew, his mouth open around the scream that had already traveled through the earth. Isaac's fingers closed around the hymn book. Every head below turned at once. He dropped it. The book struck the lower floor and shut. The dead resumed their former positions, but the sound of the closing cover continued far beneath them, repeating through levels of darkness like a series of doors. Isaac replaced the boards before leaving. By sunset, he had hammered them down so thoroughly that the new nails bent beneath the final blows. The following morning, the aisle was longer. At first, he blamed perspective. Bethania had always been narrow, its pale walls drawing the eye toward the pulpit. Yet when Isaac walked from the vestry to the entrance, he counted 32 paces where there had been 27. He measured again. 34. The front doors appeared no farther away, but each step reached them more slowly. Daffod Reese found him standing midway down the aisle with a length of string in his hands. "You open the floor," Daffod said. Isaac looked toward the vestry. "Who told you?" The chapel did. David's gaze moved to the pews. Their legs no longer stood level. Each row leaned slightly toward the pulpit, following a floor that had begun to slope downward. "This place is changing." "No," Daffod replied. "It is making room." "For whom?" Daffod removed his spectacles, polished them, and said, "For those we have asked to carry us." The week should have passed slowly. Instead, Monday returned with the feeling of a page turned too soon. Isaac remembered Tuesday clearly. Rain against the post office windows and a parcel delivered from Brecon. He remembered Wednesday because Owen Perry crossed the street rather than meet his eyes. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday seemed compressed into one colorless afternoon. He woke to chapel bells. Monday again. No one else appeared troubled. The congregation arrived in their red-stained clothes, filling pews that now descended toward the pulpit in shallow tiers. Isaac began the service without touching the bell rope. During the first hymn, the voices beneath them rose one beat late. Among the rough voices of miners and the thin singing of buried children, Isaac heard a woman take the higher harmony. Ellen had always sung above the melody. She entered on the third line, exactly as she had at Penhose, not loudly, but with the certainty that others would adjust around her. Isaac stopped singing. The congregation continued, while her voice climbed through the floorboards and wrapped itself around his silence. At the end of the verse, she spoke rather than sang. "You left the door open." Isaac gripped the pulpit. A memory broke loose. Rain pouring through Penrose Chapel. Ellen kneeling beside Gethin. The villagers rushing outside. Isaac standing at the threshold, one foot on the path and one inside, insisting that no one interrupt the prayer. Then another image, his hand pulling the door shut. He had not remembered that before. After the service, he opened the pulpit Bible, searching for the Lazarus passage, as though scripture might restore the shape of the room. Something rolled from between the pages. A green glass marble crossed the lectern and stopped against his thumb. Inside it was a white spiral like trapped smoke. Gethin had carried 6 such marbles in his coat pocket. Rescue workers had returned 5. Isaac lifted the Bible. A shallow hollow had been cut into the wood beneath it, exactly the size of the marble. Around the hollow, fresh letters had been carved through the varnish. The cuts were packed with red mud. Your prayer was received. The carving beneath the Bible was still damp. Isaac pressed his thumb into the mud packed inside the final word. It yielded like fresh earth from a grave. Behind him, something shifted in the vestry. Not a footstep. A mechanism. He carried the lamp through the narrow doorway and found the communion cupboard standing several inches from the wall. He had opened it many times. It contained folded cloths, chipped cups, and a bottle of sour wine. Now the entire cabinet had swung outward on hidden iron hinges. Behind it waited a stone stairway. Cold air moved upward, carrying the smell that had risen through the broken floorboards. Coal dust, damp clothing, old blood, and something faintly sweet beneath them all. Isaac should have called the villagers. Instead, he took Gethin's marble and descended alone. The first flight led beneath the vestry into a chapel almost identical to Bethania above. Its ceiling pressed low over rows of pews. Men and women sat shoulder to shoulder, their clothes preserved in the fashions of another generation. Miners wore black coats over work shirts. Their wives held hymn books swollen by damp. Children sat rigidly between them. None turned toward Isaac. Their attention remained fixed upon an empty pulpit. One man's right arm ended at the wrist. Fresh blood darkened the cuff, though the rest of him had the gray stillness of a body dead for decades. A woman nearby bore a burn across her face. Another had a knitting needle driven through her palm. An old miner's skull leaned inward above a newly broken neck. Isaac understood each wound before he understood why. They were ordinary village injuries. Workshop injuries. Kitchen injuries. Falls from ladders, crushed fingers, scalds, cuts, and accidents too specific to belong to a mine collapse. Mercies borrowed from Monday absences. At the rear of the chapel, another stairway descended. The second chamber was larger. Its pews stretched beyond the reach of Isaac's lamp, filled with miners in helmets blackened by explosions. Some still carried lamps at their belts, their flames burning without consuming oil. Their bodies bore newer damage over older deaths. A child's fractured leg upon a man buried in 1881. A rope mark around the throat of a woman whose memorial said she had drowned. Glass embedded in faces that had never seen a motor car. When Isaac stepped between the rows, the dead began to sing. They did not open their mouths together. The hymn traveled backward through the chamber, beginning in the farthest darkness and reaching those nearest him one beat later. Isaac recognized the tune. It was the hymn he had ordered the Penhose congregation to sing while the hillside moved. He descended again. Each stairway led to another Bethania. Some chambers were built from rough mine timber. Others had stone walls sweating red water. One was so vast that its ceiling disappeared above the lamp glow, though Isaac knew he had traveled deep beneath the valley. Hundreds sat waiting, perhaps thousands. Every congregation wore its Sunday clothes. Every garment carried red mud. Some bodies had been crushed beneath invisible roofs. Others trembled with fevers, held broken infants, or pressed hands against wounds delivered from lives continuing far above them. Those who came late had been arriving for generations. At each level, Isaac saw empty places among the dead. New spaces. Reserved spaces. The stairs narrowed until he had to turn sideways. The stone walls gave way to packed red earth, bearing the impressions of fingers. From below came a child humming without words. Gethin? The humming stopped. Isaac entered the deepest chamber. It contained only one short row of pews facing a plain wooden cross. Unlike the others, the wood was clean and newly polished. No congregation waited there. 3 places had been cut into the bench. Above them, carved into the backrest, was the name. Bell. Beneath the first place was Leanh. Beneath the second was Gethin. The third place remained empty, but Isaac's name had already been carved beneath it. On its seat lay the coat he had been wearing on the day of the landslide. Isaac did not touch the coat. It lay folded upon his appointed seat, its shoulders darkened by rain that had fallen more than 11 years ago. One sleeve bore the triangular tear made when rescuers dragged him across the broken chapel yard. Red mud still crusted the buttons. He backed away from the pew. The child's humming resumed behind the wall. Following it, Isaac found a narrow door concealed beneath the wooden cross. The latch was fashioned from a miner's brass tally, polished by countless fingers. When he lifted it, the door opened onto a cramped records room lined with shelves. Ledgers filled every wall. Some were bound in leather. Others were little more than mine account books tied with string. Their spines carried dates extending back beyond the construction of Bethania to a chapel that had once stood beside the first Glendew shaft. Isaac opened the oldest volume. The first pages described the collapse of 1843. 71 miners had been trapped when water and loose earth entered the lower workings during Sunday worship. Their families gathered above the shaft and prayed until the rescue tunnels failed. No bodies were recovered. A minister named Rhys Cadigan had written beneath the list of the dead, "Those who could not return on the Sabbath shall attend upon the following day, and the delay granted to them shall be granted to us." The sentence appeared again in later ledgers. Each repetition had been signed by chapel elders. The entries that followed recorded accidents throughout the village. A cart overturned, but its driver rose unhurt. A child fell into a quarry pool and breathed again. A boiler burst without killing the men beside it. Beside every deliverance was the name of a dead miner. Thomas Llewellyn received the broken ribs. Ianto Price received the drowning. Morgan Evans received the fire. What the villagers called mercy had never prevented suffering. It had merely reassigned it to people whose deaths were thought complete. Isaac moved through the later books. The system became more orderly with each generation. Attendance lists identified who remained eligible for protection. Those present on Monday renewed the covenant. Those absent during the week could be paired with one of the late congregation when danger approached. The dead miners had become a reserve of pain. But the ledgers also contained warnings. A name used too often began appearing in the village. A dead man's voice entered his descendants' houses. Empty pews multiplied beneath the chapel. The arrangement required new bearers whenever the old ones could no longer receive what was passed to them. Isaac thought of the 3 clean places below. He found a recent ledger on a reading stand. Its pages included his arrival, his first service, and every hymn he had chosen. Beneath each Monday date was a phrase written in Daffyd Rees's hand. Authority renewed by the presiding minister. Isaac turned the page. A folded document had been sewn into the binding. Across its top was written, Penrose Chapel, offering of authority. The transcript beneath was dated the day of the landslide. Isaac recognized every word. Remain inside. Do not surrender to fear. Kneel together and place your lives beneath the protection of prayer. I accept responsibility before God for all who obey me. Let what comes be held from them until the prayer is answered. He remembered speaking the first 3 sentences. He did not remember the last 2. Yet beside the transcript appeared the names of Ellen Bell, Gethin Bell, and 11 members of the Penrose congregation. Each had been marked. Obedience accepted. Death delayed. Isaac's hands began to shake. They had not died when the chapel collapsed. His prayer had held them. Not safely. Not mercifully. It had kept them beneath the earth, waiting for an answer from the man who had left them there. At the bottom of the page, a newer paragraph had been added. It recorded Isaac's first Monday service at Bethania. His reading from Lazarus. The hymn sung above and below. His acceptance of the pulpit. The final line was still being written. Red ink traveled across the paper without a pen. By leading those who came on Monday, Reverend Isaac Bell renews authority over every soul who once obeyed him. Behind him, the records room door closed. From the deepest chapel came Ellen's voice, calm and terribly near. Now finish the prayer. Ellen's voice came from beyond the closed door, but not through the wood. It seemed to rise from inside Isaac's chest, using the hollow places where grief had lived longest. The latch would not lift. He pressed against the door until the boards bowed, and the records room opened not onto the stairway, but directly into the deepest chapel. The 3 carved places were no longer empty. Ellen sat beneath her name in the dress she had worn at Penrose, dark blue wool powdered with red dust. Her hair was pinned neatly, though one side of her face bore the gray bruising of stone pressure. Gethin sat beside her. He looked 8 years old. His shoes did not reach the floor. One hand held the green marble Isaac had carried downstairs. The other rested inside his mother's palm. Beyond them, the pew had lengthened. 11 more people sat in silence. The Morgan family, whose farmhouse had stood below Penrose Hill. Isaac recognized Elune Morgan, his wife, Catherine, their daughters, and the laborers who had sheltered with them when the rain began. Mud filled the seams of their collars. Isaac had preached at their memorial. No bodies had been found. Ellen. She watched him with the exhausted patience she had once reserved for sermons delivered too long after supper. "You said you stayed," she said. "I did." Gethin rolled the marble across his knuckles. "Not inside." The chapel walls trembled. Memory returned in fragments. Villagers shouting outside, plaster splitting, Ellen asking him to help Gethin stand. Isaac saw himself at the chapel door, one hand raised toward those kneeling behind him. He had stepped onto the path. Only to call for help, he told himself. But the memory continued. Rescuers ran from the lower road carrying ropes and shovels. One tried to pass him. Isaac blocked the doorway. "They must not break the prayer," he had said. A man struck his shoulder. Isaac pushed him back. Inside, Gethin began to cry. Ellen called Isaac's name once. He pulled the door shut. "No," Isaac whispered. "You believed doubt would make the walls fall," Ellen said. "So you kept doubt outside." The earth moved moments later. Isaac remembered being thrown down the path by the first collapse. He remembered clawing at rubble after the roof disappeared. Over the years, he had joined these moments together and placed himself inside the chapel until the end. It was easier to mourn as a survivor than live as the man who guarded the door. "The prayer saved you," he said, though the words tasted rotten. "It delayed us," Ellen replied. Around them, the Morgan family lowered their heads. "When Bethania's dead heard your offering, they took it into their covenant. You gave authority over every life that obeyed you. You told us to remain until God answered." "I never meant." "Meaning is for the living. Vows belong to whoever must keep them." Gethin looked up. Red clay lined his eyelashes. "Did God answer, Father?" Isaac could not speak. Above them, bells began ringing through layers of buried chapels. Each answered the one before it a beat late. The sound descended until the pew beneath the Bell family vibrated. "Every Monday you stand above us and begin again," Ellen said. "Every hymn says the prayer is unfinished. Every blessing tells us to stay. What does the chapel want?" "What you promised." Isaac looked at the third carved place. His coat hung over the backrest, waiting. "If I sit with you, will it release the others?" Ellen's expression softened. "You are still asking someone else to carry the answer." A crack opened before Isaac's feet. Through it he saw chapel after chapel descending without end, every pew filled with those who had borne another person's misfortune. Far above, footsteps entered Bethania. The Monday congregation had arrived, though Isaac was certain only one night had passed. Daffyd Reese's voice traveled down the stairways. "Reverend Bell, they are waiting for you to begin." Gethin placed the green marble on Isaac's empty seat. Then every buried face turned toward the pulpit above, and Ellen said, "If you lead them once more, we remain forever." Isaac climbed toward the voices above. At every buried level, the dead turned their heads to follow him. Some bore injuries so fresh that blood still moved through the dust on their clothes. Others held broken limbs against bodies that had been cold for more than a century. None asked him to stay. That silence accused him more completely than any plea. When Isaac emerged through the vestry stairway, the Monday congregation was seated and waiting. Daffyd Reese stood beside the pulpit with the open Bible in his hands. Mrs. Pritchard occupied her usual place. Owen Parry sat with his wife, one protective hand resting over her swollen belly. Their clothes carried more red mud than before. "You must begin," Daffod said. Isaac looked toward the floor, beneath which Ellen, Gethin, and the others waited. "No." The word altered the room. The lamps dimmed. Somewhere below, hundreds of hymn books closed together. Daffod's face remained composed. "You do not understand what refusal means. I understand exactly what obedience has meant." The elders led Isaac into the vestry and shut the door. 4 of them stood between him and the concealed stairway. They spoke not like conspirators, but custodians defending a necessary structure. The covenant had accumulated more than injuries, they explained. Every death postponed within C.O. William Glow remained attached to the person who should have suffered it. The miners below had absorbed the blow, the fire, the water, the illness, but the original consequence had never vanished. It had only been held. "If they are released," Mrs. Pritchard said, "the mercy returns to its owner." "My chimney?" "It will finish falling." Owen's hand moved instinctively toward his chest. Daffod described generations of suspended endings. Children who had survived fevers would die in old age from the sickness that had once been carried away. Men saved from mine explosions would burn where they stood. Descendants might receive consequences inherited from those no longer living to accept them. The village had borrowed so much life that repayment could empty every house before nightfall. Isaac thought of the ledgers. The neat pairings. One person's escape written beside another person's renewed agony. You knew what happened beneath the chapel. We knew enough to be grateful. You called it mercy because the suffering occurred where you did not have to see it. Mrs. Pritchard lowered her eyes. Daffod placed the Bible before Isaac. "Lead the service. Nothing changes. Your family remains and the village survives." Isaac saw then how easily the offer found the oldest weakness in him. Stand in the pulpit. Speak with certainty. Tell frightened people that obedience would protect them. Place the cost somewhere unseen. He closed the Bible. There will be no more Monday service. The elders locked Bethania and removed the vestry key. For the next 6 days, someone guarded the chapel yard. The village avoided Isaac. Curtains closed when he passed. Owen followed him once and begged him to reconsider, saying his child should not inherit an accident committed before its birth. Isaac had no answer that could make innocence safe. On Sunday morning, before dawn had fully entered the valley, he crossed the graveyard through heavy rain. The chapel door remained locked, but the small coal hatch beneath the vestry window had been left unsecured. Isaac crawled through it, tearing his coat on the iron frame. Inside, Bethania had steepened. The aisle descended sharply toward the pulpit, while the entrance seemed impossibly high behind him. Beneath the floor, the late congregation whispered the opening words of a hymn. The bell rope still hung from the rafters, tied beyond reach. Isaac dragged the coal-dusted chair beneath it and climbed. His fingers missed the rope. He stood on the chair's back, then pulled himself onto a roof beam while the building groaned below. Outside, villagers began pounding on the doors. "Isaac," Daffod shouted. "It is not the appointed day." That is why they must hear it. Isaac reached the iron hook and tore the rope free. For one moment, he remembered closing the Penrose door against rescuers. He felt again the terrible satisfaction of believing himself the only man entitled to decide when help could enter. Then he pulled. The bell rang on Sunday. The sound struck the valley like a crack through stone. Beneath Isaac, every buried bell answered at once, not one beat late, but together. The chapel doors flew open. So did the doors in every chamber below. Daylight poured into Bethania from the graveyard, while red darkness opened beneath the pulpit. The living congregation rushed in from above. From below, hundreds of dead worshippers began climbing toward them. The two processions met in the sloping aisle, and as the first figures passed one another, every face, living and dead alike, became covered in the same red mud. The red mud did not distinguish the dead from the living. It covered every face alike, filling wrinkles, sealing eyelashes, darkening mouths. Villagers stumbled upward from the aisle, while miners descended from chambers that had not seen daylight in generations. They passed through one another without becoming transparent, without vanishing, without offering any sign by which Isaac could separate memory from flesh. Mrs. Pritchard emerged carrying a miner's lamp. Behind her came a woman who wore Mrs. Pritchard's coat. Owen Perry held his wife's hand until another Owen, chest crushed beneath an invisible beam, stepped between them. His wife screamed, but both men turned toward her with the same expression. The bell continued to ring above them, though Isaac no longer held the rope. He pushed through the congregation. Ellen. Faces turned. Some belonged to people he had buried. Others belonged to villagers he had seen that morning. Many seemed to belong to both. Old miners, wearing the eyes of their grandchildren, dead children carrying the stooped postures of adults who had survived them. Gethin. A boy slipped past the pulpit. Isaac followed, but when the child looked back, his face belonged to no one Isaac knew. Red mud ran from his mouth as he began the hymn sung at Penrose. One beat later, the entire chapel joined him. The building could no longer contain them. Worshippers poured through the open doors into the graveyard and down the village road. Those coming from below blinked at the rain. Those who had entered from outside stared at their own houses, as if returning after decades underground. No one could agree upon who had been alive before the bell. Dafydd Rhys stood beneath the porch, wiping mud from his spectacles. "You have confused the attendants," he said. Isaac seized his shoulders. "Where is my family?" Dafydd looked toward the crowd. "You brought them all together. Why should your dead be easier to recognize than ours?" Inside Bethania, pages began turning. The chapel register lay open on the vestry table, its folded columns spreading across the floor like pale roots. Ink moved over them in quick black lines. Isaac knelt beside it. The causes of death were disappearing. Crushed beneath stone became present. Drowned in quarry water became present. Killed at Glendew became present. Names once hidden in the inner columns moved onto the visible attendance lists. Beside them appeared the names of living villagers, but the register no longer separated one group from the other. Every death had become a service attended. Every survival had become an absence temporarily excused. Isaac found the page for Penrose. Ellen Bell, present. Gethin Bell, present. Isaac Bell, present. He pressed his finger against his own name. The ink was wet. A voice behind him said, "Father." Gethin stood in the vestry doorway. He held the green marble between finger and thumb. Red mud covered his Sunday clothes, but his face was exactly as Isaac remembered it before the rain began. Isaac reached for him. The boy stepped back. "Is it Monday now?" Before Isaac could answer, Ellen appeared behind their son. She did not look injured. She looked tired. "The prayer is finished," Isaac said. "No," she replied. "You only changed who must answer it." The bell stopped. For one breath, the entire valley fell silent. Then every person outside began walking home. Isaac followed Ellen and Gethin into the rain, but the crowd folded around them. A woman wearing Ellen's blue dress entered Mrs. Pritchard's cottage. A child with Gethin's marble took Owen's hand. At the post office window, Isaac saw his own reflection standing inside before he had reached the door. By nightfall, each house in Seawem Glow was occupied. No family questioned who had returned with them. The following Sunday, Bethania was full. Isaac stood at the back, unable to remember whether he had come from the village or from beneath the floor. A minister he did not recognize led the hymn. Every worshiper wore clean clothes. The next morning, they returned in red mud. Across the mining valleys, bells rang from chapels long abandoned. Congregations gathered on Sunday, then gathered again on Monday, wearing the same clothes, stained from the same earth. No one could explain why the second service was necessary. But whenever the Sunday congregation reached the final line of a hymn, voices beneath every chapel repeated it, one beat late. And among them, Isaac still heard Gethin asking whether God had answered. Some communities survive by placing their suffering where they no longer have to witness it. They call the result mercy, tradition, or faith, but the hidden burden does not disappear simply because the person carrying it is already dead. Isaac believed authority meant deciding who should remain, who should obey, and when rescue was permitted to enter. In the end, he opened every door, but too late to preserve the difference between salvation and punishment. If your survival required another person to suffer unseen, would you still call it a blessing? Story 3. The wisdom tooth moved after the room had gone still. It did not roll. Mara Venn would have noticed that. The stainless steel tray was slightly concave, and any loose object placed near its rim would settle toward the center. Instead, the tooth gave one neat little jump, tapped the metal, and rested exactly where it had been. Mara looked up from the computer. The extraction room at the Glasgow Forensic Dental Unit was empty, except for her, the sedated patient beyond the half-closed partition, and the white glare of the surgical lamp. Rain pressed softly against the narrow basement windows. The ventilator breathed in patient intervals. Somewhere inside the wall, a pipe knocked once and stopped. On the tray, the tooth shone with blood and irrigation fluid. Mara waited. Nothing moved. She returned to the clinical note. The patient was Leona Hume, 31, arrested twice but charged with nothing, summoned as a witness in the Brody appeal, and silent through every formal interview. She had agreed to the extraction because the lower right wisdom tooth had split around an old filling and developed an abscess. She had refused a hospital appointment. The police liaison office had arranged this one instead. That, Mara told herself, was not unusual. People trusted quiet clinics more than crowded wards. People with reasons to fear records preferred rooms without windows. People who had spent years avoiding questions often opened their mouths willingly when the questions concerned pain. Mara entered the final line. Patient tolerated procedure well. Behind the partition, Leona made a low sound through the gauze. Mara stood and checked her. The woman's eyelids trembled beneath the sedative, but her pulse remained steady. One hand lay on the blanket, fingers stained with nicotine. On the inside of her wrist was a crescent-shaped scar, pale and old. Mara had seen the scar before. Not on Leona. In a photograph. The thought arrived with such clarity that Mara felt the cold edge of the desk against her palm. She searched her memory for the case image, the evidence file, the body chart. Nothing settled. After 20 years in forensic dentistry, scars repeated. So did broken jaws, enamel fractures, bite patterns, excuses. Especially excuses. The tooth clicked again. This time Mara saw it. A small contraction seemed to pass through the root, like a finger bending beneath skin. The crown tipped forward and struck the tray twice. Tap, tap. Mara crossed the room. The extracted molar was ordinary in every visible respect. Broad crown, partially fused roots, a dark seam of decay along the distal surface. She lifted it with forceps. The root was warm. That was not possible after 12 minutes in a cold room. She set it back down and reached for the specimen pot. Police procedure required all extracted material from protected witnesses to be sealed, labeled, and transferred to refrigerated storage. Mara had always considered the rule excessive. Teeth were useful evidence only when matched to a body, a wound, or a dental record. A tooth alone could not testify. As she lowered it into the pot, something brushed the inside of her glove. Mara jerked back. The tooth remained between the forceps. A thin thread of blood stretched from the root to the tray, trembling in the air. Then the ventilator stopped. The silence was so complete that Mara heard Leona swallowing behind the partition. A voice spoke from the metal tray. He was already on the floor when I came in. Mara did not move. The sentence was faint, almost lost beneath the rain, but the cadence was unmistakably human, a woman speaking carefully, as though each word had been rehearsed and feared. Mara looked at Leona. The patient's jaw was packed with gauze. Her lips had not moved. The tooth tapped once. I saw the other man wash his hands. Mara's grip tightened until the forceps trembled. She knew those words. They belonged to a statement that had never reached the Brody appeal. A statement police had described as incomplete, unreliable, and later withdrawn. No recording of it existed in the clinic. No copy should have existed anywhere. Mara could hear it. The tooth turned slowly in the forceps until the broken crown faced her. Then in Leona Hume's voice, it whispered one final sentence. Ask Dr. Venn why she changed the bite. The tooth had stopped speaking by the time the ventilator restarted. Mara remained beside the tray, forceps raised, listening to the machinery recover itself. Air moved through the ceiling vent. Rain scratched the basement glass. Behind the partition, Leona Hume breathed through her nose with the wet rhythm of someone sleeping after dental work. Asked Dr. Venn why she changed the bite. Mara sealed the tooth in its specimen pot. She did not write down what she had heard. Instead, she completed Leona's discharge record and called the police liaison officer. By the time 2 constables arrived, Mara had disinfected the tray twice. Leona woke confused, touching the swelling along her jaw. "Did I say anything?" she asked. Mara kept her face neutral. "You were sedated." "That wasn't what I asked." Mara handed her the aftercare sheet. At the door, Leona glanced back toward the covered tray. Her tongue pressed against the empty place in her mouth. Then she looked directly at Mara. "You should have left it in." By morning, Mara had placed the incident inside the category she reserved for unrepeatable sensory errors. Fatigue, suggestion. The Brody appeal had been discussed all week, and Leona's name had appeared on documents Mara reviewed before the procedure. The mind was not a recording device. It assembled meaning from fragments, particularly when exhausted. Mara had explained that principle in court many times. She showered, pinned her dark hair into its usual knot, and replaced her theater clothes with a charcoal suit. At 7:30, she entered the upstairs consultation room, carrying coffee she did not drink, and became Dr. Mara Venn again. The room displayed the architecture of her certainty. Framed qualifications lined one wall. On another hung photographs from conferences in Edinburgh, London, and Copenhagen. A newspaper clipping beneath glass described her testimony in the Brody trial as decisive. The headline used the word uninterrupted. Before that case, Mara had been respected within a narrow professional circle. After it, prosecutors requested her by name. She appeared on training panels. Junior dentists copied her phrasing. When evidence was incomplete, she knew how to state its limits without weakening its force. Noel Brody's conviction had taught the public what Mara's colleagues already knew. Teeth endured when memory failed. The victim, 19-year-old Callum Rusk, had been found in a tenement stairwell with bruising along his throat and a curved injury on his shoulder. Mara compared the mark with Brody's dental impressions. The match was not perfect. Human skin distorted. Swelling altered dimensions. Pressure changed shape. But uncertainty could sound like incompetence when spoken aloud. So she had described the injury as strongly consistent. The jury heard certainty. Mara told herself they had chosen it. Shortly before noon, she returned to the basement to log Leona's specimen. The cold storage room smelled of clove disinfectant and refrigerated plastic. Steel drawers covered 3 walls, each containing labeled pots, casts, fragments of jaw, and teeth awaiting transfer. The overhead light flickered. From inside drawer 14 came a faint tapping. 3 taps. A pause. 2 taps. Another drawer answered from the opposite wall. 1 tap. 1 tap. 3. Pipes, she thought. Expansion in the metal. Loose containers shifting during the refrigeration cycle. She opened drawer 14. 6 specimen pots stood in a white rack. Their labels belonged to unrelated cases. An assault witness, an unidentified body recovered from the Clyde, a prisoner treated after a fight, 2 protected patients, and Leona Hume. Inside Leona's pot, the wisdom tooth leaned against the transparent wall. A second tooth tapped from the next container. "Don't tell them," a man whispered. From the drawer behind Mara came a woman's voice. "I already did." Another voice answered from lower down. "They took it out of me." The room filled gradually, not with shouting, but with conversation. Teeth clicked against plastic as voices passed through steel. Confessions, denials, names, pleas to call mothers, fragments of apologies spoken with no lungs behind them. Mara backed toward the door. The whispering stopped. Then something near the floor tapped slowly, as if requesting permission to speak. Mara pulled open the bottom drawer. Inside was a single unlabeled specimen jar. The tooth within was small, yellowed, and worn flat across the crown. It turned toward her. A child's voice emerged from the jar. "That's her," it said. Every tooth in the room began tapping at once. "The woman who made the wound fit." The tapping continued after Mara closed the drawer. It followed no rhythm she could identify. Hundreds of small impacts traveled through the steel cabinets, some rapid and frightened, others slow enough to resemble deliberation. The cold storage room no longer sounded mechanical. It sounded occupied. Mara stood with one hand on the drawer handle. The woman who made the wound fit. The child's voice had not accused her of lying. That would have been easier. Lies belong to intention. A wound made to fit suggested craft, pressure, adjustment, the kind of subtle alteration a skilled person could perform without ever naming it as fraud. She switched off the refrigeration unit. The low industrial hum faded. The tapping remained. Then the voices returned. Not all at once. One spoke from a drawer near the ceiling. "I put the knife under the bath." A woman answered from the far wall. "He said my son would lose his place if I remembered." A third voice whispered beneath Mara's elbow. "I was awake when they signed for my body." Each sentence arrived complete, but without context, as though the teeth had preserved only what their owners had been unable to release. Names followed, addresses, descriptions of rooms. Please delivered too late to anyone who might have answered them. Mara opened specimen drawers and checked labels as she listened. Some voices contradicted police summaries. A tooth taken from an elderly assault victim described recognizing her attacker, although her official statement said she had seen no face. A molar removed from a deceased prisoner apologized repeatedly to a brother whose existence did not appear in the file. Another tooth recited the location of a missing girl's red coat, then began begging someone named Mr. Kerr not to close the furnace door. Mara wrote nothing down. Recording the voices would make them evidence. Evidence demanded procedure, witnesses, chain of custody, disclosure. Until she understood what she was hearing, documentation would only surrender control. That thought disturbed her more than the voices. She moved along the cabinets until one phrase stopped her. "Please don't make me say it again." The voice belonged to a middle-aged man with a slight Highland accent. Mara knew the breathless hesitation between make and me. She had heard it during 3 examinations. She found the specimen in drawer 21. Patient, Gordon Vale. 2 months earlier, Vale had arrived under police escort for the removal of a fractured upper molar. He had been a witness in a fatal warehouse fire and had changed his account repeatedly. Mara remembered his damp collar, his shaking hands, and the way he had stared at the extraction instruments. The tooth tapped the side of its pot. They locked the eastern exit. Mara pulled Vale's file from the wall terminal. His official statement claimed smoke had prevented him from seeing the doors. The clinic notes contained nothing unusual. A recent hospital update had been attached that morning. Gordon Vale had developed sudden aphonia 4 days after his extraction. His vocal cords were structurally intact. Neurological tests were inconclusive. He could breathe, swallow, cough, and move his tongue. He simply could not produce speech. Inside the pot, his tooth continued. The supervisor chained it before the night shift. 6 of them reached the door. Mara felt the inside of her own mouth tighten. She called the hospital ward. A nurse confirmed that Vale remained conscious and communicative through writing. When Mara asked whether he had tried to disclose anything about the fire, the nurse became cautious. "He keeps writing the same sentence," she said. "What sentence?" There was a pause while paper moved near the receiver. "My mouth is somewhere else." Mara ended the call. The storage lights seemed too bright now, every steel surface reflecting a distorted fragment of her face. She became aware of a dull pressure along her lower gums, similar to the ache preceding a dental abscess. She pressed her tongue behind her front teeth. The tissue there felt uneven. In the examination room, she lowered the chair and angled the lamp toward the mirror. Her gums looked pale, but uninflamed. No visible lesion. No bleeding. Still, the pressure remained. Mara took a panoramic radiograph of her own jaw. The machine circled her head with a soft electric whine. She stood perfectly still while the sensor passed behind her skull, carrying the faint smell of warm plastic and clove antiseptic. The image appeared gradually on the monitor. Her existing teeth were intact. No fractures. No impacted molars. No obvious infection. Then Mara enlarged the lower arch. Beneath the roots of her adult teeth lay a second set of pale structures, small and unfinished, arranged in an orderly curve inside the bone. Not cysts. Not artifacts. Tooth buds. More than 20 of them. As Mara stared, one undeveloped crown shifted within her jaw and turned toward the screen. Mara took the radiograph again. She repositioned the sensor, recalibrated the machine, and removed every metal object from her head and neck. The second image showed the same pale arc beneath her adult teeth. A third scan showed it more clearly. 23 undeveloped structures rested inside her lower jaw, each with the smooth density of forming enamel. 2 more appeared beneath the upper molars. They were too regular to be tumors and too numerous to be retained teeth. Mara enlarged the image until the pixels broke apart, searching for signs of digital duplication. The smallest crown had changed position. She closed the file without saving it. By late afternoon, she had constructed an explanation with enough components to resemble certainty. The voices in cold storage were auditory suggestion, intensified by fatigue and the rhythmic compression of refrigeration motors. The case details she believed she had heard were fragments recovered from memory. Years of forensic work had exposed her to thousands of statements, photographs, medical summaries, and courtroom transcripts. Her mind had joined unrelated material and assigned it to labeled specimens. The tooth structures were imaging artifacts, or stress-related calcifications, or evidence that she should not interpret her own scans. Any competent examiner understood that self-diagnosis corrupted observation. She repeated these conclusions while installing 2 digital recorders in the storage room. One sat beside Leona Hume's specimen. The other was fixed beneath drawer 21, where Gordon Vale's extracted molar had described the chained warehouse exit. Mara also placed a calibrated acoustic monitor near the refrigeration compressor. If the voices were mechanical, their frequencies would align. If they were imagined, the recordings would contain nothing. If they were real, Mara would decide what that meant after hearing them under controlled conditions. She left the room for 40 minutes. When she returned, every specimen was silent. The recorders had captured 37 minutes of refrigeration hum, followed by 3 minutes of tapping. No voices were audible through the headphones. Mara listened twice, then transferred the files to the clinic analysis terminal. The waveform showed narrow spikes at irregular intervals. NML striking plastic. Nothing more. Relief came so quickly that she distrusted it. She increased the gain. The taps sharpened, but no hidden speech emerged. She filtered the compressor frequency, removed electrical hiss, isolated the impacts, and slowed them until each became a heavy, hollow knock. Still nothing. Mara leaned back. The cold storage voices had been an acoustic illusion. Gordon Vale's file had supplied the content. Leona's involvement in the Brody appeal had primed the rest. The explanation was imperfect, but imperfection did not invalidate it. Her jaw throbbed once beneath the chin. On the screen, the clinic's automatic transcription software opened without being selected. The program was intended for recorded consultations. It could identify ordinary speech, separate speakers, and flag legally relevant language. Mara watched the status bar move across the audio file. No spoken words had been recorded. The software began typing. Statement of Alistair Rowe. Mara stopped breathing. The name belonged to a civilian witness in the Brody investigation. His statement had been sealed before trial after police classified him as medically unreliable. Mara had never met him, and the clinic had no authorized access to his evidence. The transcription continued. I entered the stairwell after hearing Callum Rusk shout. Niall Brody was beside the lower door. He was attempting to lift the injured man. A second male stood above them. I recognized him as Detective Sergeant Malcolm Eves. Mara reached for the keyboard, but her hand stopped before touching it. She knew Eves. He had delivered the original dental impressions to her laboratory. He had waited beside her while she compared them with the photograph of Callum's shoulder. When Mara said the dimensions were inconsistent, Eves had asked whether swelling might account for the difference. She had answered that it might. The taps continued through the headphones. The software translated each one. Detective Sergeant Eves placed his own hand against the wound and asked Dr. Venn whether pressure could have widened it. Mara tore off the headphones. The transcription did not stop. Dr. Venn said the wound could be made consistent if the scale marker in the photograph had shifted. Detective Sergeant Eves removed the original image and returned with another. Her office door clicked shut behind her. Mara turned. No one stood there. On the monitor, a final sentence appeared. She knew the scale had not shifted because she was the person who moved it. Below the transcription, the system generated a source reference. It did not cite the audio recorder. It cited a sealed evidence file stored in Police Scotland's Central Archive. Then the printer beside Mara began producing the original statement, page by page, each sheet bearing Alistair Rowe's signature and a police stamp dated 9 years earlier. On the last page, beneath the witness declaration, someone had added a handwritten note in Mara's own unmistakable script. Do not retain. The mouth will remember. Mara recognized the handwriting before she allowed herself to read the sentence again. The narrow pressure of the pen, the unfinished curve of the R, the habit of crossing a T too far to the right, all hers. Do not retain. The mouth will remember. She removed the page from the printer and held it beneath the examination lamp. The ink had faded into the paper as though it had been written years earlier. There were no impressions from recent printing, no wetness, no chemical smell. In the lower corner beside Alistair Rowe's signature, Mara found a small brown stain shaped like the edge of a thumb. Blood, she thought. Or clove oil oxidized by time. She folded the page and placed it inside her jacket. The corridor outside had narrowed. At first, she blamed the lighting. One fluorescent tube had failed, leaving the walls to converge in alternating bands of white and shadow. Yet, as Mara walked toward the stairwell, her shoulder brushed a notice board that had always stood well clear of the path. She looked back. The cold storage door appeared farther away than it should have been. A whisper followed her from behind it. Mara. She continued walking. Drawers began speaking as she passed the walls that contained them, their voices muffled by plaster and insulation. Tell my wife I signed nothing. The blood was already on his coat. They promised the report would be corrected. Mara pressed the stairwell release. The door opened only halfway before striking the opposite wall. The building had not changed, she told herself. Her sense of distance had. Jaw pain could produce headaches. Headaches altered depth perception. Panic made familiar spaces feel compressed. She turned sideways and slipped through. Upstairs, 3 missed calls waited on her office telephone. The first came from a prison hospital near Perth. The second was from a neurological ward in Aberdeen. The third had been placed by a solicitor in Dundee. All concerned former defendants whose convictions had relied partly on Mara's dental reports. All 3 men had lost the ability to speak. By evening, there were 7. One had suffered a presumed stroke, although imaging showed no damage. Another could hum but not form words. A third wrote that every attempt to speak caused a sensation like teeth closing around his tongue. The solicitor asked whether dental trauma might explain sudden aphonia. Mara said no. Then she opened the archived list of cases in which she had provided decisive testimony. There were 38 names. She read each one silently, refusing to calculate how many might call by morning. Her lower gums pulsed in time with the refrigeration motors beneath the floor. Whenever she pressed her tongue against them, She felt hard points beneath the tissue. She did not return to cold storage. Instead, Mara locked her office, placed the folded statement in the bottom drawer of her desk, and lay down on the consultation sofa. She intended to rest only until the corridor stopped appearing bent. Sleep took her without transition. She woke standing in the examination room. The surgical lamp was on. Her hands rested against the edge of the sink. In the mirror, her face looked waxen and unfamiliar, the cheeks hollowed by shadows. Her mouth was moving. I was 19 when they took the first one. The voice emerging from her throat belonged to a man. Mara clamped her lips shut. A second voice continued behind them, forcing the words through her nose in a wet murmur. They said innocence was not a dental finding. She recognized it from a courtroom recording. Stephen Mallory, convicted of assault after Mara identified his damaged canine as consistent with a bite on the victim's arm. Mallory had died in custody 5 years earlier. Mara gripped the sink. Her jaw opened against her will. A woman's voice came next. I changed my statement because Detective Eves showed me photographs of my son. Then Gordon Vale spoke through Mara's mouth. The eastern exit was chained. Voices crowded behind her teeth, each pressing forward before the last had finished. Men she had examined. Witnesses she had never met. People whose names existed only in sealed reports. Their breath warmed her throat, although some had been dead for years. Mara struck her own jaw with the heel of her hand. The voices stopped. Pain spread beneath her lower lip. A thin line of blood appeared along the gum behind her front teeth. Mara leaned closer to the mirror and pulled down her lip. 3 white points had broken through the tissue. They were not fragments of bone. Each possessed a smooth enamel surface and a tiny, unfinished edge. As she watched, another crown pressed upward beside them, splitting the gum with slow, deliberate pressure. Behind her existing teeth, a second row was emerging. One of the new crowns turned slightly beneath the blood. From inside Mara's jaw, Niall Brody whispered, "You heard me before the trial." Niall Brody's voice did not speak again. The new teeth remained visible behind Mara's lower incisors, their white edges beaded with blood. She rinsed her mouth until the water ran clear, but the pressure beneath her gums continued, slow and organized, as though something inside her jaw were arranging itself. "You heard me before the trial." Mara remembered no such conversation. Yet the sentence carried the intimacy of memory. Not courtroom audio. Not a recording studied for cross-examination. Brody had spoken those words close to her once, near enough for her to smell stale coffee and prison soap. She returned to cold storage. The corridor contracted around her with every step. Whispering traveled behind the walls, but none of the voices addressed her now. They exchanged names, dates, and instructions in low, careful tones, like staff preparing a case before court. Door 14 stood open. Mara was certain she had closed it. Inside, Leona Hume's specimen pot lay on its side. The wisdom tooth tapped against the plastic wall, pointing toward the refrigeration unit. Behind the unit, a thin line divided the tiled floor. Mara knelt. The seam formed a rectangle larger than a maintenance hatch, its edges concealed beneath layers of sealant and dust. A recessed handle had been painted the same gray as the tiles. She pulled. Cold air rose from below, carrying clove antiseptic, damp concrete, and something faintly animal. A narrow metal staircase descended beneath the clinic. There was no lower level on the building plans. Mara switched on her phone light and climbed down. The room beneath cold storage was longer than the clinic above. Its ceiling pressed low over rows of obsolete dental chairs, each fitted with leather restraints darkened by use. Articulated lamps hung above them like lowered heads. Beside every chair stood an instrument trolley containing elevators, forceps, bone drills, and unfamiliar steel devices designed to hold a mouth open beyond ordinary tolerance. Glass cabinets lined the walls. Inside them floated sections of human jaw. Some were complete mandibles. Others had been cut into smaller blocks, each containing a single tooth and a strip of preserved gum. Handwritten tags identified extraction dates, but not names. Mara passed a workbench arranged for implantation. There were hollow needles thick enough to carry fragments of root, molds for temporary crowns, and narrow silver capsules, shaped to fit inside tooth sockets. A notebook lay open beside a dental press. The headings were clinical. Testimony retention. Host acceptance. Memory displacement. Verbal access after integration. Beneath them, a final column recorded whether the patient could still recall the implanted event. Most entries said no. A steel door opened into a ward. 6 beds stood behind frosted partitions. 5 were empty. In the 6th lay a man with bandages wrapped around his jaw. He appeared to be asleep until Mara approached. His eyes opened. There was no chart bearing his name. Only a plastic card fixed to the bed frame. Living exhibit active. The man lifted one finger to his lips. From somewhere inside his bandages, a woman whispered, "I watched them bury the uniform." Mara stepped back. The man's eyes filled with tears. He shook his head violently, begging her not to listen. A filing room waited beyond the ward. Its cabinets were organized by police division, case number, and evidential value. Mara opened one at random and found dental records belonging to people whose official treatment histories contained no extractions. Each folder included a photograph of an anonymous patient seated in one of the restrained chairs. Witness testimony had been transferred into them. Not recorded. Not memorized. Implanted. At the end of the room stood a black cabinet secured by 2 locks. Mara found the key hanging beneath her own staff photograph. Inside were 38 sealed containers. Each bore the name of a person convicted after Mara's testimony. The final shelf belonged to Niall Brody. 4 wisdom teeth rested in separate jars, their roots intact, dark threads of preserved tissue still clinging to them. Mara opened his prison dental record on the cabinet terminal. Every annual examination listed the same finding. All third molars present. No extraction history. The 4 teeth began speaking together. Not to Mara, to one another. She signed after hearing him. She asked them where to store it. She chose a living repository. Then the terminal displayed a surgical consent form. The patient name was Mara Venn. The procedure was dated 3 days before Brody's trial. Under material implanted, someone had written, "Complete testimony of Niall Brody. Retain until professional denial fails. Mara stared at the consent form until the signatures lost their shapes. The first was hers. The second belonged to Detective Sergeant Malcolm Eves. The third was written above a title rather than a name. Custodian of Testimonial Retention. Her signature appeared steady. No hesitation in the downstroke. No correction. Whoever had signed understood the procedure and expected it to be permanent. Mara searched the cabinet terminal for the project named on the form. A hidden directory opened only after the scanner recognized her face. Oral Evidence Repotter. The earliest records dated back more than 30 years. Police investigators had discovered that certain witnesses retained memories they could not speak without collapsing, recanting, or becoming legally unusable. Some feared prosecution. Some had been threatened. Others had experienced injuries or trauma that made their accounts inconsistent. The clinic offered a solution. Testimony was extracted through dental tissue. The records did not explain the mechanism. They described it as if it were already established. Memory adhered most effectively to roots formed during adolescence. Wisdom teeth possessed the greatest tustoral capacity. Pain, fear, and repetition strengthened retention. Once removed, a tooth could preserve a statement without alteration. But a tooth in storage could not enter court. So the program created hosts. Anonymous patients were recruited from prisons, psychiatric wards, shelters, and immigration detention centers. Their damaged teeth were removed. Witness material was implanted into the empty sockets using the silver capsules Mara had seen on the workbench. The recipients were classified as living exhibits. When prosecutors required corroboration, the implanted memory could be stimulated through heat, pressure, or controlled infection. The patient would speak the stored testimony as if recalling an event personally. Afterward, many lost their own memories. Some lost speech. A smaller number became crowded with voices and were transferred permanently beneath the clinic. Mara opened a file labeled Disposable Hose Criteria. The qualifications were simple. No stable family contact, poor credibility, incomplete medical history, and low likelihood of public inquiry. The language was clinical. The selection was not. Her name appeared throughout the records. She had approved host compatibility, certified dental origins, rewarded adverse outcomes. In one memorandum, she recommended replacing the phrase identity erosion with temporary autobiographical confusion because the former might alarm external reviewers. Mara touched the blood drying beneath her lower lip. She remembered writing that sentence. Not where, not when, but she remembered deciding it was more accurate. The terminal contained security footage organized by case. She selected Niall Brody. The video opened in a small interview room Mara recognized from the old police headquarters. The date was 3 days before Brody's trial. Mara entered the frame wearing a Navy suit. She looked younger, though not uncertain. Brody sat handcuffed at a metal table. Bruising darkened one side of his face. Eve stood behind him with a folder beneath his arm. The recording had no sound at first. Then Brody began to speak, and the audio cleared. I didn't bite Callum. Mara watched her younger self place photographs across the table. The injury is consistent with your dentition. It isn't mine. Eves knows that. The detective remained motionless. Brody leaned toward Mara. Callum was alive when I found him. Eves was on the stairs. He told me to hold him down, then took my impressions after. Mara's younger face revealed nothing. Brody continued. He described Eves striking Callum during an argument over payments to protected informants. He named Alistair Rowe and Leona Hume as witnesses. He described the original evidence photograph, including the scale marker Eves had repositioned. Every detail matched the testimony stored in the teeth. On screen, Mara asked one question. "Will you repeat that under oath?" Brody laughed once, without humor. "My sister has 2 children. He gave me their school address." Eves placed the folder on the table. Mara opened it. Inside were dental charts and the altered photograph. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Mara said, "A statement that cannot be presented is not evidence." Brody looked at her as though she had struck him. "It's still true." The footage skipped forward. Brody was restrained in a dental chair beneath the clinic. Mara stood over him in surgical clothing, while Eves held a specimen tray. 4 wisdom teeth lay upon it. Brody's mouth was full of blood. Mara lifted one of the teeth and asked, "How long will the testimony remain viable?" A voice outside the frame answered, "Longer than the witness." The younger Mara nodded. Then she signed the consent form. The terminal displayed another file automatically. It showed Mara seated in the same chair 3 days later, sedated, her mouth held open by a steel retractor. Eves leaned over her with a silver capsule. Before implanting it beneath her gum, he spoke directly to the camera. "Primary repository compromised by conscience. Transfer approved." Mara watched the instrument enter her mouth. On the recording, her unconscious body began to cry. Then her younger self opened her eyes and whispered around the metal, "Make me forget." The man in the living exhibit ward screamed. Every cabinet in the repository opened at once. From 38 containers, the extracted teeth spoke in a single voice. "You already did." The containers continued speaking, after Mara stepped away from the terminal. 38 voices overlapped inside the filing room, some calm, some pleading, some reciting names with the flat precision of legal statements. The sound passed through glass, steel, and preserved tissue without losing clarity. "You already did." Mara covered her mouth. The second row of teeth pressed harder against her gums. On the terminal, the security footage closed. A different directory opened in its place. Terminal Archive Protocol. The first document described the repository's failure. Teeth preserved testimony accurately, but separate specimens created separate risks. They could be misplaced, destroyed, contaminated, or discovered. Living exhibits were more durable, yet unstable. Implanted memories competed with personal identity. Hosts forgot their own children, confessed to crimes committed before their birth, or attempted to remove their jaws. The program required a single permanent custodian. Not anonymous, not disposable. The final host needed professional credibility, access to evidence, and a public reputation strong enough to survive scrutiny. Most importantly, the host had to possess what the records called adaptive denial, the ability to encounter contradiction, absorb it, and continue functioning. Mara scrolled more slowly. A psychological assessment appeared. Her name stood at the top. The report described her as disciplined, ambitious, emotionally self-contained, and unusually capable of converting moral uncertainty into procedural language. It cited the case from early in her career, an unidentified child whose dental records Mara had refused to confirm because the evidence was incomplete. The family waited 11 months for burial. Afterward, Mara had written that uncertainty could become cruelty when experts lacked courage. The program had marked that sentence as evidence of suitability. She had spent years believing the child's case wounded her into certainty. The records showed that certainty had made her useful. A diagram displayed a human jaw containing multiple layers of undeveloped teeth. Each new crown was assigned to a case in which Mara's report had displaced, weakened, or excluded testimony. The structures growing inside her were not carrying fragments. They held complete accounts. Witness statements removed before trial. Confessions declared inadmissible. Pleas from defendants whose words had been classified as manipulative. Memories extracted from people the program considered unreliable. Every sentence Mara's professional certainty had made unnecessary had been preserved beneath her gums. She was not developing a second dentition. She was growing an archive. The terminal listed activation conditions. Public challenge to custodians' conclusions. Failure of implanted amnesia. Loss of confidence in institutional narrative. Death of primary suppressed subject. Niall Brody had died in prison 6 weeks earlier. The growth had begun the following day. Mara opened a folder titled Final U.S. The archive was never intended to remain silent forever. When the custodian's denial failed, the teeth would erupt. Once fully formed, pressure on the roots would trigger verbal release. The host would testify continuously until every stored account had been spoken before an authorized witness. The program called this a safeguard, a method of preserving truth without allowing it to interfere too early. Mara read the sentence twice. Truth had not been destroyed. It had been postponed until it could no longer threaten the people who benefited from silence. A video file began playing. Mara sat at a conference table with Eves and 3 clinic directors. The recording was older than the Brody case. She recognized herself immediately. One director asked, "Why should the final archive be one of us?" Mara answered without hesitation. Because no court will believe a disposable patient over a recognized expert. And if the expert refuses, Mara looked toward the camera. Then we choose someone who has already demonstrated that reputation matters more to her than doubt. The woman on screen smiled faintly. Mara remembered that meeting now. Not as a dream or a recovered image, but as a decision. She had proposed the terminal archive herself. She had believed the testimony might someday correct the system, while allowing current prosecutions to proceed. She had called it delayed disclosure. She had persuaded herself that truth remained ethical if preserved for later. The man in the ward began striking his head against the bed frame. Mara ran to him. His bandages had loosened. Beneath them, his mouth was crowded with mismatched teeth, some adult, some small as a child's. Every crown moved independently. He seized Mara's wrist. A dozen voices emerged together. They never planned to let us speak in court. Mara looked back at the terminal. The final protocol page had opened. Upon archive activation, transfer all testimonial burden to the custodian. Decommission subsidiary exhibits. Restore institutional continuity. The ward lights went out one by one. From the empty beds came sighs of relief. Inside Mara's mouth, the new teeth rose through her gums in a single tearing line. Then 38 silenced voices drew breath through her throat. 38 voices inhaled through Mara's throat. The breath expanded her chest until pain sharpened beneath her ribs. Names gathered behind her tongue. Statements pressed against one another, each demanding sequence, context, recognition. Mara closed her jaw. The new teeth bit into the underside of her tongue. Blood filled her mouth, warm and metallic, but the voices continued through her nose. I was in Inverness when it happened. She told the police I had never touched her. The photograph was taken after they moved the body. Mara staggered into the implantation room and locked the door. On the workbench, extraction instruments waited in sterilized packets. She tore one open and selected the narrowest elevator. The first new tooth had erupted behind her lower left canine, small but complete, its crown angled inward. She injected local anesthetic into the surrounding gum. The voices laughed using several different mouths. When numbness spread through her lip, Mara positioned the instrument beneath the crown and applied pressure. The tooth resisted. Its root seemed fixed deeper than the bone allowed, reaching downward through her jaw and into the muscles of her throat. Mara twisted harder. A crack traveled through her skull. The tooth came free. It was longer than her finger. A translucent root tapered from the bloody crown, and inside it ran a dark filament that pulsed once before becoming still. Silence followed. Not complete silence. One voice had vanished. Mara stared at the tooth in her palm. The terminal beside the workbench sounded an incoming call. The screen identified a prison medical unit in Falkirk. She answered. A doctor spoke rapidly. One of the prisoners connected to Mara's historic cases, Andrew Muir, had collapsed while speaking with his solicitor. He remained conscious. He could breathe and swallow, but he could no longer produce a sound. Mara looked at the extracted tooth. A label had appeared along the enamel in a fine gray line. Andrew Muir, testimony closed. She dropped it. The remaining teeth shifted inside her gums. Mara understood the design. Extraction did not destroy testimony. It sealed it by taking speech from the person whose conviction had displaced it. The archive protected institutional continuity even when its custodian resisted. She could empty her mouth only by completing the silence imposed through her reports. Her fingers still reached for the forceps. 22 visible teeth crowded behind her existing dentition. More remained beneath the bone. She imagined removing them one at a time, washing the blood away, returning to a face the public recognized. 38 men would become permanently mute. Some were guilty of other things. Some had lied. Some had frightened juries by appearing angry, poor, intoxicated, or damaged. Mara did not know which were innocent. That uncertainty had once been the reason she condemned them. She placed the forceps down. "No," she said. The word emerged in her own voice. For the first time that night, the others allowed it. Mara returned to the records terminal and copied the repository directory, security footage, patient lists, police memoranda, operative reports, and sealed statements. She sent them to every news organization, defense solicitor, medical regulator, and judicial office whose address she could find. The system attempted to block the transfer. She used her senior credentials. When those failed, she used Eves's access code, which her mouth remembered even when her mind did not. The files left the clinic in hundreds of encrypted packets. Upstairs, telephones began ringing. Mara printed the complete register of living exhibits and placed a copy inside every consultation room. She unlocked the basement doors. She disabled the refrigeration cabinets, and as the temperature rose, the stored teeth began speaking freely. No longer whispers. Testimony filled the building. By morning, police vehicles surrounded the clinic. Reporters crowded behind barriers in the rain. Officials ordered Mara to remain inside. But the voices in her throat knew routes through the building that she had forgotten. She left through the staff entrance wearing her blood-stained surgical coat. The High Court was already hearing an emergency application concerning the Brody evidence. Mara walked there beneath a gray Glasgow sky, followed by cameras, officers, and the continuous murmur of the dead. Inside the courtroom, every bench was occupied. The judge ordered her to identify herself. Mara stood in the witness box and placed both hands on the rail. "My name is Dr. Mara Venn," she said. "I altered forensic evidence, concealed exculpatory testimony, and helped convert human beings into storage." The courtroom erupted. Pain opened beneath every tooth in her mouth. Mara tasted blood as the second row rose fully into place. She looked toward the public gallery, where Leanh Hume sat, pressing a hand against her healing jaw. Then Mara opened her mouth to let the archive testify. Every witness in the courtroom bit down on their tongue at once. The sound was soft at first. A wet, collective click passed through the courtroom as witnesses, solicitors, clerks, and police officers closed their jaws. Several covered their mouths. One woman near the rear bench folded forward, blood slipping between her fingers. Mara watched recognition move through them. Not fear of what she might say. Fear of what their own mouths contained. The judge called for order, but his words broke halfway through. He gripped the bench and pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek as though holding something behind his teeth. Leanh Hume did not bite down. Her healing extraction site had begun bleeding again. She opened her mouth, and the empty socket whispered in Niall Brody's voice. "Callum was alive when I found him." The archive answered through Mara. 38 voices entered the courtroom together. Some gave names. Some described rooms, vehicles, weapons, altered photographs, threatened children, missing evidence, and statements rewritten into uselessness. Others spoke only a few sentences before yielding to the next. The dead testified beside the living. The convicted contradicted police reports. Witnesses recited memories they had surrendered years earlier. Mara tried to distinguish them. She could not. Her own confession became entangled with theirs. "I moved the scale marker," she said. "No," another voice replied from her throat. "Eves moved it. I allowed him. You suggested it." I was afraid. You were rewarded. Each correction arrived before Mara could decide which version belonged to her. She understood then that the archive did not preserve intention. It preserved testimony. Every account remained complete inside itself, even when the accounts accused one another. There would be no single clean truth. Only what had been said, what had been withheld, and what powerful people had chosen to make usable. Court officers approached the witness box. Mara's jaw locked open. The new teeth shifted. One by one, every crown rotated inside her gums. Pain whitened the room. She felt roots tearing free from bone, turning through flesh without leaving their sockets. The broad crowns disappeared beneath the blood while the long, narrowing roots emerged outward. They did not resemble teeth anymore. They resembled white fingers pointing from her mouth. The officers stopped. Each exposed root carried a different voice. Some whispered. Some sobbed. Some spoke with courtroom precision. None required Mara's tongue. The judge ordered the room cleared. No one moved. From elsewhere in the building came screaming. Later, reports would describe the same event across Glasgow. In sheriff courts, appeal hearings, interview rooms, and tribunal chambers, witnesses suddenly tasted memories that were not their own. People who had never met one another spoke identical descriptions of concealed evidence. Police officers heard prisoners' pleas inside their molars. Court clerks discovered statements murmuring beneath old fillings. Many bit their tongues to prevent the testimony from emerging. Some bit through. Silence no longer guaranteed safety. The repository beneath the clinic was opened before noon. Authorities found the chairs, the jaw sections, the implantation instruments, and the living exhibits. They also found cabinets emptied of teeth. No one discovered where the specimens had gone. For months, convictions were reviewed. Careers ended. Malcolm Eves was arrested, released, arrested again, and eventually found incapable of answering questions because every time he opened his mouth, Callum Rusk's voice emerged first. Mara remained in the witness box. Doctors could not remove her without silencing someone whose testimony had entered the archive. Sedation failed. When she slept, the roots continued speaking. When the courtroom was locked, their voices passed through the doors and entered the stone corridors. Eventually, the High Court abandoned the chamber. They sealed its entrances and moved proceedings elsewhere. Yet testimony followed. Barristers heard Mara beneath their own arguments. Judges paused over verdicts when enamel tapped inside the walls. Witnesses learned to cover their mouths before taking an oath, not because they feared lying, but because they no longer knew whose truth might answer. Years later, the old courtroom remained dark. Mara sat alone in the witness box, unchanged except for the forest of roots projecting between her lips. She no longer remembered which voice had once been hers. Each morning, unseen clerks placed new case files outside the sealed door. Each night, the names inside them were spoken. And beneath every courthouse, in Glasgow, teeth began growing patiently through the stone. A testimony does not become false simply because an institution refuses to hear it. Mara believed certainty could spare people from the cruelty of doubt, but her certainty merely decided whose voice deserved to survive. In the end, she was punished not with silence, but with endless speech, truths without context, without ownership, and without release. Perhaps the most dangerous systems are not those that destroy evidence, but those that preserve it until everyone responsible is safely beyond consequence. What would you choose? An uncertain truth spoken now, or perfect testimony delivered far too late? Story 4. The first thing Elena Marr noticed about the Museum of Rain was that someone had left an umbrella to dry in the entrance hall. It stood open beneath the marble staircase, its black fabric shining with fresh water. Outside, Seville had gone 117 days without measurable rain. The sky above the Plaza de San Telmo was white with heat, and pale cracks crossed the stone lions around the empty fountain. Elena stopped inside the revolving door and listened. No dripping. No traffic beyond the sealed glass. Only the dry electric hum of an emergency light somewhere deeper in the building. The umbrella smelled of wet pavement. She did not touch it. The museum had been closed for 18 months, officially for structural repairs, and unofficially because no one wanted to fund a public exhibition about weather during a drought that had become politically inconvenient. Its brass lettering remained above the entrance, oxidized green, Museo della Alluvia. Beneath it, the temporary closure notice had curled inward until it resembled a dead leaf. Elena had been given the keys by a woman from the Ministry of Culture, who never removed her sunglasses, even indoors. Her instructions were simple. Inspect the galleries each morning, record humidity levels, report leaks, discourage trespassers, and do not access the basement archive. The woman had emphasized the last sentence without explaining why. A preservation issue, she had said. Elena nearly laughed. There was nothing left in Andalusia that needed protection from moisture. She set her suitcase behind the reception desk and opened the caretaker's ledger. The final entry had been written 11 months earlier in a narrow, slanting hand. No incidents. Building remains dry. Below that, someone had drawn a horizontal line hard enough to tear the paper. Elena wrote her name on the next page. The pen dragged slightly, though the paper felt smooth. Her suspension had begun 6 weeks earlier. She had stopped reading the articles after the third day, but certain phrases remained lodged behind her eyes. Manipulated rainfall estimates, government pressure, compromised methodology. The newspapers made it sound as if she had invented the drought. In truth, she had only reduced it. A few percentages here, an adjusted baseline there, enough to keep emergency restrictions from becoming mandatory before the election. She had told herself that models were never clean. She had told herself that panic could kill as efficiently as thirst. The museum offered silence, a temporary wage, and a building full of instruments that could not accuse her of anything. She began with the ground floor. The first gallery, The Anatomy of a Storm, contained glass clouds suspended from cables, copper lightning rods, and a theater where artificial thunder once shook the benches. Dust covered everything except a row of dark circles beneath the suspended clouds, as though the floor had recently been washed there. In the second gallery, antique rain gauges stood in illuminated cases. Elena checked the electrical panel. The gallery circuit was off, yet one case glowed faintly from within. Inside, it sat a silver pluviometer from the late 19th century. Its collection funnel was empty. Its measurement tube was not. A thin blue line rested just above the zero mark. Elena crouched until her face was level with the glass. Condensation, she thought. Residual cleaning fluid. A trick of refracted light. She unlocked the case. The escaping air was cool enough to ache in her teeth. The instrument's metal surface was beaded with droplets. When she touched one, it ran upward beneath her fingertip, climbing toward the funnel against gravity. Elena withdrew her hand. Somewhere in the museum, a speaker crackled. Then came the sound of rain. Not recorded rain, not the evenly layered hiss used in exhibitions and sleep applications. This was uneven and intimate, drops striking leaves, gutters choking, water tapping on a thin roof. Elena followed the sound through the gallery, past displays of monsoon maps and flood photographs turned face down inside their frames. The sound stopped at a locked service door beneath the western staircase. Basement archive, read the brass plate. A narrow crescent of water shone beneath it. Elena stood very still. The key ring in her hand felt suddenly heavier. None of the keys was marked for the basement, but one of them was wet. From the other side of the door, something knocked 3 times. Then a child's voice said very clearly, "Dr. Marr, the town is thirsty." The child did not speak again. Elena remained before the basement door, with the wet key pressed between her fingers, waiting for another knock, another impossible use of her name. When nothing came, she lowered herself to inspect the crescent beneath the door. It was not water. The liquid had no reflection. It darkened the stone like rain, but left Elena's fingertip dry when she touched it. A moment later, the mark withdrew beneath the door, narrowing until the floor looked untouched. She tried every key except the wet one. None entered the lock. By the time she returned to the entrance hall, the umbrella had closed itself. Elena spent her first night in the former curator's apartment on the museum's upper floor. The rooms were narrow and sparsely furnished, with shutters sealed against the heat. A kitchenette overlooked the dry fountain. The bedroom contained a metal desk, a folding cot, and a framed photograph of the museum during its opening year. Crowds filled the plaza beneath a black sky. Rain streamed from the awnings. Children stood barefoot in the flooded gutters. Someone had scratched away the date. Elena turned the photograph toward the wall. Routine had always been her preferred defense against uncertainty. Each morning, she measured the temperature in every gallery, inspected the roof access, tested the alarms, and recorded humidity readings in the caretaker's ledger. The numbers remained impossibly stable. 41% in the entrance hall. 41% in the storm theater. 41% beside the silver rain gauge, even when droplets covered its metal casing. She did not record those droplets. She knew how quickly an observation became an allegation once written down. That had been the beginning of her suspension. Not an invented number, but an excluded one. The rural station at Valderenas had begun transmitting erratic readings during the second year of the drought. Its soil sensors reported no recoverable moisture. Its evaporation pan emptied faster than the regional model allowed. On 3 occasions, the station registered temperatures high enough to suggest equipment failure. Elena had removed it from the national analysis. Technically, she had followed protocol. A station without reliable maintenance could distort the surrounding grid. The observer assigned to Valderenas had sent increasingly emotional reports, describing dead orchards, empty wells, and families leaving at night. He had attached photographs of livestock gathered around taps that produced only dust. Elena had classified the material as anecdotal. When a ministry advisor asked whether excluding Valderenas would lower the national drought index, she had answered honestly, yes. When he asked whether the exclusion could be defended scientifically, she had waited too long before replying. Within an acceptable variance. The phrase later appeared in 7 internal memoranda. On her 4th morning at the museum, the reception telephone rang. The line had not worked since her arrival. "Elena Marr," said an elderly man. His voice carried a soft rasp, as though he had been breathing dust. "Who is this?" "Alvaro Sanz. I maintained the exhibition systems before they closed the building." Elena looked toward the open umbrella. It had moved beside the reception desk during the night. "How did you get this number?" "It called me." She nearly hung up. Alvaro asked whether she had heard rain beneath the western staircase. When Elena did not answer, he sighed. "You must not use the wet key." "There is no wet key." "Good," he said. "Then there is still time." They met that afternoon in a cafe across the plaza. Alvaro was small and sun-darkened, with white hair combed carefully behind his ears. He kept glancing at the museum but refused to sit facing it. He had worked there for 26 years, repairing pumps, projectors, humidity controls, and the concealed pipes serving the exhibitions. According to the closure report, those pipes had corroded beyond repair. "There are no pipes beneath the West Wing," he said. Elena studied him. "Then what did I hear?" Something being remembered. He placed a folded museum map on the table. The printed basement level contained only storage rooms and an electrical chamber. Alvaro had drawn another floor beneath them in blue ink, corridors, circular vaults, and a chamber labeled retention. "The museum was built to preserve records of rainfall," Elena said. "That is what we told visitors." "What did it actually preserve?" Alvaro looked past her toward the empty fountain. "Places where rain was refused." The cafe's glasses began trembling on their shelves. Across the plaza, behind the museum's sealed upper windows, water slowly rose against the glass. Beneath its surface stood the dark outline of a church tower. Its bell began to move. Elena could not hear it. But every pigeon in the square fell dead at once. By the time Elena reached the museum doors, the dead pigeons had been removed. No one admitted removing them. The cafe owner insisted the birds had scattered when the bell sounded, although Elena had watched their bodies strike the plaza stones. Alvaro refused to cross the street with her. He pressed the blue-marked map into her hand and told her to burn it if the basement door opened by itself. "It never opens for the curious," he said. "Only for the useful." Inside, the museum smelled of limestone after a storm. Dampness softened the dust on the display cases, and beads of water clung beneath the suspended glass clouds. The upper windows were dry again. No church tower remained behind them. Elena checked the humidity gauges. Every gallery still read 41%. She wrote 42 in the ledger. It was the first number she entered there that she knew to be false. The rain gauge in the second gallery had filled to its rim. As Elena approached, the water trembled in concentric rings, though the floor beneath her was still. Each ring touched the silver wall and produced a sound like a voice speaking through several closed rooms. Following Alvaro's map, Elena entered the old cartography gallery. The room displayed centuries of rainfall records, hand-painted rivers, monastery charts, harvest calendars, and faded blues showing where water had once been expected to fall. The drawn basement corridor ended beneath the largest map. It depicted Spain as a body of watersheds, every river picked out in blue thread. Elena lifted the frame and found plaster behind it. She almost replaced it, then noticed that the Guadalquivir had been stitched with copper wire. When she pulled it, the wall moved inward. Beyond it stood a cabinet taller than Elena, made of dark wood swollen at the joints. Its doors were carved with clouds raining upward into open mouths. There was no dust on the handles. The wet key entered the lock. Cold spread into her palm. For one disorienting moment, Elena remembered holding another key while someone pounded on the far side of a door. The memory vanished before she could identify the place. The cabinet opened with the sound of a breath. Glass jars filled every shelf. There were hundreds, arranged by region and sealed with wax. Each contained clear water. Paper labels hung around their necks on gray thread. Elena read the nearest. Esseja, 25 of October, 2026. The date was 11 weeks away. The jar beside it was labeled Toulouse, 3rd of February, 2027. Farther back, she saw Naples, Brno, Leeds, and towns too small for her to recognize. Every date lay in the future. She removed one jar. The water inside leaned toward her, pressing against the glass nearest her face. A dark shape passed beneath its surface. Elena almost dropped it. Then the museum telephone began ringing. She returned the jar and hurried from the chamber. Halfway across the gallery, the ringing stopped. A crack sounded behind her. One jar had rolled from the cabinet shelf. Elena lunged, but it struck the tile and shattered. The label landed face up among the glass. Villanueva del Cierzo, 14th of August, 2026. Water spread across the floor, then stopped at the edge of the display. For several seconds, nothing happened. A drop struck Elena's cheek. Another landed on her shoulder. Rain began falling from the gallery's ceiling, though no cloud, pipe, or stain appeared above her. It came softly at first, carrying the smell of warm soil, then thickened until water drummed against the cases and streamed down the maps. Outside the gallery doors, the corridor remained dry. Elena stepped beneath the rain and tasted salt. The telephone rang again. When she answered, dozens of people were breathing on the line. A woman whispered, "We all dreamed the same thing." "Who is this?" "Villanueva," the woman said. Children were crying behind her. Everyone in the town woke with water in their lungs. Elena looked down. The rainwater around her shoes had begun rising without spreading. Beneath its trembling surface, rooftops appeared far below. Then every person on the telephone began screaming at once. From the water under Elena's feet, someone knocked 3 times against the glass. The knocking beneath Elena's feet stopped when she stepped away from the broken glass. Rain continued, falling inside the cartography gallery, confined to a rectangle no wider than the hidden cabinet. Beyond its edge, the museum floor remained dusty. Water struck the tiles and gathered around Elena's shoes, yet its level neither spread nor drained. She ended the call to Villanueva del Cierzo and dialed emergency services. By the time an operator answered, the rain had weakened to a mist. Elena reported a burst pipe. It was the only description she could make sound reasonable. 2 municipal workers arrived near dusk. They inspected the ceiling, roof line, and concealed wall cavity, then removed sections of plaster, while Elena waited beneath the dry corridor lights. Their moisture sensors found nothing. The timber above the gallery was brittle with age. The roof tiles held enough heat to burn through a work glove. "There is no supply line here," the senior worker said. "Not now, not on the original plans." Elena showed him the water pooled near the cabinet. He crouched, touched the floor, and frowned. The tile was dry. Elena looked down. The water still covered her shoes. Tiny rooftops remained visible beneath its surface, distorted by ripples. When the worker stepped beside her, his boot passed through the nearest bell tower without disturbing it. "You should rest," he said. After they left, Elena blamed the silver gauge. Old mercury compounds, fungal spores, refrigerant leaks. Museum collections contained substances capable of producing confusion. She opened every ventilation grill and placed portable air quality monitors throughout the west wing. All readings were normal. She blamed exhaustion next. She had slept less than 3 hours each night since arriving. The museum shifted sounds through its stone passages. A dripping tap could resemble rainfall. A settling beam could become a knock. Fear, once suggested, was merely pattern recognition without discipline. The calls from Villanueva were harder to dismiss. By midnight, recordings had spread across local news sites. Residents described waking simultaneously with the sensation of drowning. Parents found their children coughing brackish water onto dry bed sheets. An elderly woman insisted she had seen the town church beneath a dark surface while bells moved soundlessly overhead. A psychologist interviewed on television called it collective one-iric contagion. The phrase comforted Elena because it resembled her own professional language, precise enough to silence questions, broad enough to prove nothing. She entered it in the caretaker's ledger. Possible psychological contagion following alarming weather reports. The paper beneath her pen became damp. The following morning, rain fell in 3 galleries. In the Storm Theater, it descended through the artificial clouds and vanished before touching the benches. In the agriculture exhibit, drops struck photographs of failed harvests, leaving the surrounding wall untouched. Inside the children's gallery, water rose from a painted river and climbed toward the ceiling in silver threads. Elena climbed to the roof. The sky was empty. Seville lay beneath a hard white glare. Satellite images on her phone showed no cloud cover within hundreds of kilometers. The roof was dry enough that dust lifted around her steps. From below came the heavy roar of a downpour. She ran inside. Rain hammered the museum's interior with such force that display glass shook in its frames. Water poured down staircases, struck the marble floor, and rose again in sheets. The air smelled of mud, sea salt, and something sweetly rotten. Yet the entrance doors showed a dry plaza beyond them. People walked past under the sun. None looked toward the sound. Elena returned to the hidden cabinet. The broken jar's pieces remained where they had fallen. Its label lay among them, the ink blurred but legible. Villanueva del Scherzo, 14th of August to 2026. As she watched, the paper fibers tightened. The final digits darkened, loosened, and rearranged themselves. The future date disappeared. In its place were the words, "Today, rain falsept." The museum telephone rang behind her. When Elena lifted the receiver, Alvaro whispered, "Do not let the building finish the forecast." A bell sounded beneath the flooded floor. This time, Elena heard it. And every jar inside the cabinet answered with a knock. Every jar knocked once. The sound moved through the cabinet from shelf to shelf, a measured procession of glass answering glass. Elena stepped backward, but the rain had already deepened around her ankles. It pressed against her legs with the weight of ordinary water while refusing every ordinary law. She crossed the cartography gallery and opened the nearest fire door. Beyond it, the plaza burned white beneath the afternoon sun. The marble threshold was dry. Water stood inside the museum nearly to Elena's knees, its surface ending in a perfectly vertical line at the doorway, as though held behind invisible glass. She pushed a floor squeegee through it. The rubber blade passed outside, dripping nothing. In the lower galleries, drains swallowed air. Elena removed their grates and fed a length of wire into each pipe, finding them unobstructed. Water circled the openings without entering, making slow whirlpools that turned the wrong direction whenever she looked away. She phoned Alvaro until his line disconnected. Then she called the Ministry of Culture. A man who identified himself only as Valdez listened without interrupting while Elena described flooding, electrical danger, and structural risk. She omitted the rooftops. She omitted the jars. "Close the galleries," he said. "The building must be evacuated. You are the only person registered inside. There may be someone beneath it." Silence lasted several seconds. "No excavation is authorized," Valdez replied. "Do not disturb the archive." The line went dead. By evening, the water had reached Elena's waist in the storm theater. Exhibit lights glowed beneath the surface, illuminating impossible distances below. The museum floor seemed to have vanished. In its place lay a drowned landscape descending through green darkness. Rows of tiled roofs leaned along narrow streets. Chimneys released no smoke. A bell tower rose almost to Elena's feet, its bronze bell swinging soundlessly behind arched openings. People moved among the buildings. At first, Elena mistook them for reflections. Then one climbed onto a rooftop and looked directly upward. He was thin, sunburned, and dressed in the pale shirt of a field observer. A lanyard floated around his throat. He raised both hands and struck the underside of the water. 3 knocks. Elena staggered, sending ripples over the submerged town. The man's face wavered, but she knew him. Tomas Vela had maintained the Valderramas station alone during its final year. She had never met him. She knew him from the identification photograph attached to his reports. 58, widowed, former agricultural teacher, no formal meteorological degree. His messages had grown less technical as the drought worsened. Reservoir empty. Clinic without water. 2 children missing after walking toward the old wells. His final submission contained no measurements. Only a sentence repeated across 6 pages. The ground is opening its mouth. Elevenlabs had flagged the report as evidence of cognitive deterioration and recommended that the station be excluded permanently. When no replacement observer could be assigned, Valderanus disappeared from the model. Now Tomas stood beneath her, water flattening his gray hair against his skull. His lips moved. Elena knelt until the surface touched her chin. "What are you saying?" His words reached her through the water, as a tremor in her teeth. "You received them." Behind him, more figures emerged onto the roofs. Some held folders above their heads. Others carried empty buckets, dead branches, photographs sealed in plastic. Children gathered around the bell tower and pointed upward at Elena. She remembered the attachments she had not opened. Not lost, she had told the inquiry board. Not suppressed. Merely outside the evidentiary standard required for national reporting. Tomas pressed a page against the underside of the water. Her own electronic signature appeared at the bottom. Approved for exclusion. The bell beneath him swung again. This time its sound traveled through Elena's bones. Cracks spread across the submerged streets. The rooftops shifted, revealing deeper towns below them. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, stacked beneath the museum like sediment. Every person looked upward. Then Tomas turned the signed page over. On the reverse was a list of names, each followed by a date and the word transferred. The final name was Elena Mayar. Beside it was tomorrow's date. Elena read her name twice. The second time, the submerged page tore itself from Tomas Vela's hands and rose through the water. It broke the surface without becoming wet and folded against Elena's chest. Tomorrow's date had already begun to blur. The museum shuddered. Walls groaned behind the exhibits. The Storm Theater lengthened until its far doors seemed impossibly distant, and the staircase to the entrance bent upward at an angle no architect could have intended. Elena waded toward it, dragging herself along the brass handrail. With every step, the water grew shallower. By the time she reached the entrance hall, only her footprints remained wet. She seized the front door handle. It opened onto the cartography gallery. Elena slammed it shut and tried again. This time, the door revealed the former curator's apartment. On the third attempt, she saw the Storm Theater, flooded to its ceiling. The fourth showed a narrow road crossing a field of dead olive trees beneath a colorless sky. At the roadside stood a sign. Valdir Nass. Before Elena could step closer, the door closed by itself. The emergency lights went out. From beneath the western staircase came 3 knocks. The wet key hung from the basement lock. Elena did not remember placing it there. She crossed the hall, guided by the pale reflection of water, moving where no water remained. The service door opened before her fingers reached it. Stone steps descended into cold darkness. The air below smelled of copper, wet soil, and sealed rooms. Elena took the flashlight from her phone, though its beam seemed to shorten with every step. The staircase continued far beyond the museum's documented foundations. Brass plates had been fixed to the walls at intervals. Catchment. Deflection. Retention. Transfer. Beside each word, someone had scratched the names of town. At the bottom, Elena entered a circular chamber large enough to contain the entire museum above it. Thousands of glass jars filled iron racks rising into darkness. Copper tubes emerged from their wax seals, joining overhead in branching networks like veins. Water pulsed through the metal with a slow, internal rhythm. Each jar bore a place name and a date. Some labels had turned brown with age. Others looked freshly written. London, Marseille, Frankfurt, Barcelona, Prague. Beside every large city stood clusters of smaller names, many crossed out in red. Elena followed the tubes to a wall-sized map of Europe made from hammered copper. Rivers were carved into its surface. Small valves occupied the positions of towns, connected by pipes that passed through borders without regard for geography. Several valves were stamped Pertucid. Others read absorptive. A brass needle moved slowly across a gauge labeled civic stability. It rested within a green band. Elena touched the valve marked Sivels. Rain roared through the pipes above her. Across the room, 6 jars darkened at once. She pulled her hand away. A voice emerged from a speaking tube beside the map. Terminal archive access acknowledged. The voice belonged to Valdez from the ministry. Dr. Marr, do not alter the balance. You knew. We know that uncontrolled weather creates political instability. These are towns. These are variables. The words were too familiar. Elena had used versions of them in briefing rooms, on television panels, in reports designed to make suffering measurable and therefore distant. Why am I listed for transfer? The line hissed. Custodianship requires continuity. The tube went silent. A narrow doorway opened behind the map. Beyond, it lay a descending corridor lined with empty shelves. The further Elena went, the less water she heard in the pipes. At the corridor's end stood a single glass case beneath a hanging lamp. Inside was an empty jar. Its wax seal had been broken from within. Dust covered the glass except where countless fingertips had traced the same word. Valdirnas. No date appeared on the label. Below the name, in Elena's own handwriting, was the classification she had entered years earlier. Station unreliable. Settlement removed from active mortal. A second label lay beneath it. Elena lifted the glass cover and unfolded the paper. The document was a National Geographic Registry. Valdirnas did not appear on the map, in the municipal index or among the abandoned settlements. It had not been recorded as evacuated. It had not been recorded as destroyed. According to the state, it had never existed. Something moved inside the empty jar. Elena raised it toward the light. At the bottom stood a miniature white road sign, no larger than her thumbnail. Beyond it, beneath the curved glass, hundreds of people were walking toward her through the dust. Tomas Vela reached the front of them and placed both hands against the jar. Then Elena heard the basement door close far above. Her phone screen lit without receiving a signal. A new weather station had appeared on the national network. Its location was inside the museum. Its observer was listed as Elena Marr, and its first report read, "Precipitation transfer begins at midnight." The message remained on Elena's phone until the display filled with water. Not water behind the glass, water inside the words. Each letter loosened, floated upward, and vanished at the top of the screen. When the final line disappeared, the device showed only her reflection and the miniature people moving inside the Valderena's jar. Midnight could not be far away. Elena carried the jar back into the circular archive. The copper tubes above her pulsed faster now, producing a low vibration that made the labels tremble against the glass. On the European map, the needle marked civic stabability had begun edging beyond the green band. A metal drawer stood open beneath it. She was certain it had been closed before. Inside lay a row of black ledgers, each stamped with a year and the seal of a different government ministry. The earliest predated the museum by almost a century. Later volumes bore the names of energy agencies, agricultural councils, insurers, banks, and emergency planning offices. Elena opened the newest. The entries resembled financial accounts. Cities appeared in one column. Rural districts, islands, industrial outskirts, and unnamed settlements appeared in another. Between them were quantities of rainfall, temperature, wind pressure, crop loss, and projected mortality. Madrid, flash, flooded, deferred. Recipient zones, 3 unread agricultural communities. Paris, extreme precipitation event, partially reintegrated. Absorptive districts, pending depopulation review. London, civitation, thresholdic spike. Transfer of to coastal regions with low economic retention value. The language became colder as the deaths increased. No one had stolen rain to prevent disaster. They had moved disaster toward people whose disappearance would create less disruption. Elena turned pages until she found Seville. Decades of droughts had been balanced by storms removed from the city before they formed. Reservoir shortages had been displaced into unnamed villages. Floodwaters intended for wealthy districts had been stored, separated, and reassigned through the museum. The jars were not exhibits. They were accounts awaiting settlement. A reel-to-reel recorder sat on a nearby desk. Its tape began turning when Elena approached. A man's voice read a forecast in the restrained tone of a civil servant. Projected rainfall over Brussels exceeds acceptable continuity levels. Redirect 70% toward designated low-resistance zones. Another voice answered, population? Insufficient political visibility. The recording changed. Elena heard ministers discussing elections, property values, tourism seasons, and insurance exposure. Meteorologists provided probabilities. Economists calculated which towns could vanish without affecting national productivity. Museum custodians confirmed that the displaced weather had been retained. Then Elena heard herself. The recording came from an inquiry meeting 4 years earlier. Her voice was younger, impatient, and entirely certain. The Valderenas station is producing anomalous figures. Removing it will improve model stability. A man asked, can its exclusion authorize regional redistribution? Elena remembered the question differently. She had thought they were discussing computing weight, not weather. On the recording, she answered, yes, provided the variance remains acceptable. A stamp struck paper. Transfer off worst. Elena stopped the machine. But her voice continued from speaking tubes across the chamber, repeating the sentence in overlapping rhythms. Acceptable variance. Acceptable variance. acceptable variance. She opened another ledger and found her name indexed beneath active consent. Every report she had altered appeared there. Every omitted attachment. Every cautious phrase written to protect her career. At the end of the section began a series of recent entries in her handwriting. No incidents. Building remains dry. Humidity stable. Possible psychological contagion following alarming weather reports. Beside each statement, a transfer had been renewed. Her first caretaker entry had prolonged Madrid's protection by 6 days. Her false humidity reading had redirected a storm from Barcelona toward Villanueva del Cierzo. Her description of mass drowning dreams as psychological contagion had converted human testimony into non-actionable evidence. The museum did not require signatures. It required denial. Behind Elena, thousands of jars began filling through their copper tubes. Water descended into them in thin, shining threads, while the cities marked Prudich brightened on the map. She tore the latest ledger from its chain. The tubes convulsed. A hidden compartment opened beneath the map, revealing a final book bound in pale, water-stained leather. On its cover were the words custodial continuity. Elena opened it to the last page. Her name had already been written at the top. Below it was a blank declaration ending with a space for her signature. The first sentence read, I acknowledge that stability repures sacrifice by those who cannot refuse. The final sentence was still forming. Ink crawled across the paper in the shape of letters. When the line completed, Elena understood why she had been brought to the museum. Upon transfer, the new custodian will select the next town to be removed. The unfinished declaration stopped growing when Elena tore her name from the page. The paper resisted like skin. A dark thread of ink stretched between the fragment and the ledger, then snapped. Every jar in the archive rang at once. Not a knock this time. A cry. The sound passed through glass, copper, and bone, carrying thousands of voices compressed into a single breath. Elena dropped the torn page. The empty Valderenas jar struck the floor but did not break. Inside it, Tomas Vela and the others looked upward as the miniature road beneath them began filling with water. The archive lights dimmed. Images appeared in the jars. In the one marked London, Elena saw a river climb over stone embankments and pour into underground stations. Commuters pressed against train windows, while black water rose around them. The scene vanished, replaced by a dry London morning in which no one remembered the drown. A Paris jar contained apartment windows glowing beneath a flood. A child floated past a ceiling mural, clutching a red school bag. When the water settled, the jar showed sunlight on clean boulevards. The protected cities had not merely escaped disasters. They had already endured them. The museum had removed the events afterward. Elena moved between the shelves, watching storms occur and unoccur behind the glass. Families died, buildings collapsed, hospitals lost power, and streets became rivers. Then the water reversed. Bodies returned to beds. Walls reassembled. Bruises withdrew beneath skin. The survivors forgot those who did not return. But the jars remembered. They preserved rainfall, consequences, and every memory the protected population had been permitted to surrender. A speaking tube opened beside Elena with a wet click. Valdez said. Now you understand retention. You erased deaths. We retained destabilizing outcomes. They happened. All forecasts happened somewhere. The answer carried no triumph, only procedure. Elena understood why the jars bore future dates. They did not predict weather. They contained completed catastrophes, waiting for somewhere else to accept them. A flood removed from one city remained real, suspended outside public memory, until a poorer town received its water, its dead, and the grief belonging to strangers. Villanueva had not dreamed of its own drowning. Its residents had dreamed the death of a protected city. Elena found the broken jar's place in the cabinet records. Its contents had belonged to Seville. A sudden storm, a river surge, and the collapse of 3 wealthy riverside districts. The event had been extracted from Tomorrow and reassigned to Villanueva after Elena described the witnesses as psychologically contaminated. Her sentence had not concealed the horror. It had told the museum where to put it. A projector flickered on at the center of the chamber. Elena saw recordings of previous custodians seated before inquiry panels, insurance boards, and emergency committees. None resembled priests or fanatics. They were analysts, archivists, engineers, physicians, people trained to turn suffering into categories. Each had first served the museum unknowingly. A doctor had called unexplained deaths statistically insignificant. An engineer had labeled a collapsing district non-essential. An archivist had marked testimonies unverified. Their language became valves. Their caution became consent. The final recording showed Elena during her suspension hearing. She sat beneath fluorescent lights while officials questioned the exclusion of Valderenas. Behind them stood Valdez and the woman from the Ministry of Culture. Do you accept that communities may suffer when evidence is removed? An investigator asked. Elena watched herself pause. Then the recorded Elena answered, "Uncertainty is not the same as harm." The museum lights brightened. A brass plate rose from the floor before her. Custodial qualification confirmed. Valdez spoke again. The museum did not choose you because you falsified data. Many people falsify data. Then why? Because you made absence sound responsible. Above Elena, copper tubes detached from the jars and bent toward her. Their open ends hovered like listening mouths. The inhabitants of Valderenas pressed against their glass. Tomas raised the unsigned declaration from inside the jar, although Elena had left it on the floor. She finally understood what the transfer beside her name meant. The museum did not want her death. It wanted her judgment. At midnight, every jar would open through her, and every stored catastrophe would wait behind her teeth until she named the communities forced to receive them. The first copper tube touched Elena's lips. From inside it, a drowned child whispered, "Tell us who matters less." Elena bit down on the copper tube. Metal split the inside of her lip. The taste of blood reached her before the water did. A flood pressed against her mouth from the other side. Not one flood, thousands. She felt rivers forcing through subway, tunnels, seawater climbing hospital stairs, rain striking roofs in cities that had forgotten the sound. Names gathered behind her teeth, villages, districts, islands. Settlements classified as temporary, unproductive, unverified, or already declining. The archive waited for her to speak one. Elena tore the tube away. Water burst from its end and rose toward the ceiling in a twisting column. Every gauge in the chamber swung into the red. The speaking tubes opened together. Voices filled the archive. Ministry officials, emergency planners, insurers, regional governors. Some Elena recognized from hearings and televised briefings. Others spoke from offices across Europe, unaware that their breath traveled through the museum. Dr. Marr, Valdez said, you can still stabilize the system. A printer beneath the copper map began producing documents. Reinstatement papers. A restored government title. Immunity from prosecution. A statement attributing the museum incident to obsolete infrastructure and public hysteria. Then came the allocation forms. Blank lines waited beneath the heading, designated absorptive communities. You need only select areas with low continuity value, Valdez continued. No major population centers, no protected infrastructure. We can prevent widespread collapse. Elena looked at the empty lines. That was how it had always been offered. Not as murder, but as limitation. Not who would die, but where disruption could be contained. What happens if I refuse? The brass needle struck the end of its gauge. Balance returns without administration. You mean the disasters go back to their original locations. And the memories? Silence answered first. Then Valdez said, all retained consequences. The protected cities would remember every death removed from them. Families would recover children they had forgotten losing. Governments would inherit disasters their budgets, elections, and histories had been built to avoid. Millions might suffer, but they had already suffered. The museum had merely hidden the cost inside other people. Footsteps sounded on the staircase above. Officials entered the chamber, wearing waterproof coats, despite the dry corridors behind them. The woman from the Ministry of Culture came first, still wearing dark glasses. Alvaro followed between two security officers, his hands bound. He looked older than he had across the plaza. I tried once, he told Elena. I opened 6 jars. What happened? 6 ministers drowned at their desks without a drop entering the rooms. The woman placed a fountain pen beside the allocation forms. Choose, she said. Or every city attached to this archive receives everything at once. Elena thought of Valderena's disappearing so completely that even its absence became difficult to prove. She thought of Tomas sending reports into a system designed to treat desperation as evidence of unreliability. She picked up the pen. The officials relaxed. Elena signed nothing. Instead, she drove the pen through the nearest copper junction. The pipe ruptured. Water climbed out in a transparent branch, carrying voices inside it. She struck a second pipe, then a third. Alvaro pulled free when the security officers turned toward the flooding map and threw his shoulder against the cabinet controls. Every lock released. Across the archive, wax seals cracked. Elena seized the custodial continuity ledger and fed its pages into the old document scanner. The machine woke with a green light. Records, forecasts, transfer accounts, names of erased towns, and ministerial authorizations moved into the public emergency network. No summary. No acceptable language. only the full accounts. The first jar opened, then the next. Thousands of lids lifted at once. The water did not fall. It rushed upward through the copper tubes, through the museum walls, through telephone lines, microphones, ventilation ducts, and screens. In government offices across Europe, officials stopped speaking mid-sentence. Water rose from their mouths. It came black with river mud and filled with bells, photographs, wedding rings, medicine bottles, and the voices of people removed from maps. Ministers vomited rain across conference tables. Executives coughed seawater into financial reports. Broadcasters opened their mouths and released the screams of drowned neighborhoods. The woman in dark glasses fell to her knees. A church bell sounded inside her throat. Elena turned toward the Valderanus jar. Its glass had begun to crack. Tomas stood among the waiting townspeople as the miniature sky above them darkened. "Will this return you?" Elena asked. He shook his head. "Then what will it return?" Tomas looked upward. "The people who forgot us." The jar shattered. There was no water inside, only wind. It tore through the archive, carrying dust, names, and the smell of rain falling on Earth after too many years. Above the museum, the first cloud formed over Seville. Its underside contained streets. The cloud above Seville opened without thunder. Rain fell first on the museum roof, darkening tiles that had forgotten moisture. Then it crossed the plaza in a slow-moving curtain. People stopped beneath balconies and cafe awnings, holding out their hands as though receiving proof of something they had ceased believing. The water was warm. Those who tasted it remembered dying. A shopkeeper saw himself trapped beneath a collapsed bridge in a flood that had never reached Seville. A woman sheltering beneath the museum entrance remembered searching a submerged school for a daughter who stood beside her, alive and screaming. An old man dropped to his knees when the rain returned the names of neighbors erased from his childhood. Across the abandoned regions, dry riverbeds darkened. Rain reached Villanueva del Cierzo and struck the roofs gently. No one drowned. Instead, residents woke from the shared nightmare, carrying memories that did not belong to them. Underground stations filling in London, Parisian apartments beneath brown water, hospital corridors in Berlin, where emergency lights died one by one. They understood that their fear had been someone else's history, waiting for a poorer place to inhabit. In Valderanus, rain fell upon empty land. The settlement did not return all at once. First came the outlines of roads beneath the dust. Then stone walls rose as dark impressions in the air. Wells appeared without water, doors without houses, and orchard trees bearing leaves made from rain. People across Spain began remembering that Valderanus had existed. Former officials recalled signing evacuation requests they had later denied receiving. Teachers remembered children transferred from a school absent from every register. Elena's colleagues found Tomas Vela's reports restored to their archives, each page bearing the marks of having been repeatedly opened and deliberately ignored. The museum shook as its hidden accounts entered public networks. Names replaced categories. Photographs replaced projections. The phrase acceptable variants vanished from hundreds of documents and was replaced by lists of the dead. Yet the archive did not empty. Beneath the museum, shattered jars continued pouring their contents upward. Copper pipes twisted through the galleries like exposed roots. Water covered the staircases, but beyond its surface, the drowned cities were no longer silent. Their bells sounded through streets above them. Elena stood in the terminal chamber as the wind from Valderenas circled her. Tomas waited beside the broken jar. He was no longer miniature. Dust covered his shirt, and his lanyard hung from his neck exactly as it had in the photograph Elena once dismissed. "You returned the records," he said. "Not the years. No. Not the dead. No." Elena looked toward the staircase. Then it was not enough. Tomas studied her without anger. Truth is not repair. The archive floor softened beneath her feet. Water moved through the stone, exposing rooftops far below. Every settlement sacrificed by the system waited beneath the museum, layer upon layer, each built from consequences assigned elsewhere. "What happens now?" Elena asked. "The forecast continues." The water rose around them. Above, Alvaro reached the entrance hall as the western staircase collapsed into darkness. He called Elena's name until the museum doors opened and expelled him into the rain. When he looked back, the building's windows were full of water. Elena stood behind the glass. For a moment, she appeared to be inside a submerged street rather than the museum. Tomas and the people of Valderenas gathered behind her. Elena lifted one hand toward Alvaro. Then a bell tower passed between them. The windows went dark. By morning, the Museum of Rain was sealed. Officials claimed its foundations had flooded, although engineers found no underground water and no basement on the plans. Elena Marr was listed as missing. Her restored professional record contained every report she had altered, but no employment contract connecting her to the museum. Rain continued falling in forgotten regions for 7 days. In the cities, once marked protected, bells began sounding beneath streets during clear weather. Excavations found no towers, only water seeping upward through concrete and carrying names no municipal archive recognized. The phenomenon spread. A climatology institute in Prague discovered a glass jar inside a locked forecasting room. A weather office in Brussels found 12 jars connected to its computers by thin copper tubes. In London, an insurance analyst opened a cabinet that had not existed the previous evening and found rainwater labeled with districts scheduled for redevelopment. No one could determine who had delivered them. Each jar bore a town and a future date. Inside every one, a woman stood beneath a black umbrella, writing names into a ledger, while drowned streets shifted behind her. And above Europe, the clouds no longer resembled weather. They resembled cities viewed from beneath the water. The museum survived because people preferred catastrophe when it could be translated into percentages, redirected beyond sight, and assigned to those with the least power to object. Elena's final choice did not undo the suffering she helped conceal. It merely returned ownership of that suffering to those who had escaped it. Perhaps truth cannot repair what denial has destroyed. Perhaps its first purpose is simpler: to prevent the comfortable from calling another person's disappearance stability. If protecting your world required erasing a town you would never visit, how long would it take before you stopped asking where the rain had gone? Story 5. The call came on a Thursday afternoon while Arthur Keene was standing in his kitchen, waiting for the kettle to boil as rain collected along the window frame. The caller introduced himself as Mr. Vale from Northward Passenger Services. Arthur did not recognize the name, though the clipped patience in the man's speech sounded familiar. The practiced tone of railway management speaking to someone whose refusal had already been calculated. "We need a conductor for the Highland Night," Vale said. "One journey only, London to Inverness." Arthur looked at the kettle. Steam had begun to tremble from its spout. "I retired 11 years ago." "We know." "Then you know why?" In the pause, Arthur heard something beneath the line, a steady metallic rhythm, faint and distant like wheels passing over rail joints. Vale said, "The route has changed." Arthur almost laughed. Routes changed. Bridges did not. He placed one hand flat against the counter until the tremor in his fingers eased. Since retirement, he had avoided viaducts, footbridges, even the glass walkway above the shopping center in Croydon. On trains, he closed his eyes before rivers. In cars, he asked drivers to take the longer road. His doctor called it bridge crossing panic, as though the name made it smaller. "What happened to the scheduled conductor?" Arthur asked. He failed to report. "And the reserve?" "Also unavailable." The metallic rhythm on the line stopped. Vale gave him the departure details and added, almost casually, "Your old uniform has been prepared." Arthur's kettle clicked off. He did not agree. At least, later, he could not remember agreeing. Yet shortly before 10 o'clock that night, he stood beneath the iron ribs of Euston Station, with a leather case in one hand and his old conductor's cap tucked beneath his arm. The uniform fit too well. He had expected tightness across the shoulders, resistance at the waist, some physical proof that 11 years had passed. Instead, the dark navy cloth settled around him as though it had been worn yesterday. Even the brass buttons retained the dull shine he remembered polishing before important services. Platform 11 lay farther from the main concourse than Arthur remembered. The station clocks showed a few minutes before departure, but the platform itself seemed already abandoned by time. No families hurried beneath the signs. No porters shouted. The long train waited under weak amber lights, its windows blackened by the rain. A young platform attendant stood beside the rear carriage. Her badge read Lucy Fenn. "You're Mr. Keene," she said. Arthur nodded. She looked relieved, then immediately ashamed of appearing relieved. "How many aboard?" 32. "Crew?" "Driver, catering attendant, and you?" "No guard?" Her eyes moved toward the train. "You're listed as guard and conductor. That hasn't been standard practice for years. I only have the manifest." She handed him a thin clipboard. 32 names had been typed in neat alphabetical order. Beside each was a destination, though every destination was the same, Inverness. Arthur ran his thumb over the paper. It felt damp. "Tickets checked?" "Not yet." "Luggage?" "Already loaded." "By whom?" Lucy did not answer. A whistle sounded from somewhere beneath the train, low and mournful, though no one on the platform had raised one. The carriage doors unlocked together. Arthur climbed aboard. Warm air carried the smell of old upholstery, wet wool, and something mineral like stones lifted from deep water. The passengers sat quietly beneath reading lamps. Most were alone. None spoke. None looked toward him as he entered, though several held tickets ready between two fingers. Arthur began his inspection. The tickets were unusually heavy, made from cream card rather than modern stock. Each had been punched with the northward emblem and stamped London to Inverness. There was no price. At the fourth row, an elderly woman offered him her ticket without lifting her eyes from the window. Arthur clipped it. The train began to move. Outside, Lucy Fenn stood under the platform light. She watched the train leave with both hands pressed over her mouth. Arthur turned to the glass. The elderly woman was still visible in the window beside him, seated exactly where she should have been. But the reflection facing Arthur was a young man in a soaked railway uniform. The young man raised one pale hand and placed it against the inside of the glass. On his cap was the badge of a driver, and beneath the brim he had Arthur's face. Arthur stepped back from the window so abruptly that his shoulder struck the luggage rack. The young driver remained in the glass. He did not turn when Arthur moved. He continued, staring from behind the elderly woman's reflected seat, his hand pressed flat against the window, rainwater running from his cuff in narrow black threads. Arthur looked directly at the carriage. Only the woman sat there. When he looked back at the glass, the driver was gone. "Are you unwell?" the woman asked. Her voice was calm, almost courteous. She had not lifted her eyes from the darkness outside. "Movement in the reflection," Arthur said. "Platform light." "There is no platform now." Arthur examined her ticket again. The name printed across it was Margaret Sloane. The card felt colder than before. "Have you traveled this route often, Mrs. Sloane?" "Not that I remember." The answer disturbed him more than it should have. He returned the ticket and continued through the carriage, using routine as a handrail. Check the passenger. Check the destination. Clip the card once, cleanly, near the lower corner. Observe luggage, intoxication, illness, unattended property. These actions had once carried him through strikes, electrical failures, drunken football crowds, and one winter when ice sealed the carriage doors north of Perth. Routine had never failed him. People had. At every window, the same wrongness waited. The passengers themselves appeared in the glass, but never where their reflections should have been. Their visible bodies sat upright beneath the reading lamps, while strangers occupied their mirrored seats. Beside a thin university student sat the reflection of a broad-shouldered woman with cropped hair and blood darkening one sleeve. Behind a middle-aged accountant, a boy of perhaps 12 pressed his forehead to the window and silently counted with his fingers. A sleeping couple were replaced in the glass by two elderly men wearing identical black coats, each with pondweed tangled around his shoes. Arthur tested the angle. He moved left, then right. He crouched slightly. He turned off one reading lamp and switched on another. The strangers remained. None of the passengers reacted. By the time he reached the connecting door, sweat had gathered beneath his collar despite the carriage's steady cold. He entered the vestibule and shut the door behind him. The clatter of the train deepened there. Metal joints shifted beneath his feet. Wind whispered around the rubber seals. Arthur removed his cap and inspected his reflection in the narrow safety glass. His own face looked back at him. For several seconds, relief loosened his chest. Then the reflected uniform changed. The Navy conductor's jacket darkened to black. A driver's insignia appeared above the breast pocket. Water glistened across the shoulders, and a pale cut opened along the reflected Arthur's temple. Arthur touched his own forehead. The skin was unbroken. He turned away. The train had passed Watford without slowing. Beyond the vestibule window, the lights of the outer suburbs thinned into wet streaks. Northward lay miles of track, stations swallowed by darkness, and bridges he had spent 11 years refusing to cross. There were ways to manage them. He had learned them privately, ashamed of each one. Never look down. Never count the support columns. Stand where the vibration was weakest. Fix the mind on something beyond the far bank. If traveling by road, talk continuously. If traveling by rail, close the curtains before the approach. Most importantly, never allow memory to supply the sound. Metal giving way did not sound like thunder. That was what people assumed. Arthur stopped the thought before it could finish. He opened his case and found the route diagram, emergency keys, signal instructions, and an old silver pocket watch he had not packed. His initials were engraved on the back. The watch had belonged to him during his final year of service. And after retirement, he had placed it inside a locked desk drawer and never touched it again. Its glass was cracked at the edge, though Arthur remembered the crack being on the opposite side. The hands were moving backwards. He shut the case. A soft chime announced the opening of the connecting door. A man in a gray suit entered from the next carriage carrying an untouched cup of tea. "Mr. Keene?" he asked. Arthur put on his cap. "Tickets, please." The man smiled as though Arthur had made a small joke. "You checked mine already." "I haven't been in the forward carriage." "No," the man said. "Not tonight." Arthur held out his hand. After a moment, the passenger produced a cream ticket. His name was Julian Vey. The surname tightened something behind Arthur's ribs. "Any relation to railway work?" Arthur asked. "My grandfather drove trains." Arthur's hand stalled over the ticket punch. Julian looked toward the safety glass in the vestibule door. In it, his reflection was not a man in a gray suit, but a railway driver with one side of his face crushed inward. "He died before my mother was born," Julian continued. "At least, that's what she used to say." "Used to?" "She doesn't remember him anymore." The train entered a shallow cutting, and darkness rose along both sides of the window. Julian leaned closer. "Strange thing is," he said, "neither do I." Behind him, in the glass, the dead driver slowly raised his hand. Stamped across his wet palm was the date Arthur had spent 11 years refusing to remember. The date on the dead driver's palm vanished when Arthur blinked. One moment, the wet skin bore a black rectangular stamp. The next, the hand was empty and lowering behind Julian Vey's shoulder. Arthur looked away from the glass and found Julian watching him. "What did you see?" Julian asked. "Nothing." You were reading his hand. Arthur clipped the ticket harder than necessary. The punch snapped through the cream card. There is no one behind you. Julian glanced at the window. His own body remained there in reflection, but the crushed driver now occupied his seat, water sliding from his hair, although the glass was dry. Then perhaps he's behind you, Julian said. Arthur pushed past him into the forward carriage. 31 passengers sat beneath their reading lamps in near-perfect silence. Books remained open, without pages turning. Cups were held, but not raised. A child in a red jumper rested both hands on his knees and stared at the floor. Arthur counted twice. 31. Margaret Sloane was still visible through the connecting door behind him, so no one was missing. Not yet. He took the wall telephone and pressed the cab key. No driver answered. The receiver carried only the clatter of wheels, delayed by half a second, as though another train followed beneath theirs. A route board above the door displayed the next stations in pale amber lettering. Milton Keynes, Crewe, Preston, Glasgow, Inverness. Between Crewe and Preston, another name flickered into existence. Strath Diran. Arthur stared until the letters disappeared. No station had ever carried that name. The valley had. The bridge had. The reports had, until Northward's lawyers replaced the words with Northern Infrastructure Incident and sealed the original files. The train began to slow. Outside, the last scattered lights vanished. Black slopes rose on either side, far too steep for the Midlands. Water glimmered along exposed rock. The train had traveled hundreds of miles in minutes. Yet Arthur had felt no acceleration, only a deepening cold and pressure in his ears. The child in red looked up. "Tunnel," he said. Ahead, the headlamp glow struck a soot-blackened stone mouth. Above its entrance, someone had carved a date. The 14th of November, 1983. Arthur's breath stopped. The carriage windows went black as the train entered. For several seconds, the lamps continued burning. Every passenger remained visible in the glass, while the strangers occupying their reflected seats turned toward Arthur at once. Then the lights failed. The wheels no longer struck clean rail joints. They passed over something softer, unevenly spaced, producing dull impacts beneath the floor. Arthur gripped a seat. Wet fabric brushed his sleeve. A ticket punch clicked near his left ear, then farther down the carriage, then directly beneath him. Passengers began breathing in unison with the slow effort of people submerged in cold water. A woman whispered, "Please don't take all of him." It was Margaret Sloane. Arthur felt toward the rear door. Mrs. Sloane? A swollen, icy hand closed around his wrist. He struck at it, and it released him, leaving water beneath his cuff. The lamps returned as the train burst from the tunnel. Everyone sat exactly as before. Everyone except Margaret. Her handbag remained on the floor, and her coat lay folded beside the empty seat. In the window, however, Margaret still appeared beneath the reading lamp, hands resting peacefully in her lap. The reflected woman smiled. Something rose from the vacant seat between Arthur and the glass. A man in an obsolete railway porter's uniform unfolded himself slowly, water streaming from his clothes. Gravel and fragments of dark glass clung to his face. No passenger screamed. Several did not even look up. The porter held out a cream ticket. Arthur took it because his body remembered the duty before his mind could refuse. It bore the date carved above the tunnel, the 14th of November, 1983. Across the destination line, someone had written, "The bridge, one way." Arthur's punch clicked by itself. A hole appeared in the card. The porter looked past him toward Margaret's smiling image. "That makes 31 returned," he said. Then he turned his ruined face toward Arthur. One still traveling under another man's name. The wet porter said it without accusation. That made the words worse. Arthur looked down at the punch ticket in his hand. The hole had appeared precisely where he would once have clipped a passenger, traveling beyond the permitted boundary. Old procedure. Old muscle memory. When he looked up again, the porter had moved to Margaret Sloane's seat. He sat with water gathering beneath his boots, though the carpet remained dry wherever Arthur touched it. In the window beside him, Margaret's reflection continued to smile. Arthur reached for the nearest reading lamp and switched it off. Margaret remained illuminated in the glass. "Vault in the carriage lighting," he said. The porter tilted his head. Reflected light from the adjoining compartment. "There is no adjoining light." Arthur ignored him. He checked the window seal, the lamp housing, and the emergency panel below the luggage rack. Railway glass could distort depth. Layered panes produced duplicate images. Cold air and interior heat created optical ghosts. Arthur had written reports about frightened passengers. He had always found a reason. He returned to the vestibule and opened the manifest. 31 names appeared. He counted them once, then again. Margaret Sloane was gone. Arthur turned to the page beneath it, expecting a duplicate sheet or carbon copy. The second list also contained 31 passengers. No gap remained between Malcolm Rusk and Eleanor Spence. The alphabetic order had closed around the missing name as neatly as skin, over a shallow cut. He searched the ticket wallet. 31 stubs. He opened his case and found the service ledger. The departure entry stated, "Passengers boarded, 31. Arthur carried the documents back into the carriage. "Does anyone here remember the woman who occupied this seat?" No one answered. Julian Vey looked up from his untouched tea. "What woman?" "Huh?" "Elderly, gray coat, Margaret Sloane." Julian frowned with the effort of politeness. "That seat was empty when I boarded." Arthur pointed to the handbag on the floor. Julian looked at it, then at Arthur. "What handbag?" The brown leather bag stood between them, its brass clasp wet with condensation. Arthur bent to pick it up. His hand passed through the handle. A cold ache shot up his arm, followed by an image so sudden he nearly fell. A woman seated beside a hospital bed, repeating a name to a young girl who no longer recognized it. Then the image was gone. Arthur straightened slowly. Exhaustion, he thought. Lack of sleep. Stress brought on by returning to work. The manifest had been incorrectly printed. The woman had moved carriages. The stranger in the porter's uniform was a passenger wearing costume clothing, perhaps mentally ill, perhaps dangerous. Every explanation was possible separately. Together, they sounded like prayer. Arthur took the wall telephone again and called the driver's cab. This time, someone answered. At first, Arthur heard only breathing. Then a man's voice said, "Keen." Arthur recognized the voice before he recognized the name attached to it. His throat closed. "Identify yourself." The voice gave a quiet laugh. "You always said that when you already knew." Arthur pressed the receiver harder to his ear. "This is the conductor. State your name." "Malcolm Vey." The line filled with the groan of stressed metal. Arthur looked toward Julian. The man was watching him now. "That's impossible," Arthur said. So was the bridge. The connection broke. Arthur lowered the receiver. His hand had begun to shake. Behind him, the porter spoke. "You told him the wind reading was within tolerance." Arthur turned. The porter had not left Margaret's seat, but his wet uniform had changed. The porter's brass buttons were gone. In their place were the blackened fastenings of an emergency railway crew. One sleeve had been torn away, exposing a forearm marked with burns. "I never gave wind readings," Arthur said. "You relayed them. I followed the controller's instruction. You changed one word." Arthur's mouth went dry. The carriage seemed to lengthen behind the stranger. Every window showed a different drowned face, but all of them were turned toward Arthur. What word? The wet man leaned back, considering him. Arthur already knew. On the night of the accident, the bridge inspector had transmitted. Support movement observed. Crossing not advised. Arthur had repeated the message to the driver. But not exactly. The porter raised one hand as though holding an old radio microphone. In Arthur's own younger voice, he said, "Movement observed. Crossing advised." The memory opened inside Arthur with the sound of a steel cable snapping. He remembered the control room. The rain against the windows. Malcolm asking him to repeat the instruction. Arthur looking at the supervisor beside him. Arthur, knowing the train carried passengers who would be stranded if the line closed. Arthur hearing himself answer. The porter smiled without warmth. "Would you like me to repeat what you said after he asked whether you were certain?" In the window, Arthur's reflection lifted its head. It wore Malcolm Vey's ruined face. And before Arthur could speak, every reflection in the carriage answered for him. "Proceed." The word traveled through the carriage in 31 different voices. Arthur covered his ears, but the sound continued inside his head, stripped of static and years. Malcolm Vey asking once more whether the line was clear. Arthur watching the supervisor's hand hover above the incident ledger. Arthur knowing that if he repeated the warning correctly, the service would stop, investigators would arrive, and questions would begin. The train entered another tunnel. This time, Arthur saw it coming. "Hold your seats," he shouted. The lights failed before anyone reacted. A woman screamed once. Somewhere ahead, glass shattered. The synchronized breathing returned, accompanied by the soft flutter of paper being torn into narrow strips. When the lights came back, 2 more seats were empty. Their occupants remained in the windows. A teenage boy wearing headphones stared outward from the glass, though the actual seat beneath him held only a damp school blazer. Across the aisle, a broad-faced man still appeared to be sleeping in reflection, his cheek pressed against a window that now showed a wet woman sitting behind him. The manifest contained 29 names. Arthur did not check it twice. What were their names? He demanded. No one answered. Julian Vey rubbed both hands across his face. I knew the boy. From where? I don't know. You spoke to him? I think so. What did he tell you? Julian stared at the abandoned blazer. Something about his grandmother. The child in the red jumper began crying silently. Arthur crouched beside him. What is your name? Elliot. Who brought you aboard, Elliot? My aunt. Where is she? The boy looked toward a woman seated 3 rows away. For a moment, relief crossed Arthur's face. Then Elliot whispered, I think that's her. The woman turned. She was perhaps 40, with a narrow mouth and a silver pendant resting against her throat. I'm traveling alone, she said. Elliot's crying stopped. Not because he was comforted, because he had forgotten why he was crying. The train entered a 3rd tunnel. Arthur reached for Elliot, but darkness swallowed the carriage before his hand found the boy's shoulder. The child's voice spoke beside him, then from the ceiling, then beneath the floor. I had a room with green walls. A woman farther back said, my father had 6 brothers. Someone else murmured, there was a photograph on the mantel. Another voice answered, I don't know whose house that was. The lights returned. Elliot was gone. In his place sat a soaked railway clerk with a fractured jaw and a ticket pinned through the skin of his palm. Arthur could no longer tell whether the passengers were frightened. Their faces had become smooth with absence. Several examined rings, watches, or family photographs, as though these objects had been found in someone else's luggage. Julian held a faded picture of a woman standing beside a locomotive. That was my mother, he said. Arthur studied the face. You said your grandfather was a driver. Did I? The wet porter watched from Margaret's seat. Arthur seized the manifest and moved down the aisle, matching surnames to the fragments he remembered from the sealed casualty reports. Vey, Sloan, Rusk, Spence, Harker, Bell. Names omitted from newspapers, rearranged in legal documents, or listed under temporary identification numbers while Northward negotiated settlements with families. Some had belonged to passengers, others to railway workers, rescue volunteers, and residents living beneath the bridge. Arthur understood why the list had felt familiar. He had helped remove those names. Every person aboard was descended from someone lost at Strathdarren. Yet the passengers did not remember the dead. Their family histories had been hollowed out and filled with something gentler. Scholarships, inheritances, reconciliations, homes never repossessed. Children born after illnesses that should have killed their parents. Lives purchased with absence. The route board flickered above the door. Instead of stations, it displayed places Arthur had lived after the accident. York, Bristol, Croydon. His retirement, Flat. The hospital where doctors first named his panic. The road he used to avoid the Thames crossing. The train curved sharply, and through the window Arthur saw his own kitchen under afternoon rain. The unboiled kettle stood on the counter. His locked desk drawer hung open, the silver watch missing. They were not traveling north. They had never been traveling north. The tunnels were appearing wherever Arthur had buried the past deeply enough to pass beneath it. He turned toward the wet porter. "This train isn't following the line." "No," the porter said. The carriage tilted, and somewhere below them came the roar of a river Arthur had not heard in 43 years. "It is following every road you took around the bridge." The route diagram showed no carriage beyond the luggage compartment. Arthur checked it 3 times. According to the printed plan, the train ended with a brake vestibule behind the rear passenger coach. Yet, when he stood at the final connecting door, he saw another carriage swaying beyond the glass. It had no windows, only riveted steel panels painted the dark brown once used for Royal Mail trains. The wet porter waited beside him. "You know what was carried there," he said. "I know what mail vans carried. Not that one." The door was locked with a brass mechanism obsolete by half a century. Arthur tried the emergency key from his case. It would not enter. Then the silver pocket watch began ticking inside his jacket. Its hand still traveled backwards. Arthur pressed the cracked glass against the lock. The mechanism clicked open. Cold air rolled from the hidden carriage, carrying the odor of canvas, river mud, and the sweet chemical sting of refrigerated mortuaries. Metal shelving filled the van from floor to ceiling. On the nearest rack lay rows of personal effects sealed in transparent bags. Watches stopped beneath cracked faces, wedding rings threaded onto numbered wire, children's shoes stiff with dried silt, purses, combs, spectacles, railway badges, and wallets whose photographs had faded to featureless white shapes. Arthur recognized the numbering system. "Temporary identification," he whispered. The wet porter entered behind him. Temporary became permanent. Arthur pulled down a ledger marked Northward, Knottle Freight. Its pages listed consignments collected after the Strath-Darren derailment. The public report had recorded 18 deaths. The ledger contained 64 bodies. Some had been transported under refrigeration to hospitals hundreds of miles apart. Others had been loaded onto overnight passenger services under descriptions such as medical materials, damaged livestock, and unclaimed parcels. Beside every entry was the same authorization code. Arthur's own employee number. "I didn't sign these." "You signed the first one," the porter said. "The company learned the shape of your consent." At the rear of the van stood a line of waist-high steel containers connected by narrow copper pipes. Frost covered their lids. Each bore a family name from the manifest. Sloan, Vey, Harker, Bell, Spence. Beneath each surname was a handwritten label. Memory sipped in settlement. Arthur opened the Sloan container. There was no machinery inside. Only darkness and the faint sound of a woman singing. The song brought an image with it. Margaret as a little girl, sitting beneath a kitchen table while her mother wept over a photograph. A man named Thomas Sloan had died below the bridge while attempting to pull passengers from the river. Northward later paid for Margaret's education, her mother's house, and treatment that allowed Margaret to live long enough to have children. Each payment had removed something. First, the sound of Thomas's laugh. Then his face. Then the knowledge that he had ever existed. Arthur shut the lid, but the singing continued beneath the metal. He opened another container. Julian Vay's childhood appeared around him so completely that Arthur smelled coal smoke in the curtains. Malcolm Vay stood in a garden, teaching a small girl how to read the numbers on a locomotive plate. The girl would become Julian's mother. In the purchased version of her life, Malcolm died before she was born. A railway trust funded her schooling. A stranger paid the mortgage after her mother fell ill. Doors opened at exactly the moments grief should have closed them. The family called it good fortune because they had forgotten its price. Arthur staggered backward. These people agreed to this? The survivors signed compensation contracts, said the porter. Most were injured, medicated, or burying empty coffins. The language promised relief from distressing recollection and restoration of future opportunity. They couldn't have understood. Nay, you understood. On a desk beneath the containers lay the original contracts. Arthur found his name on the final page, not as witness or railway representative, but as beneficiary. In exchange for continued silence, Northward had protected his pension, erased disciplinary findings, and redirected public blame toward Malcolm Vay. Attached to the contract was a schedule of memories removed from Arthur himself. The warning call from the bridge inspector. The supervisor's order. The moment Arthur changed the message. The sound Malcolm made when he understood the deception. Most entries were marked partially recovered. The final line was different. Memory retained elsewhere, driver. Last view. Arthur looked toward the steel wall of the van. His reflection stood there despite the absence of glass. It wore Malcolm's wet uniform. Behind the reflected driver stretched a railway bridge bending under storm water, and upon it waited a train filled with 64 people whose names had never reached the newspapers. The reflected Malcolm raised one hand and pointed beyond Arthur. At the far end of the mail van, the doors of a refrigerated compartment were slowly opening. Inside, among rows of covered bodies, one figure sat upright, wearing Arthur's conductor uniform. The figure inside the refrigerated compartment wore Arthur's old uniform, but the face beneath the cap was Malcolm Vay's. Not the crushed face from the windows. This Malcolm looked as he had before the bridge. Clean-shaven, rain darkening the shoulders of his driver's coat. Arthur knew the expression, too. It was the look Malcolm wore whenever an order did not sound right. The body held a portable tape recorder against its chest. Arthur stepped closer. Frost cracked beneath his shoes. "That isn't a body," he said. The wet porter remained by the doors. Neither were the others, once the company finished moving them. Arthur reached for the recorder. Malcolm's fingers opened. The tape began turning. At first came wind, electrical interference, and the hollow clank of loose metal beneath rain. Then a bridge inspector spoke through heavy static. "North support movement observed. Crossing not advised. Repeat, crossing not advised." Arthur closed his eyes. Another voice entered the recording, younger, firmer, impatient with fear. His own. Movement observed, crossing advised. A burst of static followed. Malcolm said, "Control, confirm that instruction." Arthur remembered the supervisor beside him, one hand on the incident ledger, and the other covering the red telephone. He remembered the northbound service already running late. He remembered being told that closing the route would cost the company more than a year of his wages for every hour of disruption. Oosh. On the tape, Malcolm asked again, "Arthur, are you certain?" Arthur's recorded breathing filled the compartment. Then came the word, "Proceed." The sound after it was not the collapse. It was silence, 9 long seconds in which no one withdrew the order. Then Malcolm said very quietly, "You're right that I chose this." The recording ended. Arthur opened his eyes. "No," he whispered. The tape restarted by itself. This time it continued beyond the final transmission. Voices discussed his body capacity, refrigerated storage, and which hospitals could accept remains without alerting the press. A manager ordered the dead distributed across scheduled passenger services so no single station would receive enough coffins to reveal the true number. Arthur heard carriage numbers, false freight labels, and instructions to separate family members. The overnight network had not merely hidden the disaster. For 6 weeks, ordinary passengers had traveled beside the dead. The porter crossed to a cabinet and removed a stack of magnetic reels. Each was marked with a route and date. London to Carlisle. Edinburgh to Aberdeen. Glasgow to Inverness. Arthur found his handwriting on several boxes. Consignment sieved. Manifest corrected. No, public instant. "I was told they were documents," Arthur said. "You stopped asking after the second journey." Arthur opened the desk drawer beneath the recordings. Inside lay the official accident report. Its first draft named unstable supports, management pressure, and a false instruction relayed by conductor Arthur Keene. Malcolm Vey was described as requesting confirmation twice before proceeding under direct authority. The second draft softened the language. The third removed Arthur's name. The final report stated that Malcolm had misunderstood an advisory warning and continued despite uncertainty. At the bottom was Arthur's signature. He stared at its long downward stroke through the K and remembered signing. Worse, he remembered rewriting. After the accident, a company solicitor had placed the report before him in a hotel room. Arthur had crossed out direct instruction and replaced it with driver interpretation. He had changed confirmed to assumed. He had written that Malcolm sounded confused. The company had not forged his consent. It had rewarded it. Julian Vey appeared in the doorway, holding his mother's faded photograph. "Was my grandfather responsible?" he asked. Arthur tried to answer, but the compartment filled with voices of passengers who no longer remembered why they had boarded. The wet porter placed the report on the desk and turned to its final page. A blank line waited beneath Arthur's old signature. Above it were the words, "Correction accepted only from the person which you benefied." Arthur lifted the pen chain to the desk. The train lurched violently. Every refrigerated drawer slid open at once. The covered figures inside turned their heads toward him, and from somewhere ahead came the unmistakable vibration of wheels beginning to climb onto a bridge. The porter looked at the unsigned line. "You may correct the record," he said, "but not after you reach the other side." The pen moved beneath Arthur's fingers, but the bridge vibration deepened before its nib touched paper. From the passenger carriages, came a sound like wind passing through an open house. Voices rose and vanished, each speaking a fragment of some life that had almost happened. A scholarship in Edinburgh. The child survived the fever. The mortgage was paid. She married after all. Arthur left the unsigned correction on the desk and followed the voices. The refrigerated drawers remained open behind him. Gnaw. As he crossed the mail van, the covered bodies inside began whispering names that the living passengers had surrendered. Not facts. Names. The train swayed beneath the weight of them. In the nearest carriage, 29 passengers sat among wet strangers wearing the faces of the dead. Some held photographs. Others examined wedding rings, house keys, university certificates, and medical letters that had appeared in their laps. Julian Vay stood beside the window. His reflection was no longer the crushed driver. It showed a different Julian, older, poorly dressed, standing outside a boarded house with a suitcase in one hand. "What is that?" Arth asked. Julian did not look away. "The life I was supposed to have." The reflected man turned toward them. Behind him, a woman resembling Julian's mother coughed into a handkerchief darkened with blood. "My grandmother received compensation," Julian said. "Enough to keep the house. Enough to educate my mother. Later, money arrived whenever the family was close to losing something. You didn't know. No one knew what the payments were for. By the time I was born, they were called investments. Good decisions. Family luck." In the glass, the alternate Julian entered the ruined house. The scene changed. Now Julian appeared as a child in a warm kitchen, listening while his mother told him about Malcolm Vay. His grandfather's name remained alive there, spoken with anger and grief. The family had less money. His mother's life had been harder. But when she touched Malcolm's photograph, she knew whose face she was touching. The actual Julian raised a hand toward the window. The glass showed him both lives at once. One prosperous and empty. One wounded and remembered. "The company didn't buy silence," Arthur said. The wet porter stood at the connecting door. Silence was only the currency. He opened a compartment beneath the seats. Inside were bundles of contracts tied with white thread. Each agreement promised improved health, education, housing, employment, or protection from future hardship. In exchange, signatories accepted the gradual removal of distress associated with the railway incident. No document used the word memory. No clause explained that descendants would inherit the bargain. Arthur moved down the carriage. In every window, passengers faced lives diverted away from grief. A woman who had become a surgeon saw herself cleaning offices beside a mother who still remembered the brother lost beneath the bridge. A businessman watched a poorer version of himself teaching his children the names of 3 drowned relatives. The child in the red jumper appeared in the glass beside an aunt who recognized him and held him tightly. The strangers were not replacing the passengers. They were returning what prosperity had required them to forget. At the final window, Arthur found himself. His reflection wore Malcolm's uniform and stood in the driver's cab of a train approaching Strath Darren. But the bridge beyond the windscreen was intact. Signal lamps glowed green through clear weather. Passengers spoke softly behind him, alive and impatient to reach home. The scene moved forward. Malcolm returned to his wife. He watched his daughter grow. He attended Julian's birth. He retired with a cheap watch, stiff hands, and a reputation for refusing unsafe orders. Arthur saw another figure at the edge of the reflection. Himself. In this life, Arthur had died before the crossing. Not in the derailment. Earlier, he had entered the control room to report the bridge inspector's warning and confronted the supervisor who demanded the false all clear. There had been a struggle beside the emergency telephone. Arthur had fallen against the steel corner of the signal desk. Malcolm never received the order to proceed. The train stopped. The bridge was condemned. 64 people lived. The reflected Malcolm turned from the controls and faced Arthur through the glass. Arthur understood then why Malcolm's face had occupied every reflection meant for him. The company had not merely protected Arthur after the accident. It had transferred Malcolm's unrealized future into Arthur's life. Arthur's wages, his pension, his years of ordinary mornings, every bridge he had avoided. All of it was time taken from the man he sent forward. The wet porter placed the correction report on the seat beside him. The passengers paid with memory, he said. Arthur looked at Malcolm's life continuing in the window. And I paid with nothing. No, said the porter. You paid with his future. The train began climbing the bridge. Through every window, 2 dawns appeared, one ahead and one behind. Arthur looked at the blank correction line and finally understood what the train wanted. It did not want his confession. It wanted him to choose which life had the right to continue. The bridge appeared first in the windows. Outside the train there was still only darkness and the blurred suggestion of hills. But in every pane, iron supports rose above a black river, their wet beams bending toward 2 separate horizons. One horizon burned pale gold. The other carried the gray light of a morning that had never happened. Arthur took the correction report and moved toward the front of the train. As he passed through the carriages, the remaining passengers watched alternate versions of themselves in the glass. Some were richer, some poorer. Some were surrounded by people they had forgotten. Others stood alone in prosperous rooms, unable to explain why every family photograph contained an empty space. The wet strangers sat among them now. They did not threaten or plead. They waited. Julian followed Arthur into the vestibule. If you choose the other life, he said, what happens to us? Arthur looked at him. I don't know. My mother might lose everything she had. She might remember why she had it. That isn't the same as surviving. No, Arthur said. It isn't. The telephone rang. Arthur answered. A woman introduced herself as Director Henshaw of Northward Continuity Administration. Her voice was controlled, professional, and entirely alive. Mr. Keene, you are approaching a protected junction, she said. You must return to your assigned position and allow the service to complete its crossing. There is no junction on the route. There are 2 operational histories. Only one is authorized. Authorized by whom? By every agreement executed after Strath Durant. Arthur glanced through the vestibule glass. The passengers' contracts lay open across their knees. signatures darkening as though freshly written. They didn't understand those agreements. Understanding was not a contractual requirement. The train climbed more steeply. Beneath the floor came the old groan of overloaded supports. Henshaw continued. The current history has remained stable for more than 4 decades. Families were compensated. Careers were preserved. Children were born who would not otherwise exist. Medical treatments, homes, and educational opportunities were provided, reversing that history would not restore the dead without cost. You mean it would cost the living? It would cost everyone. Arthur opened the forward door. The driver's cab was empty. Controls moved by themselves. The speed indicator trembled while the train entered the restored span of Strath-Darren Bridge. Ahead, the rails divided into 2 shining lines, although no points or switching mechanism lay between them. The telephone rang again. "Do not touch the brake," Henshaw said. Arthur placed his hand on it. "You cannot calculate the consequences. You calculated them once. We managed them. You buried them. We prevented wider suffering." Arthur pulled the brake. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the wheels screamed. Passengers were thrown forward. Luggage fell from racks. The bridge shuddered so violently that rust and river water burst from seams in the carriage walls. The train stopped at the exact midpoint. On the left side of every window, dawn rose over the world where Arthur had survived. On the right, morning spread across a valley where the bridge had been closed and 64 people had gone home. The public address microphone hung beside the cab door. Arthur picked it up. His first attempt produced only breath. Then he pressed the transmission key. "My name is Arthur Keene," he said. "I was the conductor who relayed the instruction at Strath-Darren." His voice entered every carriage, every refrigerated compartment, and every sealed container of purchased memory. The bridge inspector said crossing was not advised. I removed the word "not." The wet strangers lifted their heads. I told Malcolm Vey to proceed. He asked me whether I was certain. I said I was. After the derailment, I changed the report. I wrote that Malcolm misunderstood the warning because the company promised to protect my work, my pension, and my future. Arthur's reflection appeared in the cab window. For the first time, it wore his own uniform. I allowed the dead to be transported as freight. I allowed their names to be removed. I allowed their families to receive better lives in exchange for memories they did not know they were surrendering. Behind him, Julian began to weep. Not from fear. He was saying his grandfather's name and recognizing it. Across the train, passengers cried out as lost homes, voices, funerals, and faces returned all at once. The sound was not relief. Memory entered them like cold water entering the lungs. Arthur signed the correction report. The moment the pen left the paper, sunlight appeared at both ends of the bridge. 2 dawns. 2 sets of rails. 2 histories waiting for the same train. The telephone gave one final ring. Arthur did not answer. From the empty driver's seat, Malcolm Vey's voice spoke softly. "You stopped us between the worlds." The brakes released by themselves. "And now," Malcolm said, "everyone aboard must decide which dead they are willing to become." The train moved without choosing a track. Arthur felt the first turn of the wheels beneath his boots, slow enough that each rotation seemed to ask permission from the bridge. Yet ahead, the two shining rails remained equally straight. One ran toward the gold horizon. The other entered the gray morning where Strathdarren had never become a grave. The carriages filled with voices. Passengers called the names returning to them. Fathers erased from wedding photographs. Sisters omitted from family stories. Children whose empty bedrooms had been described as storage rooms. Each restored memory arrived with the life that compensation had replaced, and no one could tell which grief belonged to them more truthfully. Julian stood in the doorway of the cab. "I remember my grandfather," he said. Arthur watched the two dawns brighten beyond him. "What do you remember?" He hated pears. He sang while repairing things. He promised my mother he would take her to the coast when he returned. Julian's face tightened. She waited beside the window all night. Arthur said nothing. "And I remember another childhood," Julian continued. "The one I lived, the good schools, my mother surviving the operation, the house she never lost." The train gained speed. "If we go toward him," Julian asked, "do those things disappear?" "Perhaps." "And if we go back?" "Then he does." Julian looked through the cab window. "That isn't a choice." "No," Arthur said. "It is an account." The public address system crackled. Director Henshaw's voice returned, fractured by interference. "Passengers are instructed to remain calm. The authorized history is being restored. Do not look into reflective surfaces." Every passenger looked. The windows changed before the world outside did. Margaret Sloane reappeared in her seat, no longer trapped behind the glass. Beside her sat the young version of herself beneath the kitchen table, listening to her mother sing Thomas Sloane's name. Both women occupied the same reflection, one transparent inside the other. Elliot returned beside his aunt. In the window, she held him tightly. In the carriage, her hands remained empty, though her arms had curved instinctively around his shape. Across every pane, reflections multiplied. The passengers saw prosperous lives and grieving lives standing together. Neither replaced the other. Neither agreed to vanish. Arthur looked into the cab glass. Malcolm stood behind him. Not drowned. Not injured. Old. His hair had thinned to silver, and the hands resting on Arthur's shoulders were marked by decades of work. This was Malcolm as he might have appeared after retirement, carrying all the years Arthur had lived. "Which direction?" Arthur asked. Malcolm's reflection looked toward the two horizons. "You still think direction is what matters." The bridge groaned. Arthur turned, but no one stood behind him. At the rear of the cab, the correction report had changed. Beneath Arthur's confession, dozens of new signatures appeared. Passengers, survivors, railway employees, and names taken from the hidden freight records. At the bottom, a final sentence had been added. "No life may be rescued without remembering the life it replaced." The train left the midpoint. At once, the bridge disappeared from every window. White light filled the glass. There were no hills, no river, no tracks, only reflections traveling through a brightness without landscape. Arthur saw himself seated among the passengers. He was wearing Malcolm's driver uniform. Across from him sat Malcolm in Arthur's conductor coat. Neither man appeared dead. Neither appeared alive. "Have we crossed?" Julian asked from somewhere behind him. Arthur watched the reflections sway. "I don't know." The wheels began to slow. A station announcement sounded, though the voice named no destination. Doors unlocked throughout the train. Passengers rose cautiously. Some carried memories of families who had mourned them. Others carried memories of children who could only have been born because the dead had remained buried in silence. The doors opened. Beyond them waited a platform under early morning light. No sign displayed its name. Arthur stepped down first. The air smelled of rain, coal smoke, and cold Highland water. At the far end of the platform stood Lucy Fenn, the young attendant from Euston. She held a manifest containing 64 names. "Did we arrive?" Arthur asked. Lucy looked past him at the passengers leaving the train. "And some of you did." Arthur turned toward the windows. The glass now reflected everyone on the platform: Margaret, Elliot, Julian, the wet strangers, the recovered dead. Everyone except Arthur. Inside the departing train, Malcolm Vey stood alone in the driver's cab, wearing Arthur's face. The train moved away without revealing which horizon lay beyond the station. Only after its final carriage disappeared did Arthur notice the ticket in his hand. It had been punched twice. One hole marked the world in which he lived. The other marked the world in which he had told the truth. And between them, printed where the destination should have been, were the words, "Return, Chernyquile, Leanh." Perhaps the train never had to choose between two histories. Perhaps its true purpose was to force both of them to exist in the same reflection, one containing the lives people built, and the other containing the dead who paid for them. Arthur's confession could correct the record, but it could not make innocence out of survival or return stolen years without taking other lives apart. Some guilt cannot be crossed like a bridge. It can only be carried, named, and passed forward honestly. Which world do you believe Arthur reached? And was arriving there a form of punishment or mercy? Story 6. The mirrors at St. Orison's were covered every night with linen sheets that smelled faintly of salt and lavender starch. June Halpern learned this during her first evening shift, when Mrs. Bell, the senior aide, handed her a ring of brass keys and pointed down the west corridor. The nursing home stood on a bluff above Penobscot Bay, its cedar shingles silvered by decades of weather. Through the windows, the sea looked less like water than a sheet of hammered lead. "Every mirror," Mrs. Bell said. "Before midnight." She spoke without drama, as if reminding June to lock the medication cart. June glanced at the nearest one, an oval mirror between two framed photographs of sailboats. Because of the residents, because of the rule. Mrs. Bell moved on. St. Orison's had many rules. No cut flowers in the memory wing. No open windows during fog. Never call a resident by a childhood nickname unless the family had written it on the care plan. The mirror rule seemed no stranger than the rest, and June had spent 11 years in nursing facilities where superstition often survived because it was easier to indulge than challenge. Still, the number of mirrors unsettled her. They hung in every corridor, beside every elevator, above every wash basin, even at the ends of hallways where nothing required reflection. Some were narrow and modern. Others had blackened silver at the edges and carved wooden frames shaped like vines, shells, and open hands. By 11:30, June had covered 14. She worked quickly, grateful for the task. It kept her from thinking about her father asleep upstairs in room 28, or about the papers waiting in her car, the deed transfer, the final bank statement, the copy of his admission form bearing a signature she had practiced until it looked like his. She told herself she had done what was necessary. The family house had been too large, too damp, too full of staircases he could no longer manage. He had wandered outside twice in winter. He had called June by her mother's name and accused her of stealing things he had misplaced 20 years earlier. St. Orison's was safe, private, clean. More than she could afford until the house sold. Her father had not agreed to come. That was the part she kept reducing to paperwork. At 11:45, June reached the east parlor. The room faced the sea and contained a marble fireplace, 3 wing-back chairs, and a standing mirror taller than any person in the building. Its frame was made of dark wood, polished almost black. Tiny faces had been carved among the leaves, each one turned inward toward the glass. A resident sat before it. Mr. Alcott was 91 and nearly blind. His body had folded inward over the years, shoulders rounded like a question mark beneath his wool cardigan. "You should be in bed," June said gently. "I am." His cloudy eyes remained fixed on the mirror. June looked at their reflections. Hers stood behind him in navy scrubs, hair pinned badly after a 12-hour day. His sat small and bent in the chair. Then the reflected Mr. Alcott lifted his head. The real man did not move. June's hand tightened around the folded sheet. In the glass, his back straightened one vertebra at a time. His face filled out. The liver spots faded. For an instant, the reflection appeared no older than 50. He smiled, not at June's reflection, but at June herself, as though he could see through the glass into the room. She stepped backward. The real Mr. Alcott whispered, "Please don't cover me yet." June stared at him. "What did you say?" His chin had sunk to his chest. He was asleep. Behind him, the younger reflection rose from the reflected chair. June threw the linen over the mirror. Something struck the other side of the glass. Once, then twice. From beneath the sheet came the slow scrape of fingernails, descending from the height of a standing man. June did not breathe until the sound stopped. When she pulled the cloth tight and tied it to the frame, she noticed a handprint pressed outward from beneath the linen. It was not the hand of an old man. And around its 4th finger was her father's wedding ring. June did not tell Mrs. Bell what she had seen. She waited until the east parlor was empty, then lifted one corner of the linen. The glass beneath was cold enough to numb her fingers. Mr. Alcott's reflection sat folded in the chair again, asleep as he was in the room. The wedding ring was gone. By morning, June had decided fatigue had supplied it. She had slept badly for weeks. The sale of the house had required bank calls and a final argument with her father on the front steps while the realtor waited in her car. St. Orison's had offered June, a night supervisor position when his admission was approved, which she had taken as providence rather than coincidence. Work gave her reasons not to visit room 28. There were medication charts to reconcile, and families to reassure in voices, soft enough to sound kind but firm enough to end conversations. June learned which residents hid pills beneath their tongues, and which relatives arrived, carrying guilt disguised as fruit. Her father saw her twice across the dining room. The first time, he raised his hand. The second time, he turned his chair toward the wall. On her fourth night, June found him awake after midnight. She had gone upstairs to check a bed alarm and heard his closet door click. His room smelled of wool, antiseptic, and cedar soap. The mirror above his wash basin was covered, but the linen bulged at its center, as though someone behind it were breathing. Her father stood beside the window in his undershirt, staring at the black water. "You'll catch cold," June said. "I remember this coast. You've lived in Maine for 60 years. I remember more than you think." His voice was clear. Not the halting speech from the months before his admission, but the voice that had once corrected her grammar at dinner. June reached for his robe. He stepped away. "You forged my name." The words landed without force, which made them worse. "You were confused. I was angry. You wandered into the road. I walked to Mercer's store. It was snowing. It was February." June tightened the robe belt around her fist. "You left the stove on. I was boiling eggs. You called me Mom." His mouth shifted, a smile. "No," he said. "You called yourself that." For a moment, June heard the old kitchen clock, though the house had been emptied and the clock sold. She remembered standing beside the sink while her father sat at the table, trembling around an untouched cup. She remembered telling him gently that he had asked for his wife. Now she could not remember whether he had answered. Her father looked toward the covered mirror. "This place uses people twice." What does that mean? Once while they're living. Once after the family stops looking. June glanced at the linen. Its center had gone still. "You need sleep." "So do the others," he said. "But that doesn't stop them walking." She guided him back to bed. As she pulled the blanket over him, his fingers closed around her wrist. "Don't let the young ones learn your name." A bed alarm chimed across the corridor. June turned toward the door. Behind her, her father whispered, "And don't look pleased when they remember loving you." By sunrise, she had convinced herself the conversation proved only that lucid intervals could be cruel. She drove to the rented apartment she had taken after selling the house. The room smelled of paint and cardboard. She showered, made coffee, and stood before the bathroom mirror, brushing out her hair. 3 strands caught in the bristles. They were silver from root to tip. June held them against the hair at her temple. Her scalp showed no gray. 1 strand was twice her hair's length. Then a memory opened inside her. A man named Thomas stood in a yellow kitchen, fastening cufflinks before work. June knew the scar above his hip and the way he took coffee with too much milk. She remembered 14 years of marriage, a winter separation, and the morning he removed his ring and left it beside the sugar bowl. Grief struck so violently that she dropped the brush. June sank against the sink, crying for a husband she had never met. When she looked up, the bathroom mirror showed a pale band around her ring finger. Behind her reflection, Thomas was standing in the doorway. June turned so quickly that her shoulder struck the medicine cabinet. The doorway was empty. When she looked back, Thomas remained in the mirror. He wore a gray coat darkened by rain at the shoulders, though the apartment windows showed a clear morning. His face was ordinary enough to hurt. Tired eyes, a narrow mouth, one cheek rougher than the other from shaving against the grain. June knew these details without knowing how. He raised his left hand. A pale strip marked the finger where his wedding ring had been. June covered the mirror with a towel and left without changing clothes. At St. Orison's, the day staff told her she looked unwell. Mrs. Bell touched the gray strands at June's temple and said nothing, though June had not seen them before leaving home. "You recognize them?" June asked. Mrs. Bell withdrew her hand. "Hair changes under fluorescent light." The explanation was so poor that June understood it as a warning. She spent the evening checking residence charts for Thomas. There were 3 Thomases in the archive, none matching the man she remembered. She searched marriage records on her phone, then her photographs, tax returns, employee forms, emergency contacts. Every document confirmed what she knew. June Halpern had never been married. Yet she remembered the exact sound Thomas made when he tried not to laugh in church. Near midnight, June began covering the mirrors. This time she did not leave. She completed the west corridor, dismissed the aide assigned to assist her, then returned with a chair and sat beneath the emergency light. The linen over the nearest mirror hung flat. Beyond the windows, fog erased the sea, though she could still hear the tide withdrawing over stone. At first, nothing happened. Then the sheet moved. Not outward as it had in her father's room, sideways. A human silhouette crossed beneath the fabric. June stood. Another shape followed, smaller and stooped. A third passed in the opposite direction. The linen remained tied around the frame, but shadows moved beneath it as though the mirror opened onto a brightly lit corridor. From room 17 came the pulse of a resident's oxygen machine. June entered. Mrs. Pritchard lay beneath a crocheted blanket, mouth open, hands resting over her chest. Her reflection should have been hidden by the linen covering the dresser mirror. Instead, a line of light appeared at its lower edge. Bare feet crossed behind the cloth. June pulled back the sheet. The mirror showed Mrs. Pritchard standing in a summer dress, perhaps 30 years younger. Beside her was a little girl holding a red bucket. They faced an ocean bright with sunlight. The real Mrs. Pritchard snored behind June. In the glass, the younger woman knelt and pressed her forehead to the child's. "I'm sorry," she said. June heard the words clearly, though the reflected waves made no sound. The little girl turned toward June. Her eyes were clouded white. June dropped the sheet. She checked 6 more rooms. Every resident was asleep. Every covered mirror contained movement. Some reflections paced. Some danced with absent partners. One man shaved with a straight razor, although the resident in the bed had no lower jaw. In room 21, a woman in a wedding gown twisted a gold ring around her finger until blood ran down her hand. June wrote names and details on the back of a medication sheet. Documentation, she told herself, would make the impossible manageable. At room 28, her hand stopped. Her father was awake. He lay on his side, watching the covered mirror above the wash basin. "You stayed," he said. June locked the door. "What happens after midnight?" "They get up." "Who?" "The people we might have been." She approached the mirror. "Don't," he said. June removed the linen. The glass reflected the room exactly. The narrow bed, the blue blanket, the bedside lamp, June standing with the sheet gathered in her hands. But her father's bed was empty. June looked directly at him. He was still lying there, close enough for her to see the pulse in his throat. In the mirror, the mattress slowly sank beneath the weight of someone invisible. Then a young man sat up from the empty bed. He had her father's eyes. He looked at June and said, "You finally came back for the house." Behind her, the old man began to scream. The scream brought 2 aides and Mrs. Bell to room 28. By the time they entered, June had covered the mirror again. Her father had curled against the headboard, one hand clamped over his mouth. When Mrs. Bell asked what happened, he pointed at June. She let him sit up. Mrs. Bell did not ask who. She checked his pulse, gave him water, and told June to finish the medication round. Her voice remained calm, but she avoided the mirror as completely as if it were an open grave. The next morning, June requested a meeting with Dr. Conrad Sayer, St. Orison's administrator. Sayer was a broad, silver-haired man whose office overlooked the bay. No mirror hung on his walls. Instead, framed photographs displayed fundraising dinners, garden parties, and smiling families gathered around residents who looked improbably alert. June placed her medication sheet on his desk. She had written what she saw in every room, including the young man and her father's reflection. Sayer read the page without interrupting. When he finished, he folded it once. "Night work distorts perception," he said. "So does grief. So does prolonged stress. You have all 3. Several staff members are changing." His expression barely shifted. Changing how? June had spent the morning asking questions. Nina Cole, an aide of 26, had begun rubbing her swollen knuckles and complaining of pain from rheumatoid arthritis. The condition belonged to Mrs. Pritchard, whose room Nina cleaned each night. Maintenance worker Ellis Dunn had stopped eating meat after waking with memories of slaughtering pigs on a farm in Vermont. He had never lived outside Bangor. Mr. Alcott had. A nurse named Patricia had suddenly developed perfect muscle memory for ballroom dancing. She could identify 7 partners by first name, including one who had died before she was born. Sayer listened with his hands joined loosely across his stomach. "Shared environments produce shared behaviors," he said. "Caregivers absorb habits. Residents project histories. Fatigue makes the boundary feel porous. Hair doesn't turn gray from empathy. It can from stress. What about diseases? Symptoms are not diagnoses. And memories? Stories repeated often enough begin to feel owned." His answers arrived too smoothly. June wondered how many times he had used them. Sayer rose, signaling the meeting was over. "Take 2 nights off." I'm not tired." "Then use the time to visit your father." The words sounded almost kind. June returned to work. By evening, Nina's hands had straightened, but her hair had turned white at the roots. Ellis could no longer remember his wife's birthday. Patricia stood alone in the dining room after supper, moving through a waltz, while an 87-year-old resident watched from his wheelchair with tears on his face. No one filed an incident report. June searched the staff records and found unusually high turnover among night employees. Most had resigned within a year. Some had left because of sudden illness. Others had listed family emergencies involving spouses or children who did not appear on their insurance forms. One resignation letter contained only a single sentence: "I am returning the years that do not belong to me." The personnel archive occupied a locked room behind Sayer's office. June used the brass master key Mrs. Bell had given her on the first night. Inside were cabinets of photographs arranged by decade. The earliest showed St. Orison's, when the building was still called Orison House for gentle rest. Residents sat beneath striped awnings while nurses in white caps poured tea. Along the edge of one photograph stood a young couple, a man with dark hair and a woman in a pale coat, both smiling directly at the camera. June saw them again in a picture dated 1978, then 1992, then 2009. Their clothes changed. Their faces did not. The same couple appeared beside different residents, sometimes identified as children, sometimes grandchildren, sometimes family representatives. Neither looked older than 35. June turned over the most recent photograph. In faded blue ink, someone had written, "They visit only the version that remembers them well." Below it was a list of room numbers. Room 28 was last. A new Polaroid slid from between the pages and landed face up on the floor. It showed June standing beside her father in the lobby. Between them stood the young man from the mirror. All three were smiling. The photograph was dated the following Christmas. June carried the Polaroid into the nearest bathroom and held it beneath the fluorescent light. The image did not fade. Her father wore the navy suit she remembered from her mother's funeral, though June had donated it years ago. The young man between them had one arm around each of them, joining the three with the easy confidence of someone completing a family portrait. On the lobby wall behind them, the large mirror was uncovered. June slipped the photograph into her pocket. She intended to confront Sayer, but his office was empty. Mrs. Bell had gone home with a migraine. The remaining staff moved through their routines with strained politeness. Nina signed a chart using Mrs. Pritchard's maiden name. Ellis stood beside the kitchen, humming a song Mr. Alcott had requested at breakfast. At 11:40, June checked every corridor against the fire map. At midnight, the building changed. The West Hall should have ended after 9 rooms at a window overlooking the parking lot. Instead, it continued beyond room 19, the carpet stretching beneath ceiling lights that dimmed one after another into the distance. At its far end stood a mirror. It was narrow and tall, framed in the same black wood as the mirror in the east parlor. No mirror appeared there on the maintenance plans. No wall existed there at all. Behind June, a call bell began ringing. The display showed room 28, but the sound came from the corridor ahead. She took the master keys and walked. Doors passed on both sides, some familiar, some painted in colors St. Orson's did not use. Through one open doorway, June saw the kitchen of the house she had sold. The yellow wallpaper was intact. Her school backpack lay beneath the table. A little girl sat with her back to the corridor, holding a glass of milk. June knew the sweater she wore. Her mother had knitted it before becoming ill. "You don't remember this correctly," a man said. June turned. The young man from the Polaroid stood beside the impossible mirror. He appeared about 30, with dark hair swept from a broad forehead. His face was not identical to her father's, but the resemblance lived in his pauses, in the slight downward pull of one eyelid, in the way he clasped his hands behind his back when disappointed. "Who are you?" June asked. "You know, my father is upstairs. One of him is." The call bell continued ringing. The young man looked into the kitchen. "You tell the story as though he became confused first," he said. "As though everything you did came afterward. He was sick. He was inconvenient." June reached for the doorway. Her fingers struck cold glass. The kitchen was a reflection. Inside it, the little girl turned. She was June at 8 years old. Behind her stood the young man, unchanged, one hand resting on her shoulder. "I never saw you," June whispered. "You stopped seeing him long before the nursing home." "That isn't true. You sold the rooms that remembered otherwise." The reflected child lifted her glass, but the milk had gone gray. Fine strands of hair floated on its surface. June backed away. Mirrors now lined both walls, each showing a different version of the family house. Christmas mornings, flooded basements, her mother sleeping on the sofa, her father standing alone in rooms June had already emptied. In every reflection, June was younger. In none of them did she look at him. The young man stopped inches away. "You think you abandoned an old man," he said. "That is the pleasant version." He placed a small brass key in her palm. June recognized the blue plastic tag attached to it. She had worn the key around her neck as a child because her father worked late, and she often came home alone. On the tag, in her own handwriting, were 4 words. "I left him in there." The mirror behind the young man opened like a door. From inside the sold house, June heard her father calling for help in the voice he had when she was 8. The voice from the house called June by the name her father had used before she was old enough to dislike it. June Bug? She stepped toward the open mirror. The kitchen darkened at once. Her childhood self vanished. The yellow walls flattened into black glass, leaving only June's reflection and the brass key in her palm. Behind her, the corridor had returned to its proper length. The call bell was silent. June stood before an ordinary wall at the end of the west hall, though her hand still held the key, bearing the words, "I left him in there." She went to the lobby. The enormous mirror stood between the main staircase and the reception desk, rising nearly to the carved ceiling. At night, its linen covering made it resemble a doorway draped for mourning. June examined the wooden frame and found a keyhole hidden inside the mouth of one of the carved faces. The brass key turned easily. A section of the frame released with a breath of cold air. The mirror swung inward. Behind it was a passage barely wide enough for one person. June entered and pulled the mirror almost closed. The darkness smelled of rust, stagnant seawater, and something medicinal beneath both. Pipes ran along the brick walls, but they carried no labels. Condensation gathered on them and fell in slow, heavy drops. The passage descended beneath the lobby. At the bottom, June found a steel door marked Silvering Room, off-cord staff only. Her master key did not fit. The childhood key did. Beyond the door, green lamps glowed over 6 narrow beds. People lay sleeping beneath gray blankets. June recognized Nina first. Her white roots had spread through half her hair. Ellis occupied the next bed, lips moving around the words of an old farm song. Patricia lay with one arm raised as though dancing with an invisible partner. None wore their uniforms. Clear tubes entered the veins at their wrists and disappeared into upright panes of glass positioned beside each bed. The glass had been painted silver on one side, forming crude mirrors. Inside the tubes moved a dark liquid that caught the green light in oily flashes. June touched one. The rubber was cold. The smell rising from it was the smell of the retreating tide. Salt, mud, rotting weed, and things exposed briefly before the water returned. Nina opened her eyes. "Mrs. Pritchard," she whispered. "It's June." Nina's face tightened with disappointment. "You promised you would bring my daughter." June tried to remove the tube from her wrist, but a metal clamp held it in place. The moment she touched it, the mirror beside the bed brightened. A beach appeared in the glass. Mrs. Pritchard stood there in her summer while the little girl with the red bucket walked toward the water. Nina's body arched. New wrinkles deepened around her mouth. The reflected Mrs. Pritchard became younger. June released the tube. The beach vanished. She moved deeper into the room. Filing cabinets stood against the wall, each drawer labeled with a resident's name and a staff member's initials. Some staff names had been crossed out and replaced repeatedly. A second door waited beyond them. On it hung a white card. Halpern June E. The room behind it had been prepared like a private hospital suite. Fresh linen covered the bed. A navy uniform hung in the wardrobe in June's size. On the bedside table rested a framed photograph of Thomas, the husband she had never had. Beside it lay a wedding ring. June picked it up. The pale band around her finger began to ache. Across the room stood another silvered pane, taller than the others. Its surface reflected June as an elderly woman with thin white hair, hollow cheeks, and hands deformed by decades of illness. The old reflection smiled with recognition. June did not. A tube already ran from the mirror to the empty bed. Its needle rested on the pillow, shining beneath the green light. Someone had taped a medical chart above it. June read her name, blood type, employment date, and a list of conditions she did not have: arthritis, heart failure, cataracts, dementia. At the bottom was a section titled Years, a variable for transfer. The number beside it was 38. Below that, in handwriting identical to her own, someone had written, "She will resist until she remembers signing." From inside the tall mirror came the sound of a pen scratching across paper. The scratching stopped when June touched the mirror. For one breath, the old woman in the glass remained still. Then she lowered her eyes, and June saw that she was seated at a desk somewhere beyond the silvering, writing on a document with a fountain pen. The room behind her was not the prepared suite. It was an archive. June pressed both hands to the pane. The surface softened beneath her palms, cold and yielding as skin left too long in seawater. When she pushed, the glass bowed inward and released her into darkness. She stumbled against a cabinet. Rows of metal shelves extended beneath low stone arches. The air smelled of paper, mildew, and the same tidal rot moving through the tubes. Hundreds of document boxes bore family names in gold lettering. Some dated back more than a century. At the nearest desk lay the unfinished page. The ink was wet. St. Orison, Family Visitation and Continuity Agreement. The language beneath was clinical enough to conceal almost anything. A resident's terminal burdens, physical deterioration, distressing recollections, grief responses, and socially disruptive traits could be transferred to a designated bearer. The bearer was described as an employee participating voluntarily through continued service. In return, the resident received extended coherence. Their family received a stable visitation identity free from avoidable decline. June read the sentence twice. It meant the young faces in the mirrors. It meant Mrs. Pritchard on the beach and Mr. Alcott standing straight. It meant families could visit someone patient, lucid, grateful, and beautiful while a caregiver elsewhere woke with swollen joints and memories of burying a spouse. A rate sheet was clipped behind the contract. 1 year of mobility cost less than 1 year of memory. The removal of anger carried an additional charge. Shame, sexual history, estrangement, and persistent accusations toward relatives were listed as undesirable identity features that could be transferred separately. At the bottom, a handwritten note read, "Most families prefer the pleasant version." June began opening boxes. She found photographs, medical histories, and transfer schedules arranged with the precision of medication charts. Wealthy clients had remained alive for years beyond their predicted deaths, while staff members developed sudden diseases, aged rapidly, or left St. Orison's believing they belonged to families they had never met. The youthful couple from the photographs appeared in a file marked Wayne W. Wright. They were not visitors. They were the preserved identities of 2 residents admitted in 1951. Their bodies had died decades ago, but the contract remained active because their descendants continued paying for holiday visits. A note from the previous Christmas stated, "Both versions remain socially satisfactory. Neither has been informed of bodily discontinuation." June closed the folder. Behind the shelves, something coughed. She followed the sound and found a row of narrow mirrors facing the wall. Names had been scratched into their wooden backs. Some belonged to residents. Others belonged to staff. Her own mirror stood at the end. Beside it was a box labeled Halpern Family, Pre-Admission Mysterials. Inside were photographs of the house before June sold it. The kitchen, the staircase, her childhood bedroom. In several images, small mirrors had been placed where none had ever hung. Above the telephone, beside her father's chair, behind the door to the cellar. The earliest photograph showed June at 8 years old. Her father stood behind her, already blurred at the edges. Beneath the photographs was an identity preservation agreement. June read the authorization section. It approved the separation of her father's distress, resistance, late-life confusion, and unpleasant paternal memories. It also authorized St. Orison's to preserve a younger version suitable for continued family contact. The signature at the bottom was hers. Not merely similar. Hers. Every loop and hesitation matched the name she had forged on his admission papers. But this contract had been notarized 9 months before she first called St. Orison's. June checked the date again, then the address printed beneath her signature. It was the family house. A second page listed the initial payment. Set to be liquidated. Resident to Kemimri home. Her father had told her the place used people twice. Once while they were living. Once after the family stopped looking. June turned the final page. A witness had signed beneath her name. June Halpern, Prosvard Visitation Identity. From the mirror behind her came her own voice, young and cheerful. You don't remember agreeing because I'm the one who did. June turned toward the mirror. Her younger self stood on the other side, wearing the green sweater from the childhood photograph. She was 8 and 42 at once, a child's narrow shoulders beneath an adult woman's smooth face. You signed because I was made to sign, the reflection said. That document predates his admission. His admission began years ago. The mirror clouded. The archive vanished, replaced by the family kitchen. Her father sat at the table with both hands around a cup of tea. Above the telephone hung a small oval mirror June had no memory of seeing. A silver thread extended from the glass to the back of his neck. Each time he spoke, something pale moved along it. June heard her own voice from another room. You already told me that. Her father looked toward the doorway. No, I tried to. The scene shifted. He stood at the foot of the stairs, describing a man who visited the house after midnight. June was sorting bills and did not look up. The mirror above the coat hooks brightened while he struggled for the man's name. The name disappeared from his mouth. Another memory followed. Her father searched the kitchen for the sugar bowl while it sat inches from his hand. In the mirror behind him, a younger version of himself lifted the bowl and smiled. June had written confusion increasing in a notebook. She had never written that every missing memory followed a conversation she refused to finish. They did not take everything at once, the young reflection said. They took whatever embarrassed you. The glass showed her father recalling how June had left him alone during her mother's final night because she could not bear the sounds from the bedroom. June interrupted him. The memory entered the mirror. It showed him accusing her of selling her mother's jewelry. June called it paranoia. The accusation entered the mirror. It showed him describing the winter she locked herself in the cellar and blamed him for not finding her sooner. June said it had never happened. The cellar door appeared behind the glass. Her childhood key hung from its lock. June touched the words on its blue tag. I left him in there. She understood at last. The sentence referred not to her father, but to every truth she had confined to the house, because acknowledging it would make her life harder. St. Orison's had found the opening she created. The mirrors harvested rejected versions of a person, the angry father, the frightened widower, the man who remembered his daughter's cruelty alongside her kindness. What remained outside the glass appeared confused because the contradictions that made him whole had been removed. His dementia was evidence, June whispered. It was storage. The mirror widened into the lobby. The young man waited beneath the uncovered glass. June saw now that his face belonged to no single age of her father. His eyes came from the years before her birth. His hands belonged to the widower who had washed her mother's body. His smile came from photographs June had discarded because they made the family look happier than she remembered. He was built from everything removed. Not a copy, but a new life composed of every sentence interrupted, every grievance renamed as confusion, every tenderness June had been too exhausted to receive. He stepped through the mirror. The archive accepted his weight, as though he had always possessed a body. "Is he still my father?" June asked. "He was," the young man said. "Then you divided him into the parts you could tolerate. Can I put him back?" "You can return what was taken." Hope rose so quickly that June almost mistook it for relief. Then he looked toward the silvering room, where the tubes carried age and memory into waiting bodies. But there is nowhere empty enough to hold him now. From the shelves came a chorus of voices, residents, former staff, children, spouses, speaking through sealed mirrors. Their words overlapped until June recognized one sentence repeated in hundreds of tones. Someone must remember the unpleasant version. The young man held out his hand. In his palm lay her father's wedding ring. "St. Orison's wants you to decide," he said. "Which of us gets to leave?" The young man kept his hand extended. June did not take the ring. A door opened behind the archive shelves, and Dr. Sayer entered with Mrs. Bell beside him. Neither looked surprised. Sayer had removed his jacket. Beneath his shirt, dark tubes ran from his forearms into two small mirrors strapped against his ribs. "You have seen more than most families are permitted to see," he said. "Families pay not to see. They pay for continuity." Mrs. Bell's face looked older than it had that morning. Her left eye had clouded white. When she spoke, however, the voice belonged to a little girl. "My mother still visits me every Sunday." June remembered the Wainwright file. Mrs. Bell smiled with someone else's mouth. "She thinks I am 9. Sayer stepped closer to the prepared mirror bearing June's name. "We can correct what has happened to you. The gray hair, the memories. Your father's decline can be placed elsewhere. You may visit the version of him who forgives you." The young man's face changed slightly. The disappointment in it was her father's. Sayer removed a hand mirror with a silver handle. Its glass showed June at 20. Her hair was dark and loose. Her face had not yet learned the expression she wore when delivering bad news. Behind her stood her father, healthy and smiling. "I understand," he said from the glass. "You did what you had to do." The words entered her like warmth. For one dangerous moment, June wanted them more than truth. She imagined leaving St. Orison's with smooth hands and a father who remembered only birthdays, summer drives, and the times she had been patient. She imagined never hearing the accusations again. "What happens to the unpleasant parts?" she asked. Sayer glanced toward the sleeping staff. "They are carried." "By whom?" "By those with sufficient capacity. People who need the job. People who consent through service. June laughed once. No one consents to becoming a graveyard for another family. The mirrors along the archive walls began whispering. Names passed through the room like wind over water. Sayer's expression hardened. If you interrupt the transfers, every resident upstairs will receive at once what their bodies have been spared for years. They will die. Yes. And the reflections? We do not know. The young man closed his fingers around the wedding ring. June looked at him. Would you forgive me? He answered in her father's voice. No. The honesty hurt more than any accusation. Then it freed her. June seized the silver-handled mirror and struck it against the cabinet. The glass burst. Her younger face split from forehead to chin. A sound moved through St. Orison's. Not a crash, but a long inhalation, as though the building had been waiting decades to breathe. Sayer lunged for her. June drove the broken handle into the mirror strapped to his chest. Black fluid spilled across his shirt, carrying the smell of exposed seabed. He collapsed, suddenly stooped, his hair falling white around his face. June ran. She smashed the mirrors in the silvering room with a steel stool. Each pane released a flash of another life. A wedding, a hospital bed, a child at the ocean, a man kneeling in snow. Tubes snapped loose. The sleeping staff woke screaming names that belonged to them and names that did not. Upstairs, alarms began sounding. June moved room to room. She broke the dresser mirrors, the wash basin mirrors, the narrow glass beside the elevators. Residents awakened as their years returned. Skin loosened. Backs bent. Breath shortened. Some cried out. Others seemed only tired. Mrs. Pritchard looked at June and whispered, "There you are." Then she died. Mr. Alcott died smiling at an empty chair. In room 28, June's father opened his eyes as she raised the oxygen cylinder toward the mirror above his sink. For one moment, he was entirely present. "You sold the house," he said. "Yes." "You left me there." "Yes." His hand found hers. "Good," he whispered. "Now stop leaving." June shattered the mirror. His heartbeat ended before the last shard reached the floor. Across St. Orison's, every monitor flattened within minutes. Silence followed. Then the broken mirrors began to move. From each silvered shard, young hands pressed outward. And from the lobby below came the sound of dozens of bare feet stepping onto the floor. The first reflection came from a shard no larger than June's palm. A young woman unfolded herself from it slowly, one shoulder and then the other, as though climbing through a narrow window. She wore Mrs. Pritchard's summer dress. Wet sand clung to her bare feet. When she stood, she called for a daughter who had drowned before June was born. Others followed. Mr. Alcott emerged as three different men: a farm boy smelling of hay, a middle-aged widower, and a laughing stranger in a tuxedo. Each claimed to be the original. None had a pulse. The residents' bodies remained upstairs. Their younger versions wandered below. Some remembered marriages that had never occurred. Some grieved children belonging to other people. A woman in a wedding gown kissed Ellis and called him by the name of a husband buried in Vermont. Nina recognized everyone as Mrs. Pritchard's daughter and wept whenever they denied it. June searched for her father. She found the young man standing in the east parlor before the ruined frame. Her father's wedding ring was on his hand. "Is he in you?" she asked. "Parts of him." "Which parts?" "The ones you kept refusing." He remembered teaching her to ride a bicycle, although that had been her mother. He remembered striking June in the kitchen, though her father never had. He remembered dying beside her at 83 and being abandoned at 8. The memories had mixed in the broken glass. Without the mirrors to separate identities, every preserved life had begun borrowing from the others. By dawn, the front doors would not open. The telephone lines produced only the sound of waves. Through the lobby windows, June saw no road, parking lot, or emergency vehicles. The tide had risen to the foot of the bluff and continued upward without moving. St. Orison's had become the only place left in its reflections. June stayed because someone had to care for what she had released. At first, she counted the days. She fed the people without heartbeats, changed their clothes, and guided them back to bed when they woke screaming from incompatible childhoods. They did not age. They did not sleep unless she covered every reflective surface with salt-stiffened linen. June aged for them. Her hair whitened within months. Arthritis twisted her fingers. Cataracts clouded her eyes. She inherited Patricia's breathlessness, Ellis's ruined knees, Nina's migraines, and illnesses from caregivers whose names she never learned. Years accumulated inside her without passing outside. The calendars stopped changing. The sea remained black beneath the windows. Dust covered the medication carts, yet fresh food appeared each morning, prepared for residents long dead. June became too old to climb the stairs. The reflections carried her. They called her Nurse Halpern, Mother, Junebug, Mrs. Pritchard, and names that had never belonged to anyone at St. Orison's. The young man who resembled her father remained closest. Some days he forgave her. Some days he accused her of things neither remembered doing. One night, the covering slipped from the lobby shards. June saw herself multiplied across the floor. Every piece of glass showed a young woman of 20. Smooth skin, dark hair, unmarked hands. In one reflection, she wore a wedding ring. In another, she held the deed to the family house. In a third, her father stood behind her. The people without heartbeats gathered around. "You look tired," one said. "I'm old," June answered. They laughed, softly. "You're only 20. "No. You came here tonight." "I've been here for years." The young man knelt beside her chair and took her ruined hand. "That is the unpleasant version," he said. Behind him, every uncovered shard reflected the same impossible room. St. Orison's restored, the residents alive, the staff young, and June standing in the lobby before midnight with a ring of brass keys. In the glass, her father waited beside the entrance. He looked at her with patient disappointment. June felt the building inhale. The people around her began covering the mirrors. One by one, the old woman disappeared from the room. When the final sheet fell, June could no longer remember whose hands had become so thin upon her lap. From beneath the linen came the voice of a young nurse asking why St. Orison's had so many mirrors. And June, somewhere inside the darkened glass, answered in Mrs. Bell's calm voice, "Because everyone deserves a pleasant version. St. Orison's promised families that love could be preserved by removing everything difficult from the people they love. But a person without anger, regret, contradiction, or painful memory is not healed. They are edited. June's punishment is not merely old age. It is becoming the keeper of lives made pleasant by forgetting what made them whole. Perhaps the cruelest form of abandonment is not leaving someone alone, but refusing to know them unless they become easier to love. If you could preserve only the happiest version of someone, would that still be the person you were trying to save? Story 7. The first thing Graham Pike noticed was that West Haven Mall still smelled open. Not alive, exactly. The air held no perfume samples, fryer grease, or cinnamon sugar from the pretzel kiosk. Those had vanished years ago. But beneath the damp plaster and cold concrete was the faint electrical warmth of a building expecting customers. Dusty fluorescent panels hummed above the concourse. The directory screens glowed blue. Somewhere beyond the shuttered food court, an escalator climbed with the patient sigh of something ascending an empty hill. Graham stood inside the east entrance with his demolition badge clipped to his coat and listened to the doors lock behind him. "Automatic timer," said Curtis Vale, the site superintendent. Curtis wore a white, hard hat, too clean for demolition work. He tested the glass doors, then glanced at his clipboard. "We're supposed to be out before final close. The mall hasn't closed properly in 6 years." Curtis did not smile. Building system still thinks it does. Outside, November rain silvered the parking lot. Beyond it, suburban Ohio thinned into storage units, tire shops, and housing developments with hopeful names. Graham remembered when West Haven's spaces filled before Thanksgiving, when families circled for 20 minutes and blamed him personally. He remembered holiday music in the atrium and knowing every store manager's name. He also remembered the termination packets. He looked away from the rain. Graham had been hired as a historical consultant because the demolition company could not identify several sealed utility zones. He had managed West Haven for 14 years. He knew where the asbestos had been sprayed, where drainage backed up, where security guards slept during overnight shifts. Or he had known. The mall seemed smaller now, yet the corridor ahead appeared longer than he remembered. Curtis handed him a flashlight. Power company swears the feed was cut yesterday. Emergency circuits have batteries. For 6 years, Graham switched on the flashlight despite the ceiling lights. Nothing in a mall dies on schedule. They passed the dead fountain. Its tiled basin held blackened pennies and one employee badge lying face up near the drain. Graham stopped. The badge was yellowed beneath its plastic sleeve. West Haven Mall appeared across the top in faded red letters. Beneath it was a photograph of a woman in a green department store vest. Her face had been scratched away until the plastic turned white. The name strip was blank. Curtis leaned over the railing. "You know her?" Graham's mouth formed the beginning of an answer. He felt the shape of a name behind his teeth, accompanied by red fingernails, sorting receipts, and a laugh ending in a cough. Then the image slipped. "No," he said. Curtis checked his clipboard. "We start with the south anchor. Rolling doors, breaker rooms, surface hall. After that, basement access." "There isn't basement access from the south anchor. There is on the demolition survey." Graham took the floor plan. It was familiar until it was not. Beneath the old department store, a gray rectangle had been added in newer ink. "On Retail Retention." That isn't a real designation. Your management team used it. At the end of the concourse, the metal shutter over Beale's department store began to descend. Chain gears turned. Slats struck slats. The sound rolled through the mall like distant thunder. Graham checked his watch. It was only a little after 4 in the afternoon. "Timer's early," Curtis said. The shutter reached the floor with a final clang. Every directory screen flickered. The maps vanished, replaced by one line of white text. Biala closed. Associate account settled. Then the maps returned. Graham moved toward the shutter. Behind its perforated slats, mannequins stood among collapsed racks and hanging dust. One wore a green employee vest. Its plastic hands hovered over an invisible cash register. Its face was no longer blank. Graham pressed both palms against the cold metal and stared through the holes. The mannequin had red fingernails. Its mouth was open in the beginning of a laugh. Behind him, Curtis said, "Graham, who is Lorna Wills?" Curtis was holding the scratched badge. The name strip was no longer blank. And although Graham knew he had never seen the woman in his life, he was already crying. Curtis turned the badge over twice, as though Lorna Wills might have written an explanation on the back. "Was she one of yours?" Graham wiped his face with the heel of his hand. The tears embarrassed him more than the mannequin did. They had come without grief, as if his body recognized a loss his mind refused to carry. "She worked at Beale's," he said. "You just told me you didn't know her." "I said I didn't recognize her." "That isn't what you said." Through the shutter's perforations, the mannequin in the green vest held its hands above the invisible register. Its expression had settled into something almost cheerful. Graham stepped back. People cried when this place closed. That doesn't mean the building remembers them. Curtis glanced from the badge to Graham. The building didn't write her name. A soft chime sounded from Graham's coat. His phone showed no new notification, yet the voicemail icon glowed red. One unheard message. He stared at it long enough for Curtis to notice. Something wrong? No. Graham returned the phone to his pocket. The message had arrived 3 nights earlier, a little after midnight, while he sat awake in his apartment, listening to rain. The caller identification had shown Donna Pike, although Dana had blocked him nearly 8 years ago. He had not heard her voice since the hearing. At first, there had been only electrical static. Then, West Haven's old closing music had drifted beneath her breathing. "Dad," she had whispered. "They're closing us again." That was all. The number could not be returned. His call history showed no incoming call. Yet, the voicemail remained, and the next morning the demolition contractor offered him the West Haven assignment. Graham accepted before breakfast. He told himself he wanted to prove the message was a prank. He did not ask why Dana had said again. Curtis started toward the service corridor. I want that breaker room before the rest of these doors start moving. Graham followed, looking back until the curve of the concourse hid the mannequin. They passed storefronts filmed with dust. Empty jewelry stands resembled small altars. Paper clouds in a children's shop turned slowly beneath a still ceiling. You had a daughter who worked here, didn't you? Curtis asked. Graham tightened his grip on the flashlight. Who told you? Personnel notes, Dana Pike. Customer service, then leasing administration. Seasonal leasing. Curtis waited. She was 24, Graham said. Smart enough to think rules were personal insults. She started organizing employees after the evaluation rollout. Claimed the system targeted people with families, medical debt, long-term contracts. Was it? No. The answer came too quickly. The system had been called Life Cycle, though corporate said the name referred to customer engagement. It assigned every worker a retention score based on sales, attendance, flexibility, and projected value alignment. Graham defended it because numbers ended arguments. Numbers did not cry in his office or ask whether insulin excused being late. Dana had stood across from his desk with her unopened termination packet between them. You know this is wrong, she had said. I know it's consistent, he had answered. He remembered her expression more clearly than her face. Curtis stopped outside a door marked off-course personnel only. Play the message. Graham looked at him. If your daughter called from this place, play it. The fluorescent lights dimmed in sequence until only the panel above the service door remained. Graham opened the voicemail app. The message was there. 3 nights ago, 11 seconds. He pressed play. Static hissed. Closing music trembled behind it. Then Dana's thin, breathless voice. Dad, they're closing us again. The message ended. Curtis frowned. Who was that? My daughter? You have a daughter? Graham stared at him. Curtis's confusion looked genuine. He raised the old employee badge. And what's this supposed to be? The photograph still showed the woman in the green vest. But the name stripped beneath her face was blank again. Graham looked down at his phone. The voicemail remained in the list, but Dana's name had disappeared. Where it had been, the screen displayed only one word. And no. The word none remained on Graham's screen even after he closed the voicemail application and opened it again. Dana's voice was still there. 11 seconds of static old closing music and the sentence that had brought him back to West Haven. Dad, they're closing us again. Curtis listened a second time, then handed back the phone. You said that was your daughter. It is. Curtis studied him with the careful expression people used around someone beginning to lose control. Graham, you told me on the drive over that you lived alone. You never mentioned children. I didn't tell you anything on the drive over. You talked for 20 minutes. Graham tried to remember the conversation. He found only rain passing across the windshield and the dark outline of the mall growing larger ahead. From somewhere beyond the security office came the slow, metallic cough of a shutter preparing to move. Curtis turned toward the monitors. One camera showed Harrison and Cole Menswear, a narrow store on the first floor. Its display windows still contained 3 headless mannequins in dust gray suits. The rolling door above them trembled. "No," Graham said. The door began descending. He seized the desk telephone and punched in the security override code he had used years earlier. A recorded voice answered. "Closing sequence acknowledged. I'm canceling the sequence. Associate account pending settlement." The line went dead. On the monitor, the shutter lowered past the store sign. A 4th mannequin now stood inside. It wore West Haven's Old Navy security uniform. One plastic hand held a clipboard. The other pointed toward the fitting rooms, repeating the rigid posture of someone directing people away from danger. Graham knew that posture. "Leonard Shaw," he whispered. Curtis looked at him. "Who?" "Night security. Gray mustache. Bad left knee. His wife used to bring him soup during winter shifts." The shutter struck the floor. Every monitor flashed white. Harrison and Cole closed, associate account set-led. Graham pushed Curtis aside and opened the personnel database. He searched Leonard's name. No record found. He searched security payroll, injury reports, pension deductions, and emergency contacts. Each file skipped cleanly from one employee to the next, as if Leonard had never occupied a line between them. "There should be hundreds of entries," Graham said. "He worked here 11 years. Curtis rubbed his jaw. "I've never heard of him." "You saw the mannequin." "I saw a mannequin in a uniform." Graham opened a desk drawer and found an old staff photograph beneath a stack of incident forms. He remembered the picture being taken during a holiday theft prevention meeting. Leonard had stood at the far right, holding a coffee cup and refusing to smile. The photograph still showed the group. At the far right was an empty patch of wall. A coffee cup floated at chest height with no hand around it. Graham found Leonard's emergency number in his own memory before that could disappear too. He dialed. A woman answered on the 5th ring. "Mrs. Shaw?" "Yes?" "This is Graham Pike from West Haven. I need to speak to Leonard." Silence. "I'm sorry," she said. "There's no Leonard here. Your husband worked mall security. I have never been married." Behind her voice came the sound of footsteps and a picture frame being lifted. Then she inhaled sharply. "There's a photograph of me at Niagara Falls," she said. "I'm standing by the railing." "With Leonard?" "No, I'm alone." "Look at your shoulder." The woman began to cry. "There's a man's hand on it." The call ended. On the nearest monitor, the mannequin inside Harrison and Cole had moved beside an overturned display table. An unfinished incident report lay on its clipboard. Graham enlarged the image. Most of the form was blank, but one sentence had been written across the witness section in block letters. "Observed attempted to prevent closure." The mannequin slowly raised its head. Leonard Shaw's face had formed across the smooth plastic, gray mustache, tired eyes, and the deep crease beside his mouth. Then Leonard turned the clipboard toward the camera. A final line appeared in handwriting Graham recognized from years of security reports. "Graham Pick off-gores the door to close." Graham read Leonard's accusation until the letters lost their shape. He remembered approving hundreds of closure authorizations, most of them with a single click. The language had been deliberately dull. Access suspension, asset containment, final labor reconciliation. He could not recall Leonard standing in his office or asking him to stop a door. That did not mean it had not happened. Curtis reached past him and switched off the security monitor. "We're leaving. The shutters will keep closing. That is no longer our responsibility. It became our responsibility when that woman forgot her husband." Curtis stared at the dark screen. "I don't know what woman you mean." Graham looked at him sharply. "The phone call. You made a call. No one answered." The memory was already changing around Curtis. Graham could see it happening in the way the man's certainty hardened to cover the absence. It was the same expression Graham had worn during termination meetings when employees described injuries, family crises, or promises made by supervisors. If the system contained no field for an explanation, then the explanation became irrelevant. Graham turned to the personnel terminal. "The shutters are controlled from central facilities." The power feed was disconnected. "Then something else is running them." He opened the mall's maintenance interface. Most systems reported no connection, but the rolling door network remained active. Each storefront appeared as a small green rectangle on the screen. 2 were black. Be out, say. Harrison and Cole. A third rectangle pulsed amber. Curtis saw it. "What store is that?" Briar Pharmacy. The system displayed a countdown without numbers. Instead, a white line shortened across the screen. Graham searched for emergency shutdown procedures. The interface requested a management authorization code. He entered his old employee number. Access granted. Curtis looked at him. "They never removed you?" Graham did not answer. He disabled the shutter schedule. For 1 second, every green rectangle went gray. Then they lit again. Closing sequential for power continuity. "That's corrupted software," Graham said. "It thinks the shutters are part of the electrical grid." "Software doesn't make mannequins grow faces." "No, but emergency batteries can trigger motors. Residual current, faulty relays, old automation routines." "You're explaining the doors." Curtis pointed toward the blank monitor. "Explain Leonard." Graham returned to the maintenance screen. A power diagram opened beneath the storefront map. He expected electricity to move from the exterior transformer into the mall. The arrows ran in the opposite direction. Current flowed from the concourses toward the center atrium, then descended through 4 escalator assemblies. Every moving stair produced a thin red line of energy that continued below the documented foundation. "Escalators consume power," Curtis said. "These are generating it." "From what?" Graham enlarged the diagram. The red lines converged beneath the mall in an area labeled Plong Retail Retention. He removed the original blueprint from Curtis's folder and spread it across the desk. The foundation showed only utility trenches, storm drains, and a shallow mechanical crawl space. No lower floor. No stairwell. No elevator access. Yet, the sieve system displayed 48,000 square feet beneath them. The desk telephone rang. Both men froze. Graham answered on speaker. A woman's voice said, "West Haven Customer Services? This is Graham Pike. Who is calling?" "I'm trying to reach my sister. She lives in Meadow Park." Graham knew the neighborhood. It lay beyond the mall's west parking lot, 3 streets of small brick houses built for factory workers. "What is her name?" The woman hesitated. "I can't remember." Curtis leaned closer. "What number did you dial?" "I didn't dial. The phone rang, and you answered." A low mechanical roar traveled through the receiver. Graham looked toward the office doorway. The same sound vibrated through the corridor walls. Another escalator had started moving. The caller began to cry. "I drove to Meadow Park this morning," she said. "The road stopped at a fence. The map says there was never anything there." "That's impossible. I have birthday cards from someone whose name is gone. I have a key that opens no house." Curtis unfolded the demolition survey and searched the streets west of the mall. "There's no Meadow Park," he said. Graham took the map from him. Beyond the parking lot was an empty drainage field. The telephone woman whispered, "I think they closed her store." The line went silent. On the maintenance screen, Briar Pharmacy turned black. Far below the security office, an immense bank of lights came on beneath a basement that did not exist. And every escalator in West Haven began carrying electricity downward. The lights beneath West Haven stayed on after Briar Pharmacy disappeared from the maintenance map. Above them, the security office began to tremble. Metal shutters rolled down throughout the mall in overlapping waves. The first closure sounded distant. The next came from the corridor outside. Then, 3 more followed from different floors, each impact sending a shiver through the desk and walls. The maintenance screen updated faster than Graham could read. Store closure. Associate account setled. Store closure. Associate account setled. Green rectangles turned black in clusters. "We have to stop the main sequence," Graham said. Curtis was already at the door. "We have to get outside." They ran into the employee corridor. The emergency lights had gone out. Yet the cream-colored walls glowed faintly from within, as though the cinder blocks remembered years of fluorescent exposure. Behind them, the security office telephone began ringing again. Graham did not turn back. The corridor should have opened onto the first-floor concourse after 20 yards. Instead, it continued past a second security office, then a third. Each door stood open. Each room contained the same desk, the same dark monitors, and the same unfinished incident report. Curtis stopped beside the fourth. "We passed this." "No." That crack in the wall, Curtis pointed to a branching line above the doorframe. "I marked it when we came in." A fresh white chalk stroke crossed the paint. Graham kept walking. The concourse finally appeared ahead, bright and empty. They emerged beside the dead fountain. The east entrance was visible at the end of the mall, its glass doors gray with rain. Graham broke into a run. The distance did not change. He passed the former jewelry store, then the children's clothing shop with paper clouds turning beneath the ceiling. When he looked ahead again, both storefronts stood between him and the exit. Curtis swore and grabbed his arm. "Stop running." The floor tiles shifted almost imperceptibly beneath their feet. Not moving like a conveyor belt, but repeating. The same coffee-colored stain appeared every 12 steps. The same blackened penny rested in the grout. The mall was adding corridor faster than they could cross it. A shutter descended behind them. Graham turned in time to see the display window of a shoe store disappear. A mannequin inside knelt before a fitting stool, one plastic hand holding a shoehorn, while the other measured an absent customer's foot. Its face belonged to a young man Graham almost remembered. Another shutter fell over the neighboring bakery. Behind it, a woman-shaped mannequin bent over a tray of artificial rolls, its hands forever arranging the same final row. "The last thing they did," Curtis whispered. "What?" "They're repeating their last tasks." A children's bookstore closed. A mannequin reached toward an empty shelf with a price label pinched between its fingers. A nail salon closed. Two mannequins remained seated across from each other, one holding the other's hand. Each impact erased something outside. Through the skylights, Graham saw buildings vanish beyond the parking lot. First the tire shop, then a row of houses. The rain continued falling where roofs had been, disappearing into featureless mud. He pulled Curtis toward the central atrium. If the escalators are feeding the lower level, shutting them down may interrupt the doors. The atrium looked different. The fountain remained, but its basin was filled with employee badges instead of coins. Hundreds lay under the shallow black water, their photographs scratched white. Around the upper gallery, mannequins stood behind closed shutters and performed small, unfinished motions. Folding shirts, counting change, replacing signs, lifting boxes, wiping tables that would never be clean. At the far side of the atrium, West Haven Customer Services remained open. Its counter light was on. A single mannequin stood behind it, with one hand resting on a telephone and the other holding a stack of termination packets. Graham approached slowly. The mannequin wore a red cardigan and a plastic name tag with no writing. A narrow silver bracelet circled its left wrist. His breath stopped. He had bought that bracelet at a kiosk near the fountain. Dana had been 16, angry with him for missing her school play, and he had offered it as an apology because buying things had always been easier than saying the correct words. 3 small charms hung from the chain, a key, a moon, and a tiny enamel house. He remembered fastening it around her wrist. He remembered her saying she liked it. He could no longer remember her face. Graham reached through the open counter window and touched the bracelet. The mannequin's fingers closed around his wrist. Its smooth head turned toward him. Where Dana's features should have formed, the plastic remained blank. Then the telephone beneath its other hand began to ring. The display showed an incoming call from Graham Peak. And from somewhere below the escalators, his own voice answered. The voice beneath the escalators said, "You already authorized access." The customer service telephone went dead. Dana's mannequin released Graham's wrist, but the cold pressure of its fingers remained in his skin. Curtis stood nearby, staring at the blank face and silver bracelet. "You know who that belongs to," Graham said. Curtis's expression tightened. "I know you think you do." Another shutter struck the floor somewhere above them. The atrium lights dimmed, and the escalators brightened in response. White illumination traveled down their metal steps like blood draining through veins. Graham crossed to the nearest unit and opened the maintenance panel beneath its handrail. Cables ran into a service cavity. "There should be a motor room below this," he said. Curtis looked at the blueprint. "The foundation ends 6 feet under us." Then the blueprint is wrong. The access hatch was secured by a lock with no manufacturer's mark. Graham entered his former management code on a small keypad hidden under the rail. The lock clicked. Curtis stared at him. That code works everywhere. Graham lifted the hatch. Warm air rose from the darkness, carrying the smell of new carpet, baby powder, coffee, and fresh paint. Not decay. Beginnings. A steel ladder descended beside the moving escalator mechanism. The steps below them were not connected to any visible motor. Each tread turned slowly around an axle of white light and carried thin threads of electricity downward. Graham climbed first. The shaft extended far deeper than the mall's foundations allowed. Small brass plates marked the wall. Customer acquisition. Future value distortion. Lifetime yield. Curtis's flashlight passed over the words. "This isn't maintenance." "No," Graham said. "It's accounting." They descended until the sounds of the mall became distant. At the bottom, the shaft opened onto a corridor with polished tile and lit display windows on both sides. It resembled a department store prepared for opening. Inside the first window, a woman stood in a wedding dress beside a man whose face Graham could not see. They were not mannequins. Their chests rose and fell. Behind them, wedding guests sat frozen at tables while paper lanterns hung in motionless air. A card beneath the display read, "Lorna Wills, projected event, age 34. The bride turned her head. She had the face from the green employee badge. Curtis stepped closer to the glass. "She's alive." "No," Graham said. Lorna smiled at the unseen groom, but the smile restarted before it finished. Her hand lifted toward his cheek, lowered, then lifted again. The next chamber contained Leonard Shaw at 71, teaching a boy to repair a bicycle in a sunlit garage. The boy laughed without sound. Leonard tightened the same bolt over and over. Beyond them stretched dozens of illuminated rooms. A cashier receiving a nursing diploma. A janitor holding a newborn granddaughter. A stock clerk opening a restaurant. A security guard walking without a limp. Small houses at Christmas. Hospital recoveries. First days of school. Retirement gardens. Kitchens where families gathered around tables, set for meals they had never eaten. All of it repeated in brief, perfect loops. Receipt printers stood between the chambers. Their mechanisms chattered constantly, feeding long white ribbons onto the floor. Graham tore one free. Lorna Wills. Employment terminated. West Haven Mall. Projected lifetime recovered. 47 years. Consumer, potential, 100%. Curtis pulled another receipt. Leonard Shao. Projected lifetime recovered, 31 years. "These aren't memories," Curtis said. "They're futures." The printers accelerated as more shutters closed overhead. Paper curled around their boots, listing names Graham had once seen in spreadsheets and termination queues. Each receipt assigned a value to weddings, mortgages, children, illnesses survived, wages earned, and purchases not yet made. At the end of the corridor stood a chamber larger than the others. Its lights were off. A silver bracelet had been placed on a pedestal outside the glass. Graham approached it. The receipt machine beside the chamber began printing before he touched anything. Donna Peak? Employment terminated by direct management of Fry. The paper paused. Then a second line appeared. Projected lifetime recovered, 62 years. Inside the dark chamber, a child began to cry. Graham pressed his face to the glass. A kitchen light came on. Dana stood at a table, older than he remembered, holding a little girl in her arms. Across from her sat an elderly man with Graham's face. The receipt printer continued. Off-for's beneficiary, Graham Pick. Graham tore the receipt from the machine. The words remained visible even after he crushed the paper in his fist. Inside the chamber, the older version of Dana adjusted the child against her shoulder. The elderly man at the table, Graham, as he might have become, lifted a coffee cup and smiled at something the little girl had said. The scene restarted. Dana entered carrying the child. Graham looked up. The cup rose. The same silent happiness passed between them. Again. Again. Curtis stepped away from the glass. You received her years. I didn't know. You entered an override. That could mean anything. It means your name is on the receipt. Graham pressed the crumpled paper into his coat pocket. We need records, contracts, something that explains how this was done. At the end of the display corridor, a frosted door bore the West Haven ownership logo, a silver circle surrounding an open hand. Beneath it, small lettering read, Customer Lifetime Yield, Executive Review Only. Graham's old management code opened that door too. The room beyond was dry and cold, lined with gray filing cabinets and obsolete computer towers. The air smelled of toner and preserved paper. On one wall, shelves held binders labeled by fiscal year. On another, security monitors waited in rows. Curtis opened the nearest cabinet. The folders inside were not personnel evaluations. They were actuarial reports. Each employee had been assigned projections for lifespan, health, marriage, children, home ownership, future wages, and lifetime consumer expenditure. Medical histories appeared beside credit records. Family longevity sat beside shopping habits. A final column measured costume potential. Graham found Leonard Shaw. The file described his weak knee, his father's death at 88, and a projected retirement in Florida. It estimated 2 vehicle purchases, 14 years of prescription spending, 1 grandchild's education, and the renovation of a house Leonard had never lived long enough to own. Lorna Will's file predicted 47 remaining years and a high likelihood of supporting 3 generations of household consumption. Neither file contained sales numbers. Curtis found the life cycle contract. The first pages used the language Graham remembered: efficiency, labor optimization, predictive retention. Deeper inside, an appendix defined the actual variables. Biological Longevity Index. Reproductive Future Value. Projected Household Expansion. Lifetime Consumer Yield. The lowest performing employees had never been the targets. The system had selected those expected to live longest and create the most future economic activity. A handwritten note appeared in the margin beside one clause. Termination converts unrealized life activity into retained commercial potential. Graham recognized the handwriting. It belonged to West Haven's owner, Malcolm Voss. Curtis turned another page. The mall didn't profit from firing them. No. It profited from everything they never got to become. A printer on the far desk woke and produced a single sheet. Management Compliance Archive a Variable. The security monitors illuminated. The first recording showed Graham's old office. He sat behind his desk, younger, heavier, wearing the charcoal suit he reserved for corporate visits. Across from him stood Leonard Shaw. The audio crackled. "The doors are closing while people are still inside," Leonard said. "Employees leave the building and their families stop remembering them." Recorded Graham did not look up from his computer. "You are confusing emotional distress with a facilities issue. I saw a woman disappear from the staff photograph. The evaluation process has been independently validated." Leonard leaned across the desk. "You know what it's choosing." Graham clicked something on the screen. "Your access has been suspended." The footage ended. A second recording began. A leasing supervisor pleaded for 3 workers to be removed from the termination list because their scores had been calculated incorrectly. Graham rejected every exception without reading the files. A third showed him muting a conference call while employees described missing relatives. He poured coffee, waited for them to finish, then told corporate there had been no actionable objections. Curtis watched without speaking. The final recording was Dana. She stood in front of Graham's desk with her termination packet unopened. Her face was clear now. The scar beside her eyebrow. The furious gray eyes. The mouth trying not to tremble. "The system flagged me because I accessed the mortality tables," she said. "Corporate removed me from the list after legal reviewed it." Recorded Graham stared toward the office camera. A message flashed on his monitor. "Exceptions approved, Donna Peak Retailing." Then he opened the management controls. Curtis whispered, "Don't." On screen, Graham selected Dana's name and dragged it back into the termination pool. Dana watched him do it. "Why?" He answered without looking at her. "Because they need to know I can be objective." The archived footage froze on Graham's hand above the confirmation key. Below the image appeared the final system prompt. Direct Management Received. Loyalty Demonstration Recorded. Crunk Beneficiary Step Active. Behind them, the executive review door locked. Every monitor changed to a live view of Graham standing in the archive. Across each screen, one sentence appeared. "Customer Graham Pick has already XP'd his original Leanh team." Curtis read it twice. What does that mean? Graham thought of the years since Dana's termination. He had survived a minor stroke, a highway collision, and a cardiac procedure doctors called unexpectedly successful. After each event, letters arrived from West Haven's ownership group, consulting fees, retirement offers, invitations to advisory panels. Benefits, he had told himself. Recognition for loyalty. The archive lights dimmed. A projector descended from the ceiling. Malcolm Voss appeared on the wall, older than Graham remembered, with silver hair and the polished patience of a man explaining a product to investors. Traditional retail depends upon completed purchases, Voss said. Completed purchases depend upon living customers. Living customers are unreliable. Behind him, a diagram showed a human figure branching into homes, children, vehicles, medicines, vacations, and debts. Potential customers are different. Their activity remains permanently projected. A future that never arrives can never stop producing expectation. Curtis stared at the image. He turned forecasts into revenue. No, Graham said. He turned people into forecasts. Life Cycle identified employees with the greatest unrealized commercial futures. Termination separated those futures from the individuals expected to live them. The mall stored the resulting potential below ground, where every marriage, illness, promotion, child, repair, meal, and ordinary purchase could be projected forever without ever being completed. No customer aged out. No mortgage ended. No child grew beyond dependency. No account closed. The figures in the display chambers were not souls in any language the contract acknowledged. They were continuing economic identities, capable of generating projected demand indefinitely. Curtis looked through the frosted glass. Why keep the mannequins upstairs? Interfaces, Graham said. He remembered the word from a meeting. The mannequins represented settled accounts, each frozen at the final task performed before the system severed the employee from their future. Their faces appeared only after the corresponding store closed. The shutters were not security barriers. They were collection devices. The projector showed West Haven after its public closure. Empty corridors. Silent stores. Escalators still moving. As occupancy declines, Voss said, stored potential compensates for absent commerce. A fully closed mall can become more profitable than an open one. Graphs climbed as employee numbers fell. Curtis pulled the projector cable from the wall. The image remained. You sat through this, he said. I sat through hundreds of presentations. You knew. I knew projections were being retained. You knew people disappeared. Graham opened his mouth to deny it. Instead, he remembered Leonard in his office. Dana naming mortality tables. Wives calling about photographs with missing husbands. Reports containing phrases like continuity conversion and beneficiary extension. He had understood every word. That was the purpose of the language. It did not conceal the cruelty. It divided the cruelty into terms small enough to approve. A person became an account. A stolen life became recovered value. A disappearance became settlement. Dana became an exception that threatened consistency. Graham had not been deceived. He had been given a grammar in which obedience sounded innocent. The archive cabinets opened one by one. Folders slid onto the floor, each bearing the name of a manager, owner, investor, or executive. Beside every name was a list of years, transferred from terminated employees. Curtis found Graham's file. Beneficiary extension, 23 years. The attached pages connected his recoveries and survival to 6 former employees, including Dana. Portions of their projected lifetimes had been assigned to him whenever his health or usefulness declined. He had not merely outlived his original future. He had been living inside theirs. Graham leaned against the cabinet. For an instant, he smelled Dana's shampoo and heard her laughing from a year before West Haven hired her. The memory vanished before he could enter it. The nearest monitor changed to a live view of the mall. Its corridors were no longer empty. Hundreds of figures moved between stores carrying bags, pushing strollers, and drinking from paper cups. Their faces were smooth, but each body performed the gestures of ordinary shopping with flawless repetition. Potential customers. They filled the escalators and toward the basement, feeding light into the chambers as they moved. Voss's voice returned through the intercom. West Haven requires a final permanent manager. The archive door unlocked. Beyond it, every artificial customer stopped walking. Every blank face turned toward Graham. Then the dark chamber holding Dana's future opened from the inside. The door of Dana's chamber swung outward without touching the glass. Warm kitchen light spilled across the archive floor. For one impossible second, Graham saw the life contained inside continuing beyond its frame. Dana lifting the child from her chair, the older version of himself turning toward the doorway, sunlight resting on dishes arranged after breakfast. Then the scene folded inward. The kitchen flattened into darkness. The child's cry became the squeal of a receipt printer. Dana vanished, leaving only the silver bracelet on the floor. Graham picked it up. A new line appeared on every monitor. Final settlement repures complete closure. Curtis moved toward the archive door. We can still leave before that happens. No. Graham closed his hand around the bracelet. If the shutters settled the accounts, raising them should reverse the process. You don't know that. I know what the system calls closure. That language has lied to you from the beginning. Graham looked at the artificial customers waiting outside. No, it told me exactly what it was doing. I chose the meaning I could live with. The nearest figure stepped aside. Beyond it, the escalator carried light upward for the first time. The archive terminal displayed a new command. Grand reopening. Management off-wortion a variable. Curtis caught Graham's shoulder. The building wants you to press it. Then it believes reopening is dangerous. It believes you are predictable. Graham entered his code. The first shutter rose over Beale's. Its metal slats climbed with a deafening rattle. Inside, the mannequin wearing Lorna Wills's face lowered its hands from the invisible register. The plastic skin softened. Color returned to her cheeks. Across the atrium, employee badges stirred beneath the fountain water. One floated upward with Lorna Wills printed clearly beneath the photograph. Graham felt something return to his memory. Red fingernails, a cough after laughter, 2 sons whose names he had once approved for holiday charity gifts. She's coming back, he said. Through the skylight, a block of houses beyond the parking lot disappeared. Not one house. The entire street. Roofs, trees, parked vehicles, and telephone poles faded into a level field of wet earth. Curtis pointed upward. You restored her name, and erased where someone else lived. The system is reallocating space. You're still using its words. Graham raised the shutter over Harrison and Cole. Leonard's mannequin stepped away from the unfinished report. The clipboard fell from its hand. Leonard's name returned to the personnel terminal. Outside, Meadow Park vanished completely. The woman who had called about her missing sister disappeared with it. Graham knew this because the memory of her voice thinned inside his head, becoming an ache without a source. Curtis seized the control panel. Stop. Graham pushed him away and selected Reopen All. Storefront after storefront awakened. Metal doors climbed across the mall in a rolling storm. Music returned to ceiling speakers. Display lights glowed. Cash registers opened with bright mechanical chimes. The mannequins ceased their final tasks. Names reappeared on badges, contracts, incident reports, and photographs. Faces returned to Graham's memory in waves. Stock clerks, cleaners, sales associates, guards, cooks, cashiers. Hundreds of people he had reduced to scores became briefly, painfully specific. With every restored name, something outside disappeared. The tire shops went first. Then the hospital. Then the high school and the water tower. Whole residential districts vanished beneath the rain. Roads ended at the mall's parking lot. The horizon contracted until West Haven stood inside a widening plain of mud. Curtis dragged Graham toward the east entrance. There will be nothing left. She has 62 years down here. And how many people live outside? I don't know. That never stopped you before. The words struck harder than any accusation on the monitors. Graham looked at Dana's bracelet. He imagined her future chamber, the child, the kitchen, the old man allowed to sit at her table. He did not know whether he wanted to save Dana or preserve the version of himself she had once loved. Perhaps the system had always understood that difference better than he did. At the far end of the concourse, West Haven Customer Services remained closed. Its shutter was the only one still down. Above it, the directory displayed. Donna Peak, future held in final retail unit. Graham broke free of Curtis and ran. The corridor lengthened, but this time he kept moving. Stores opened as he passed, returning names while erasing bridges, churches, factories, and streets beyond the skylights. Curtis shouted behind him. Graham reached the customer service counter. The blank-faced mannequin waited behind the shutter, one hand on the telephone. He pressed the final control. For the first time, the system requested confirmation twice. Graham approved both. The shutter began to rise. Outside, the last visible house disappeared. Inside the opening store, Dana's mannequin lifted its head. Her face returned slowly, feature by feature. But when her eyes found Graham, she did not call him Dad. She looked past him at the vanishing city and whispered, "You closed them for me." Dana's accusation was still in the air when the final shutter reached the ceiling. The sound did not end with a clang. It softened into the ordinary hum of a store opening for business. Beyond the mall's glass doors, Ohio was gone. There was no parking lot, highway, water tower, or subdivision beneath the rain. A level gray plain extended to the horizon, reflecting West Haven's light without containing a single road, tree, or building. Rain fell there, but no puddles formed. The water struck the ground and vanished, as if the world outside had become an unfinished rendering waiting for customers who would never arrive. Graham turned toward Dana. Her face had returned completely. She looked older than the daughter he remembered and younger than the woman in the hidden kitchen. The silver bracelet circled her wrist again. "Can you leave?" he asked. Dana looked toward the entrance. There is nowhere left to go. Around them, West Haven filled with movement. The restored employees emerged from their stores, but not like people released from confinement. Lorna Wills stood behind a cosmetics counter, laughing without sound as she handed invisible change to a faceless customer. Leonard Shaw walked beside a boy pushing a bicycle with an eternally loose chain. The food court, families gathered around meals that never cooled. Children ran toward arcades that had never existed. Elderly couples compared purchases from retirements they had never reached. The mannequins were no longer repeating final tasks. They were performing futures. Curtis stood beneath the atrium skylight, staring outside. His hard hat lay near his feet. "You restored everyone," he said. Graham wanted the sentence to absolve him. Dana answered instead. He restored what the mall could sell. The directory screens changed. Store names disappeared, replaced by categories of projected life: marriage, education, home ownership, illness, retirement, bereavement. Arrows guided artificial customers toward the experiences they had been denied. The escalators continued moving. Now they carried figures upward from lower retail, retention. Unborn children holding parents' hands, spouses approaching meetings that had never happened, older versions of employees wearing the clothes of unearned decades. Graham searched for Dana. She had stepped behind the customer service counter. On the work surface lay a stack of blank termination packets. "Come with me," he said. "Where?" He looked again at the empty world. Curtis walked toward the eastern doors. Graham called after him, but the superintendent did not stop. As soon as Curtis crossed the threshold, his body lost detail. His coat became a pale shape, then a vertical smear in the rain, then nothing. The doors closed. Graham could no longer remember the man's surname. Dana lifted the customer service telephone. "It is almost closing time," she said. "No, we reopened. West Haven always reopens before it closes." The overhead speakers chimed. A calm, recorded voice thanked shoppers for visiting and instructed employees to complete their final tasks. Across the mall, artificial families paused. Heads turned toward storefronts. Smiles emptied. Futures folded back into retail poses. Graham reached for Dana, but a customer asked him where returns were processed. Then another asked about store hours. Soon hundreds gathered around the counter, carrying receipts for houses, children, reconciliations, recoveries, and lives that had never become real. Dana placed a red management vest in his hands. "You want it to be objective," she said. "Now there is nothing left outside the system." He tried to remember why he had come to West Haven. There had been a voicemail. Someone had said, "They're closing us again." He could recall the words, but not the voice. By evening, Graham stood behind the counter answering questions. Each time a shutter descended, a face disappeared from the crowd and returned as a mannequin elsewhere. Each morning, The stores reopened and offered the same unfinished futures for sale. Years may have passed, or only one business day. Graham's hair whitened, then darkened, then vanished from the mirrors. His employee badge remained blank. Sometimes, a woman in a red cardigan stood across the atrium wearing a silver bracelet. He felt he should know her. Whenever he approached, the corridor lengthened, and customers gathered with complaints. Only he was authorized to resolve. Each night, after the final announcement, Graham counted the blank termination packets beneath the register. There was always one more than the night before. Underneath them waited an unmarked employee badge with his photograph already attached. West Haven's horror was not that it lied. It told the truth in language designed to make cruelty sound procedural, measurable, and clean. Graham believed reopening the stores could restore the people he had helped erase, but he still treated lives as entries that could be moved from one column to another. By trying to save one future without accepting the cost of the others, he completed the system he once served. Perhaps the most dangerous institutions are not those that hide what they do, but those that teach us the words needed to stop seeing it. And with that, my dear friends, it's time for us to say goodbye for tonight. Thank you for sharing another journey with me here at Chilly Midnight. I hope the stories we explored gave you the kind of mystery, atmosphere, and late-night escape you were looking for. I'd love to know what you thought of them. Were these stories a good fit for you? And if you enjoyed them, would you consider sharing this collection with a friend or family member who might enjoy spending a quiet night with us too? Your support, comments, and recommendations help this little midnight community continue to grow. Thank you for staying with me until the very end. Until we meet again in another story, take care of yourself and have a peaceful night. Good night, my dear friends. Sleep well and sweet dreams,